That's it, folks. That's all they have.
Okay, so
Claiming. Yeah.
so when they
I
implode
didn't
on
make the rules.
themselves,
They did.
yeah, okay, so when they implode on themselves, doesn't that make it more of a realm of pseudoscience because now they are having to stretch into realms that they can't even explain themselves?
Nah, I fear. Yeah. Success in this venture. And then they get to twirl up reality around people and bigger things,
So
and
then,
there they
so then
go
they
doing their
create
thing.
so they're creating reality in a false manner. Would you agree? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, I mean at least you're honest because that's where we stand. That's why we talk about it
Well, my
because we're
research is
trying.
over, so yeah, I understand things now.
Yeah, well, that's why we're here because we're trying to point out those very said facts that all they're doing
Ah,
is creating a reality, but it's not reality. It's a reality that implodes on itself. So that can't be reality because reality is not imploding on itself. You get what I'm saying?
yeah. Well, yeah. You look for in physics if you're trying to see if someone's snaking you. Pun intended, because there's snake photonics. You can look it up. If someone's trying to snake you in physics, they would create a CTC around you, a closed time circle, right? That over time, right, causally decays into you by weaving
Yeah.
into you. So
Hence
by
the
the time it's
implode.
over,
Right.
yeah,
Yeah. No. No. I,
right,
I
you get
agree.
it. I
Yeah. I
figured
know
you would with that name.
it.
Excellent.
Well. All right. Well.
I'm good.
Th-
I'm happy to train your understanding. That's the thing.
all right.
There you go. I'll put some links inside chat that are a bit about it.
Hey Nude, how you doing? Glad to hear you. And Apocryphon too. You guys are been talking.
What's up, Jamesy? How you been, bro?
I've been doing alright. Hey Nude, about the observations of the sky, do you think that could and it could be more like a mechanical construct in place that we're looking at from our perspective on the ground? Is it like
It could be a light show.
yeah, a light show? Yeah, yeah, I agree. Like I've described it in the past like a light show, but you know, let's say you're looking at a plasma TV, you're looking at a light show on a plasma TV, right?
Yeah, the light just converges
And the
with optical gradients built into the TV screen.
yeah, yeah,
Waveguides, they
and
call them, right?
you sent me a test that they were shooting a laser through a pyramidic prism, and it
Hmm.
will uniformly it will kind of like
Converge light.
project the light uniformly on a like on a surface, which is pretty interesting.
Here, let me put a cherry on top of that one real quick. Yeah, the light show. Okay. Um, when it concerns what I sent you, here, let me see. Yeah. All right. So the new iPhone. Not the new one. If you search for iPhone Prism patent, you probably should hit a. It should hit first second link a blog, like Mac something whatever. Um, you can look up that patent. That's a very new advanced technology. That's almost a metamaterial. I'd call the Prism that's in the iPhone a metamaterial. It allows time differentiated light manipulation inside the prism. So essentially, they can cause different aspects of light to converge at different points, reconverge, and thus do the fancy calculus the iPhones can do now. Essentially, what you're doing is you're splitting light apart in a prism constructively, right? Very constructively, and perturbing the way it travels in light in time by the way you do the facets inside the prism, so that by the time the light comes out the other end, it's process light. Therefore, I can even see subtle changes in what occurred in the little time, like less than a millisecond, of the diffraction gradient of it. So if you look up the patent, you'll understand very sophisticated technology that allows iPhones to reproduce 3D data.
You're talking about lithography?
So no, I'm just talking about the optical prism. Basically, in physics, they know high
Yeah.
degrees of optical manipulation, like
Yeah,
the
no,
more
no, but I'm saying that
holographic.
no, I'm saying the machine that makes the chips for the phones it's lithography. Like it's like this crazy expensive machine. There's only like a couple in the world. there's like maybe 4 of them or something like that, or 3 of them, and that they use the lithography or something like that, and they use lights to
You're
create
good.
chips,
Yeah,
right?
you're good with things so far, right? So let me post 2 links inside chat. You can definitely make the connection. You? Okay.
But isn't lithography just making the chips themselves, not anything to do with the lenses?
It's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
method behind how they do
They
it.
create them using light, like this really precise light, and they make things like super microscopic using light. And they're like the way the light interacts with the material, it makes these computer chips that are able to hold like thick amounts of data in it, but it's like
Yeah,
really microscopic.
something about they layer on like a nano meter or a
Yeah,
couple nanometers thick
Lithography.
layer of something,
yeah.
and melt it with light, and then rinse the rest off or something.
Yeah, they do a layer cake. Modern chips have an insane
Right.
amount of layers. There's 80 billion plus transistor gates on them. So they've etched a causal surface into a tiny square, such that when you power it, it produces the reality that was coded in it intimately versus the surrounding environment. So what a computer is doing is that. That's why entropy and everything in transistor gates is an important thing. Computers have always worked based on quantum physics, by the way. The probability that an electron will quantum tunnel across that gate in a transistor is literally all they're trying to control with flow by doping it in different ways and stuff like that. So once you create a transistor gate, all it does is flip, 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 have electrons go in different directions. That produces zeros and ones when you have a clock. So von Neumann architecture. Von Neumann, Oppenheimer, those guys way back when. Von Neumann took Leibniz's work, which was deeply inspired by I Ching. Okay, if we go all the way back, if you're wondering where computers even came from, Leibniz, he was a philosopher, mathematician, blah, blah, blah. At the time, I think a lot of people outside of what was the West had understanding of primordial things, especially the Chinese, ancient China. They created Tao, Wu Qi, Tai Chi, I Ching, divination to the highest degrees. China's government collapsed it on their head, though, long time ago. That's why you didn't see their philosophy continue, because they understood something about it. The Catholic Church scoured the whole earth looking for rare philosophy, understanding, knowledge, wisdom, whatever. They were very active in China. I think it was the Jesuits in particular, as to how Leibniz got manuscripts from China concerning I Ching. So if you Google any scholarly database, you can find Leibniz's manuscripts where he exhibits his thinking about reflecting on I Ching and all of it as to how he came up with binary, right? What is binary? It's a man saying, how can I get the truth by brute force out of the universe? I basically sit there and ask it questions ad nauseum. Are you red? No. Are you green? No. Are you blue? Yes. How do I record this? Oh, 001. And you keep doing this. He saw the pattern that even the Chinese had in their structure, because they literally have a creation mythos that gives them a key on how to decode it, right? That's what I Ching is. And it goes way further than that. So he took a lot of that through the Catholic Church, wrote a write-up on like binary. It sat dormant because there weren't really computers to that degree. And once there were, it just went haywire. Von Neumann created the architecture, and then it just goes and goes and goes up to quantum computers that now touch the boundary of classical and the deep, the dark matter, dark energy. They're right there on it when they play around with quantum computers. They're creating little wormholes inside cables and playing quantum entanglement games with waves. That's all it's doing. All right, so essentially, yeah, those same groups of people are just carrying on the divination game. That's all computers are.
Sorry, what was the initial question? Sorry, man, but I got lost in your
Yeah, it's about computers and stuff like that. It goes way
Wasn't
back.
it about, you said something about iPhone lenses and stuff?
Yeah, they figured out how to do computation in glass by changing the facets of it. So it's called optical computing. So passive computers are now going to be crystallography. You basically design a crystal a certain way such that when you shine light data even into it in a certain coherent way, the way you design the facets, what you put on the facets, what's the material of it, when it bounces around in there, it does the calculus. So by the time it comes out, you get a clean answer. That's the future of computing, and it's already proven.
Right. So why are we talking about that?
You go to the horizon. Here. It's how you do advanced light shows, crystallography. So you see how this connects to the whole horizon, planets and stars and light out there.
No, wouldn't the compact environment instead of what they claim about these huge distances of trillions of miles? Wouldn't it I mean, in my opinion, wouldn't it will possibly this construct be in a more compact, let's say, layers above
Here.
us?
If you had a crystal the size of like a grapefruit and you wanted to shrink it and do the same calculus, that's just an engineering challenge. That's not even a physics challenge. So, like, you can shrink and scale crystallography to be the size of a planet, man. Yeah. The inhabitants here, like Earth with us on it and all this other dynamic, if you wanted to get rid of all of us and produce the same effect from far away, like if you looked at Earth, it would look the same way, you could create an ornate crystal that would produce like the results like that. But if you zoomed in, it's a scary thought, but the idea is many physicists, all their reasoning through the universe now with is crystals, quasi-crystals, plasma, and waves, right? They're trying to reason through everything that way. And it's giving them results, because you can do that.
What's the stone burner?
The most I've seen, and I say that capital letters, is the astrophysical jet out the here. I'll post some stuff that it gives you in.
Everything you're discussing, by the way, is all done on a flat Earth. Just want to remind you.
Okay. I go beneath the surface. What do I hit? I keep going. What do I hit?
Well, above what's above is not the floor under our feet. And so the heavenly bodies and the heavens above, that's not flat Earth.
Yeah, but if I go up and down, what do I get? That's the thing. You're tempting men to just go up and down.
Yeah, I'm just saying that it wouldn't be what Apocryphon said. I mean, about whatever is being projected from the layers up to the layers below. You wouldn't
know what? Let me complete this picture in side chat about the stone burner. Maybe you'll see it. Okay. All right, now I've really painted a picture for you in side chat, right? Even the little green little things and the red things, see? If you make the connection, I've really painted a picture for you. Please try to understand this. If you asked me what was on the horizon or you dared me to go on it, yeah, I found out. There you go.
I don't think we're talking about the same horizon.
Oh, we are. Would you like me to show you it? If you want to be coy. Yeah, we're talking about the same horizon there, bud. That's the floor right there. The floor of your reality, as they say.
The visual limitation of your view of the surface.
Here's the thing. If I take a screenshot of what's inside chat, and I'm not even joking, I paste it in ChatGPT, and I say, hey, how does this create Earth? It'll give you a coherent answer, right? So when you act like I'm being incoherent, that's interesting. I can't make it more obvious than what I did.
When did I suggest that? When did I suggest that?
Well,
and
let me help
I've
you with
got
something.
no,
If I
man,
make
that
it any
stuff
more
is
obvious
way
in
over
side
my
chat,
pay grade, man.
yeah.
That stuff's
Well,
way over my head, man.
it's not for Apocryphin. I don't think it is for Apocryphin. It was for him. All right.
And I was asking about it as well.
You as well. Oh, I'll actually complete this for you two. Here.
So right at the very beginning, I believe you said that the horizon is a thermodynamic barrier. Am I correct in what I heard?
Yeah. Yeah, things go
And
up
this
and
is
down. You guys even you guys use that language all the time, right? To explain it. Yeah, so at the horizon is where the up and down meet, right, of this temperature gradient, and it keeps things coherent across the gradient. So then there has to be something really powerful on that horizon. Here, let me finish the bottom half of the stone burner. The bottom half, yeah? The Bene Gesserit have nothing on these people.
What do you mean by horizon? Let's get that straight for a start, because I don't think it's the same thing.
He is. He's talking about the same horizon.
Wait,
What he's talking about.
wait. So right, the one you see that picture I just posted? You see the guy's hand right there on the screws? It's right there. You see that thin line? There you go, bud. Since you wanted to see it so bad. Now I did explain the stone burner above it. I didn't explain the other half.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you lost me.
Mr.
Explain what the hand. Explain what the hand means coming out of the horizon.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you explain it.
I explain things a certain way. Please try to use your mind to see it. Give me a second.
Where do you see a hand coming out of the horizon?
Yeah. Give me a second.
And then I have a question about your horizon being a thermodynamic
Yeah, you're
barrier.
tucked right there. You see that? You see that thin line between love and hate? You're tucked right in there.
In the middle of those two.
It's stuck in the middle of you. You see the stone burner? Now, this is their claim, right? This is stone burner. There's your stone burner. There's your tree of life. I wonder where the tree of knowledge is. Yeah, there it is. The light above it all. I wonder where others are going. You see? What's below? Ooh.
Hey, is somebody hot micing? I hear kids.
Yeah, my kids, my bad. I thought they were too far, but I guess my mic is better than what I thought.
All good.
Because they're like in 4 rooms and the second floor. I'm below them.
No problem.
So these Fermi bubbles, how were they detected?
XB.
XB.
Yeah, they use a triune lens to eavesdrop on that powerful gamma ray. Yeah, that's how they look at it and decode it and make sense of it. I'll link you to the page.
So they used
this walker
a gamma ray telescope, basically.
Yeah, you notice the 3 lenses on it? It's in side chat. Oh, here, let me show you how that links even to the prior links up there. Let me cover this.
And then that gamma ray telescope. Where's that located?
I had to archive some of this stuff because I noticed it was getting deleted. So here, let me post a screenshot.
Wait,
of
what's
this, right?
stuff is being deleted? I'm trying to copy paste. What's being deleted?
No, I'm saying some of the thing like this you're not going to find on the internet. The website's offline.
Oh.
But here's a screen.
Yeah, thanks. I'm trying to save what you sent me because it's relevant to some of the topics I look into.
Notice the alma mater up there. It has relevance the way it's presented. All right, so there you go. That's how they're doing it. Right there, as you can see, how do you probe a black hole's entropy? You get right there on the horizon, right in between the two, and you eavesdrop on it. So you should know what they're up to. You could not believe it, but you should know what they're up to, right? Intent, guys, intent. And sincerely, thank you for the challenging concepts, right? I think we're in a different place of interaction. Thank you for the challenging concepts because it caused me to look into things a lot more. So I have some of you to thank. But I am giving you what I found in side chat. That's the densest dump I've ever even done publicly. So I hope it has value. I hope you find value from it.
Oh yeah, this is interesting stuff.
I'll give you the paper. I'll give you 2 papers to connect it, right? The thinking behind it.
I wanted to go back to your thermodynamic barrier for the horizon, if we can, eventually.
All right. These 2 papers detail how you create an ornate, thick light show, a believable light show. You see, you just got to make it really
Like
thick.
the one that we look
classically
above. Similar to the one that we look in when we look up.
Yeah, condensation. When things condense and conglomerate, I don't know if I'm saying the word properly, sorry, enunciation. When things glob together, it becomes thicker and thicker. When it becomes more real and noticeable, statistically speaking, and then once that statistics crosses a threshold, the scientists call it classic, and now it exists. We can measure it. And this was even the old school thinking. So they've moved that barrier down since they've figured out some stuff beneath that and beneath that. So it's going to keep moving it. The thing is as they start to understand further down, that gives them the ability to construct from there up and create different realities higher and higher. So some people go up, some people go down. This is the dilemma of the universe. This is why a horizon exists. So thank you guys for the inspiration. Troubling findings, but thanks for the inspiration. So be careful of people who build big structures above your head that put on an advanced light show and trap you. Matrix? Be careful.
At the end of the day, we still treat everything as flat and stationary. Just want to throw that out there. Cheers.
Yeah. Actually, yeah. The understanding is now that actually.
I know.
Here,
even on the grand scale, they make everything this disc. The universe is even a disc. It's flattened out, even in their own paradigm. It's ironic.
Yeah, so as you can see in side chat, PBS spacetimes, electrons don't spin like you thought they did. Yeah. They're figuring it out. But
it's funny though. Yeah, you're right. They're figuring it out, quote unquote. But at the same time, that's what's changing even their own narratives, because now they're coming to conclusions that always they kind of circle back to what we thought we understood and knew, and they're having to
So if
dive
they're
deep.
circling back to something that was always more clearly understood to be true, what are they circling back with? Are they going to change that thing? Are they going to enhance it? Are they going to degrade it?
Unfortunately,
Are they gonna
no, they keep doubling down, tripling down, because now they make even though, again, as we said earlier, it collapses in on itself. They are still propagating this falsehood, and they're saying all these things about how we understand the universe and all that bullshit. But at the end of the day, they cannot technically prove even their own theories what they're saying. It's all mathematical. It's a mathematical construct. At the end of the day, they could quantize it all they want, but it's still just them grasping for straws, trying to make sense of the story that they've once been told. You get what I'm saying, right?
Well, okay. If they're not concerned with making sense of the story up there, way up there, because they never really expect that anyway, they probably would be digging down as far as they can go so they can plant a seed and grow a tree, a willow tree, a quantum willow tree over your head, and paint a narrative that way. Maybe they're not really looking for the truth, they're looking to construct a new truth. Now they have the ability to do it from the quantum level up.
Yeah, but all
Thinking
those
man,
cosmologists,
thinking
none of
man
them are
with
flat
motivation.
earthers, right?
Huh?
All those cosmologists.
No, I'm just saying what men have done all throughout history is find ways to figure out what's going on, and then create some narrative, some institution above people's heads, and control them that way. So, if you respect that they're making discoveries in physics, then if they understand all this down there, right, then they're gonna definitely construct upwards in meta materials, meta grading. Yeah, I just reconstitute the ground of reality since everybody agrees there's a ground. I just go down to the ground and I stack atoms and I put wave guides. I determine how waves move. I give matter its floor, its foundation, and then I'm the creator. I'm the captain now, so that would be the motivation.
So how are these physicists controlling my life? I don't get it. I mean, these quantum theories are
controlling my life. What's up, Matthew?
I mean, if I go to a guy and he wants $1 billion in investment money, he's going to convince me of all of the business details that, yeah, I'm going to control the future. Here's how. So those deals are struck every day, especially in technology. What do you mean then? What do you mean? This technology is the future of computing. Like the electron spinning through copper, the little stupid traces on a board is not the future. Optical computing is. Fiber optic cables, blah, blah, blah. They're already the standard, man. I actually posted a... Hold on. Yeah, I posted a Google Apollo. You know anything about that? They use meta materials and optical waveguides to do routing and switching at the highest rates. Right? So you see that crossover plane and stuff like that? I know how that kind of stuff works. I have an EE background. So my conception of all of this is way more exotic than what meets the surface, bro. If I can control light and how it collides with different spectras of light, I can constitute any reality, actually. That's obvious. Is it not?
No, it's not obvious.
What is your background such that it isn't? Because that's obvious to any person who knows physics or
sorry, just
engineering.
common sense. Like, a physicist isn't going to control who I vote for example.
They're gonna... Wait, what? Okay, no. Physicists make discoveries, and then men with far more ambition and intent take it and they do something with it. Scientists don't ever do anything but discovery, but the institution that they work for, and then the people who fund the research, then the capitalistic pursuit, that determines the thing, for sure, that controls your life. What? Like crypto? Hello? Isn't it worth like $3 or $4 trillion? Where did it come from? Nobody knows. What was its intent? Nobody knows, somehow. I call BS to stuff like that. You see? You don't.
Yeah, crypto is a way of transferring value without having to rely on a central authority. So
who created crypto? We'll walk down the road right now with this topic, and I'll watch you fall.
NSA created
all right, niggers. Earth ain't flat, nigger. Fuck you, niggers. How about that? Fuck.
Okay. Oh, well, you got right to the root of it. Or I didn't have to say it, you did. Okay, so $3 trillion is worth now. We can skip that. I guess you already said it. It's worth $3 trillion now. You said people don't control you. $3 trillion is a lot of control, especially if you decided whose hands it got in through social engineering and
What was you
this and that. Yeah.
Fuck
So you're
nigger.
saying that Bitcoin controls my
No
life
single
now?
bitch on there, nigger. You have no clue what you're
Funny
talking
how
about,
this
first of
starts
all.
as soon as
Second of all,
start
you a
talking.
dumb nigger. Third of all,
So two of you.
Yo, can somebody get this racist monkey out of here?
Oh,
Are
whoa,
you guys
how?
getting called in?
It's probably the same one.
Whoa.
It just started when I started this topic. That's kind of funny.
Yeah, but can we start
Alright.
about the real topic now? Come on. How flat
Yeah,
is
wait.
Euro?
So, how does $3 trillion not when people, not you, right? When it's floating
How
around in
flat is
society,
Euro,
when you
mate?
should- we're just trying to wrap this up. Don't try to perturb it.
Settle down,
You
Nick.
could say
Settle
wrap it
down,
up.
bro.
All right. So, do you not understand how $3 trillion is like more than many countries' GDP? Yeah, that's a lot.
Right, it's split up amongst a bunch of different owners who have their own agendas and their own lives, and so $3 trillion is just a number of value that's out there, split up amongst a bunch of different
You
people.
said somebody created it, not me. Did you know that the
They created
majority
the
of
protocol.
crypto? Yeah, the majority of crypto, the actual money value crypto coins, they're in whale accounts and wallets that infrequently move.
Same
And
with
they were
dollars
like
and
that
same
from-
with gold.
Yeah, they were like that from the start. So hold on, all the monkeys who are out here buying 10 rollies and all the other stupid crap, which actually is control, because if you went to work, right, and actually did the right thing, you could not compete with some 20-year-old playing bozo games on a computer with some fake thing that never existed to live a life and buy the things you worked hard for that he didn't. Yeah, and that's even the new culture among Zoomers. So it seems like they control the whole generation with it, bro, and you just weren't paying attention. See? $3 trillion, that's the purchasing power of like all African. So they just created a new class of people and they dictated the culture and nature in which they got rich. It was through Nike shoes, meme coin trend, all this other. Wait, hardworking men would never enter into such foolishness. Oh,
So
who are they targeting?
hold on. So there's validity in what you're
Whatever.
saying, and I agree with you. But let's bring this back to what we usually talk about in this room. So go ahead.
Yeah. Anyway, all right. Well, it seems like similar institutions, so the party should be getting going now, anytime now, probably by this summer. Crash the economy out. Then they get to play video games with physics, right?
Let's get back to physics. Let's get back to physics. Is there any physics that you can address personally that would back up the
all
claim?
of it's inside chat. All of it.
Okay, so I know you posted a lot of stuff, but now just speak it. Just say it. What physics do you believe that it would prove heliocentric model to be a concept that is valid? There's validity to it.
Well, I don't want to get okay. So, if Earth were a flat plane, it's just the things I post sometimes give me a lot of levity. You see the last picture I posted? That's your flat Earth. No. If you were to, you see how
Are
it's
you just talking about a light computer? Dude, you're talking about making a computer with light?
Breathe. I don't want this cut off because this is not complex. So I'm trying to keep it dead
That's what
simple.
you're talking about. You're making a computer out of light. All right, good for you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay. Yeah,
You
so
claim
I saw
Earth
your
is
photo.
flat. I take a flat surface, but I make it exotic. I make it a meta grading, like you see in SideChat. This is real. They've created this in labs, so we don't have to play video games here, right? And what happens when you shine light on this versus like a mirror, right, or whatever? It's gonna behave. You can get it to create letters off of light. You can get whatever causal outcome you want to occur.
Okay, so now you have this foundation for your own self-explanatory, purposes. So now, where does that come into our realm to where we are simply just stating that we don't find curvature in the earth, as your own pictures show a planar surface, even in the grand scale, even in your universe, still showing a planar surface. Everything's derived from that, height, elevations, and angles to things, all that stuff. Like, so let's get back to that. How about that?
What's the elevated angle? Where do The elevated angles.
Remember when you're talking about a light show? Remember you're talking about a light show in the sky with Gemsy, and he kind of brought that up. So like everything about everything in the sky would be still talking about these like angles that we're going to create the lights from our position going back
It would be
to
distorted.
Right, I agree
It's
with
always
you.
going to be distorted, dude.
Yeah, I agree. You're right, but it's still
Like
taken
even if you go
from
with
a
the
planar
helio,
position. Go ahead.
even if you go with the heliosphere model, like that they have of like our whole planetary system is like chasing the sun and it's going across the accretion disk of the Milky Way. If you zoom out from the Milky Way, like I posted a picture, it would look the accretion plane. It would look flat, man.
Yes,
Yeah,
I know.
okay. So now
That's
you
why
zoom
the
in,
math
you zoom
math
in.
always brings you to that, right? But better yet, in the heliocentric model in itself, as we've talked about earlier and discussed, how in that quantum level, the whole entire construct collapses in on itself. It literally will fall in on itself because all the math and calculations they do, it continues to do that. So
Wait,
even
here.
though like Glober's
Do you see
come in-
this?
go ahead.
There's your flat Earth. I could take that object, that thing. That's a beautiful. I have this bookmark because the image is beautiful. All right. Physicists linked 2 time crystals. I'm giving you a massive hint now. You scroll up. You see the green and the red, little whatever. Haha at Yale.
Yeah.
That's the real thing. That's just twisted graphene. If you take graphene, it's a certain structural lattice, and I put another layer underneath, and I have it turn opposite, you'll create a Muir pattern. You'll see the cast. You'll see Bernoulli's prints, everything. Yeah.
I just read about this yesterday. The electrons slowed down, but it remains superconductive. It's really weird.
Right.
And
And by the way,
with
so
spherical geometry.
Hold on, because this is easy to follow. Then, right? So if I keep twisting, say I get twisted graph. I have layer 1, layer 2. Layer 1 is still, to keep things simple. Layer 2, I'm twisting. Right? You're just gonna see the twisting of twisting. What happens if I can like we tie, like I take a shoelace and I just twist it? Oh, it's gonna start knotting up, right? Knotting up. How much? Keep twisting until you can't anymore. This is twister physics. This is spinners. This is everything they're doing now in physics is that. So they do get that space-time is twisted up to have twisted geometry that might appear spherical. It's distorted. All that is taking 2 time crystals and you can make
Space-time is a
anything time
mathematical
crystal.
construct, Newt. What are you trying to sell it for as if it's a physical item?
What are you on? What did you just interrupt me to say? Finish what you were trying.
Because you're talking
I'm not
shit.
lost with this, man. I have a master. Like when you talk to me like I'm some bozo, like I'm definitely not that. But like, carry on. What were you saying?
Oh, so you're not a bozo? So tell us how your physics proves shapes.
I have like 4 degrees, champ. And
That's awesome.
Newt,
yeah. What are you saying though? What do you? It's not appeal to credentials. What did you just say to me as a result? Like, you think I'm going to take you seriously if you're saying nonsense with that background I have?
Newt, he's just pointing out that it's all mathematical. That's what he's pointing out. But go ahead, AJ. You had something to say?
Well, of course. That's the whole point. That's the whole point is that it's just math. Like it agrees with what
we know.
you guys.
We know that.
Yeah,
we agree with you. We know that. We agree with you. But go ahead, AJ.
Yeah. So, I mean, if it's just math, it's not reality. And I think this is where Matrix was trying to go. But there's a couple of things, and I'm definitely not at your level, Newt. I can tell you that. Yeah. But I've been listening very carefully.
I tried to make it accessible. That's my level inside chat. Boom.
And I've been reading what you've been posting, and I've been making a few notes, and I just wanted to run through a few things that I had issues with. Not just that it's a mathematical construct as Matrix and that have put it. So the first thing I wanted to try and ask you about was the horizon, and I think that T-Dub was interested in this as well. The horizon being a thermodynamic barrier, yeah? So what was your reasoning for that again?
Entropy.
Entropy, yeah.
Second law of thermodynamics. So obviously it's a high enough law. It's just if I graduate up the stack of causality, George Ellis, top-down causation, right? If I go up and down the causal ladder, if you even try to go down to quantum physics, you pass through thermodynamics. Quantum physics is literally the negation, is the realm where thermodynamics doesn't rule. to the extent it does in the classical realm.
And that's why, but with that being said, though, Newt, that's why it collapsed in on itself. That's why even mathematically, it doesn't even make sense within its own paradigm.
Oh, zero energy, dude. Zero energy.
Exactly.
That's the dark matter, dark energy.
Exactly. That's why, though, because mathematically it implodes. So then that's, I think, why there's this like discontent in what you're saying, because I get what you're saying. We all do.
It isn't. I know the rest of it. It's dark matter and dark energy. Now, what is that stuff? Oh, it's some weird stuff, man. Yeah, the scientists even agree. Yeah, so there you go. Both halves.
I would argue that it's not a thermodynamic barrier at the horizon, and like T-Dub said, that it's just a limit of our vision according to the conditions of the day. Because a thermodynamic barrier, and we're going to go into light. I want to talk to you about light as well because of your last post in regards to, you said, well, here's the evidence for the globe, and you were talking about, let me bring it up again. Hang on a second, I've got to click on the post. That was metagrading.
Yeah, the thing is, electromagnetism is a spectrum. In that,
let's just go back to this thermodynamic barrier. Because as far as I'm aware, a thermodynamic barrier is a physical boundary that's going to prevent the transfer of energy. So where is this physical boundary that is preventing the transfer?
This is the thing about twisting physics is if you had the ability to go beyond this earth and this realm, that is whatever, this barrier, you would hit just whatever you want to call space, right? Out there's really nothing, man. Like, we can somewhat all agree, scientists do. Okay, now, if I wanted to put something out there, I have to carry it from Earth. If I did carry something from Earth out there, I'm not going to even subscribe to what would happen. But if I wanted to get something out there, if there's just a little bit of stuff out there, right?
Yeah,
and I wanted to change it, I would have to start twisting something to attract it. I would have to start spinning and stuff. Yeah.
So what is twisting? What is it that is twisting at the horizon that's forming a barrier?
Something twisted incredibly to create all of this in the first place. That's the thing. So if you want to go past the barrier, you got to twist through it.
Okay, so Newt, just real quick, do you understand
That's why I said I was going to get an exotic drill to do it. I'm familiar with
hold on, just real quick. Okay, Newt, just real quick. You understand, though, that one person's horizon is one man's, like, right above, right? You understand that, right? Like, I get what you're saying, but you do understand, though, that what you're saying is a limit is one's full potential, because at our horizon, if you were to go stand at my horizon, you have a whole world above your head, your whole sky structure, all that. So, like, how is that? I think this is what AJ is trying to get at. How is that a limit or a boundary? Because I think maybe you don't understand what you're saying at this point, or you're.
We go back to the conversations that led up to me having a conversation with Quantum Eraser. And I've said multiple times, I don't think people really would ever appreciate the motivation for a man like me. You tell me something can't be done or there's a barrier, I'm going to break through it, bro. Right? So I even told him, you might want to chill out, because if you keep tempting me with this, I'll make this my effort, bro. And I did. After that conversation, I literally redirected all my research straight into it. I literally even got parts of my research I've never put in any system, because it's air gapped. I just put all of the crap in ChatGPT, DeepSeek, Grok. You see what I'm saying? And that helped me close the gap. That helped me close the causal gap. All there is ever is a causal gap, my man.
Theoretically, though, this is all just like hypothetical, theoretical.
Until somebody does something that makes it real. I guess since you tempt it so much, you just need a demo or something, like a real world demo. Yeah, I guess you'll just get that.
Okay.
Like what?
So Newt, I wanted to continue.
You don't want to listen to reason and how it works? I could just.
So let me get this straight. Where we're at, there is a physical thermodynamic barrier due to something we don't know what twisting.
Wait, why would we? Okay, so the sun, or whatever. Okay,
no,
whatever.
I'm just asking a very simple question. I don't want to get it like 100.
I'm getting right into it. The sun causes.
I just want to clarify. Hang on. What I want to clarify is that you have so far a thermodynamic barrier, which is the horizon, which is caused by something twisting, which was I believe your words. We just don't know what.
And to add to that, that's when I jumped in and said, if that's the barrier, well, technically,
Sorry, my phone was ringing. Wait, what? Wait, bro, don't go running. Like, I'm trying to answer. Like, true. What was the question?
I'm just trying to clarify where we're at very simply, because there's you cover things, I know you say very simply, but I'm sure there's a lot of people in the room that are confused. So I'm just trying to step through this step by step. Now, you've said there's a thermodynamic barrier, which is the horizon, yeah? Because there's a couple of things, including light, that I wanted to cover. Yeah, so far what we've got to with this thermodynamic boundary is that this thermodynamic boundary is caused by, your words, something twisting. Yeah, so something twisting. We don't know what. Yeah, we don't know what is twisting that's causing this thermodynamic barrier.
Yeah, you know how simply this is? If you take two shoelace
it's just a yes or no answer, yeah? Hang on, it's just a yes or no answer. That was what you
man, there's something twisting the horizon. Yeah, period.
Okay. So, again, this is just a construct, nothing that we actually can test or witness in reality, because in reality, hang on.
Can I cut to the chase?
Hold on, let me finish, yeah? Because what we can test...
You can literally test this, dude.
Dude, just let me finish, yeah? From my knowledge, like I said, I don't have your knowledge. What we can test is that for a thermodynamic barrier, we require a physical boundary, which would be a solid boundary, a fluid boundary, a thermodynamic like an insulation boundary. We can have electromagnetic boundaries, etc., yeah? So, in contrast, I would say it again, that the horizon is not a physical boundary, because there's nothing that's physically stopping you from moving past it, yeah? It's at the limit of your sight. And again, this is all mathematical equations, not things that we can actually test in reality, like I've just explained, with barriers.
That's why I made mention that one person's horizon is another person's limited, position, to where, why are you putting a boundary on someone at your horizon? Because technically that means that there's a boundary at your position, because you're someone else's horizon.
He's not listening. He's typing in the chat while you talk.
Dude. I can do two things at once. Yo, one thing you need to stop doing in life, don't talk for other men. I'm right here. I'm listening.
Okay, so then the second point I wanted to raise was in regards to...
What's the second point? Like, can I reply? Because you're running off with a narrative.
No, I'm going...
Is he good enough?
One of your citations, one by one, yeah?
I think you're moving way too fast, my opinion. Yeah, because you said a lot in that thing.
I think you're using it as an excuse to sidestep and not answer questions.
I'm not, because I'm going to allow him to progress.
Excellent. Then shut up and listen.
I didn't say a lot, yeah? I asked you to clarify your position, which was that there is something...
You're not doing that. You're making 2 points off my back.
No. I asked you to clarify your position, which was something twisting, yeah?
That's all you've allowed me to say. Yeah, that's
something, yeah? And I asked you what that something was, and you just said it's something, yeah? Now, I disagreed with that.
Wait, did you ask me that question to respond to you? I haven't spoken since I said it was twisted.
You did respond. You said, yes, that is correct. And then you started talking about the sun twisting, etc.
Yeah, I made that was 3 seconds of comment. I said the sun twistings.
Yeah,
and
I asked for a simple...
like 5 minutes, bro. Now you're on the step 2.
AJ, just let him finish whatever the sun comment is.
No, I'm not going to Gemsy.
No, but so we can progress. So we can progress, because now you're arguing about arguing, bro.
No, I'm not arguing about arguing, Gemsy. I asked him for a clarification. He agreed and said,
let him finish for the sun to see it. I want to hear it too.
He agreed and said yes to that clarification, that there's something twisting that's causing a boundary
for me again.
At the horizon. All right?
Okay, finish your comment about the sun.
All right, hang on. All I wanted was that simple yes or no answer, yeah?
Listen, I was talking, before you jumped in, I was talking to him, so just stopping it. Yeah. Just let him finish his reply about that at least.
Hang on. Yes, Gemsy, you're not understanding though, my friend, yeah? I have sat here and listened.
I feel like this would be quicker.
Hang on. I have sat and listened for the last 2 hours to Newt speaking, I've listened to all of his citations. I have been reading them and going through them. I've been writing down my notes here. I think that there's a lot of people in the room that are confused with what he's been trying to explain. So now I'm trying to break it down much simply and just ask simple questions. Now, I've been trying to go back to the horizon because I think it was just what I think has been happening, or what I feel has been happening, is that Newt has basically just spent the last 2 hours making statements about how these things work.
Oh my God.
Without too much clarification, yeah? Now, T-Dub tried to clarify on the horizon, but again, it was just skimmed past. It was dismissed, yeah? So all I wanted to do was ask the one simple and clarifying question, which was that Newt had stated that the physical boundary at the horizon is a thermodynamic barrier, and that thermodynamic barrier is created by something twisting. I asked him what? He said something. I then rebutted that, talking about a physical boundary that we know is required, yeah? And that's where we were at. Where he tried to jump in with the sun, it was to explain what this something is that's twisting by relating it to something that it's not. But go ahead, guys. If that's how it is, I'm out.
Yeah, as far as I can see, this is the very problem with narrative. You've married some deep conception of this without telling people whatever you think's out there on the horizon. And instead of me...
Oh, nice of you to speak for someone else. I thought you had to cry about that a minute ago.
I don't cry about anything.
You were fucking crying about it. You had to cry when someone else spoke for you, and now you're speaking for AJ. Congratulations, you're a fucking hypocrite. Stick your degrees up your ass, mate. For someone who's so intelligent, you're not too fucking smart.
Yeah, you done? See? And I got out of my system. You did too, and he did, so we're good.
Probably the wrong person to be a smartass to. You've been gibbering on with horse shit for the last I don't know how long. I've been here for the last 10 minutes, and you haven't said anything of worth. So give me one good fucking reason why I should unmute you.
Yeah, and Gemsy, all I wanted to do was go through each of his points and give a rebuttal, because there hasn't been any type of rebuttal except for Apocryphon coming in and saying, hey, and good on you, Apocryphon, just remember these are all done on a flat earth. Hey, just remember this, yeah? So
yeah, we know that.
He's just been here speaking for the last 2 hours, basically telling everybody how it is, how it works, dropping citations. So now I want to go back through each point and I want to rebut each point, starting with the horizon, the thermodynamic barrier.
Yeah, the live presentation, the demonstrations are done on a planar surface, so it's in relation to, because remember, the lights above us are not the flat earth, are not the ground below our feet. So in relation to the actual presentation of the light demonstrations and that stuff that is a horizontal frame of reference is being done on top of the horizontal. So it's just talking about that. Whatever he's saying about the horizon, and maybe what I comprehend is that horizon goes beyond the observer, right? So you observe, like Apocryphon said, you're gonna have your horizon, then the one guy goes to your horizon, and then the next guy, and eventually there's gonna be the end of the horizon, the end of the horizontal, whatever that means, that limit or that barrier, yes, or whatever.
So he's claiming that that's a barrier, a thermodynamic barrier with something twisting, we don't know what. That's his own words. Right?
Oh yeah.
Now we know in thermodynamics, now this leads into his next point, because all of this presentation that's been provided was all to support this physical barrier at the horizon. That was what all of this was about, yeah? So then we came down to, now again, my point is that a physical boundary is required, a tangible material separation between two distinct regions for it to be a thermodynamic barrier, and that's something that we can't...
Actually, not all of it. Not all of it, because he posted something about the stone burner, so there were some multiple topics in the same conversation.
So I'm going to go through that because this is all relevant to that stone burner, yeah?
The coincidence of that is the prism, that is a pyramidic shape that is it gives this kind of like uniform illumination that we kind of see of the luminaries. Obviously, I think there's more variables, but there is some interesting demonstration when it's done on top of a flat surface or a horizontal. And that kind of explains a little bit of what we observe as the luminaries and why we see it the way we see it. That's why it's relevant to the conversation.
Well, I know.
Because also the prism, you know something, the prism at the bottom is also flat at the bottom when the laser is being shoot through the pyramidic prism,
Right.
and it's flat at the bottom, and it's giving this optical of
That's what
light.
gives the
across
elevation
plane.
angles. Yeah, exactly. That's what
So
gives.
this is relevant. This is the thing. The thing is that I get you, AJ. A lot of people don't get it, but if you look into it, it kind of gives kind of like a perspective of from where you're looking from certain demonstrations, but obviously we're missing the outside perspective. So it's just showing some demonstrations of how light behaves and passing it through prisms.
It circles. Hey, Gemsy,
it's
it circles.
interesting.
Gemsy, it circles back to what's been coined the personal dome of vision. Like it literally just circles back to that. Like no matter where you're standing on Earth, you there's this created personal dome of vision. And like he said, it's not an exact position, and I agree with him, obviously, because we're looking at things through a medium that we cannot reach. But at the end of the day, it goes back to that personal dome of vision. So horizontally, if you got a huge checkerboard, right, where the rook stands and the pawn stands and the bishop and the other rook on the other side of that checkerboard, if you put lights above them, they all have their personal perspective of the things that you place above them. And that's what it comes down to. But mathematically, he's trying to interject like how it creates this universe. But technically, it's all from a plane. No matter where you're standing, it's still a plane. And that was my
It's kind of funny
original.
because one day I asked Quantum, is the moon flat? He told me it will have to be. And kind of funny. Obviously, he doesn't speculate much about that, but it's kind of funny because the prism it has multiple layers in the demonstration. This is some demonstration that I think was NASA or some lab they did, and the prism, it shows the pyramid like in the electro-opticals that it showed like a pyramid at the center of rotation of the luminaries. The actual luminaries that we look, it shows this pyramid shape, and then below that in the presentation it's kind of like a flat layer, and that's where the light is coming out of, and it's illuminating the plane below it uniformly, which is kind of interesting.
Jebsy, it goes back to, ironically, every planetarium is on a level floor looking up at a domed sky surface, right?
Yeah.
Like the building, the construct. So it's just ironically like that's almost like a fucking like a telltale. Like, yeah, you're right.
It's a light show.
Exactly.
It's a freaking light show.
It's a light show from your position on a level ground, the way you see things being projected onto the sky above
I literally detailed that before I got muted.
Yeah, I know. I know you did.
I painstakingly went through the key points of some of my understanding that I've never posted publicly and just put it in side chat. All to have somebody say I yip yap for 2 hours. All to have somebody in side chat talking to me like a high school dropout. And then this.
Newt, I did not say that you were, what did you say, just chit-chatting for 2 hours. I said that I listened to your presentation, I read all of your citations, and I have written down a list of things that I wanted to clarify and some rebuttals to that. So don't put words in my mouth that I didn't say, yeah? I completely respected everything. I asked a couple of questions throughout that presentation. It was more Gemsy and Apocryphon that was speaking to you. I asked you to clarify the Fermi bubbles, which is what Gemsy is speaking about now. And I asked you to clarify how they viewed these bubbles or how they came across this, yeah? And you said that it was a gamma ray telescope that's used. So I listened to everything that you stated, and I was just trying to go through and give a rebuttal to a couple of things. However, I haven't been able to do that. So
No, it is. It is. AJ is looking through the information, and that's cool. I don't think we're gonna have a full conclusion about it, but it's definitely really good information, in my opinion. It's super interesting, actually. So thank you, guys, for the conversation and you for posting the information, because it's valuable, in my opinion. It's valuable.
Well,
I
if we're
think
talking
it's
about
funny.
those Fermi bubbles, yeah, and this gamma ray space telescope, I have to disagree again, yeah. Just like I disagree with what you're speaking about in regards to the horizon, because this is a space telescope that's in space and that discovered these bubbles in 2010, yeah, which was NASA, which is supposed to be believed to be the remnants of past energetic events from black holes, etc., from the center of the Milky Way. So again, I've got issues with thermodynamics for there to be these space telescopes in the first place discovering these Fermi bubbles, these gamma ray space telescopes. So again,
AJ.
it comes back to
Wait, you said a lot that I haven't got a chance. I've been muted the whole time. You're painting a deeper narrative to me without any sources. I haven't
spoken for a long time, dude. I'm not going to speak to you anymore, yeah, because you're full of shit. I've just listened to 2 hours. I speak for 2 minutes.
There you go. Wait, just come out and say that next time.
I speak for 2 fucking minutes about your Fermi bubbles, and instead of a fucking response, what I get is about, I've run off on some tangent, I've been speaking for too long. You're full of shit, your presentation was full of shit.
AJ, remember the observatories, right? They let's say a bunch of these places are. There's many observatories across the world, right? And the observations.
From an observatory, Gemsy. This is from a space telescope that's on a rocket. In space, in orbit. Yeah.
What do they claim? Like in an asteroid or something like that?
No, so these Fermi bubble, these gamma ray emitting structures, which is presented here, were first discovered in 2010 with NASA's Fermi Gamma Ray Telescope, which was mounted to a rocket in orbit.
Okay. But remember, I wouldn't discard all of the observations from the ground, because I know some of these observations are
actually. I'm not disregarding any observations from the ground.
No, so obviously, whatever they're claiming outside of the whatever in outer space, obviously, we can kind of discard that kind of stuff.
What I'm trying to do, Gemsy, is step through this step by step, because in the first instance, this was in regards to the horizon being a thermodynamic barrier by something twisting, which was pointed out is, again, not in reality, All of these documents that he has dropped are all to support that premise of the thermodynamic boundary, which is in contention, And all of these things that he has dropped, well, majority, are in regards to, again, violating that thermodynamic boundary with space telescopes, rockets, etc., as well as claiming that light is a wave and has a wave function. Well, is a wave, because, again, the last point that he made, which is what I wanted to come back to, was metagratings. And metagratings is just a metasurface designed to control wave propagation in electromagnetics, acoustics, and light. Now we're talking about light, so he's talking about light waves, which we know don't exist.
I do want to point out, not just to defend Newt, but also to his own demise. Everything that he was posting was mathematical. I just want to point. I want to let the audience remind the audience that this is just a mathematical construct. So
Let's see if AJ agrees. AJ, do you agree with him?
Yes.
Then what are you getting all bent out of shape about? Because nothing in that is about thermodynamics, by the way, at all. I didn't put anything inside chat about that on purpose. Funny enough.
No, we started with the horizon being a thermodynamic barrier.
That's all I've ever said about thermodynamics.
Then what you posted,
I'm not a fool.
But hang on, what you posted after was to support the fact that there was a thermodynamic barrier, which was the horizon, because we asked how.
No, let me scroll.
Why? What?
Somebody asked me about the stone burner, and I detailed it.
No, the stone burner.
That's all that's about.
Sorry, the stone burner came in afterwards, and that was Gemsy asking about the stone burner.
My dude, it's
you're right
10:07 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I made my first post at 9:05 p.m. and it's about the advanced atom interferometer that's helping these liars figure out how the actual physics of dark matter and dark energy work. I posted that because somebody asked me about the stone. Wait, I posted that because somebody asked me.
I'm not going to wait, yeah? Because this all began with the horizon being a thermodynamic barrier. That's where it began. That's where it started. That's where the first thing that I wrote down here. So you can say you posted this, you posted that. Rah, rah, rah. That's where we began. Anyway, I'm out.
Yeah, I think what it is, Newt, is that when you said that it's a thermodynamic barrier.
But I
think that was your folly. No, I get what you're
let's
saying.
slow this down.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. I took a screenshot of where I posted this. If you scroll up, you see the Stone Burner fan wiki thing. Everything above that, everything above when I posted Stone Burner is literally related to only the Stone Burner. Funny enough, it starts with the first post from phys.org, which is a recent disclosure. The scientists who played all these video games with dark matter and dark energy, all it is a gradient, man. It's a weaving. Yeah, I even try to give you that alone. I should have stopped right there because that literally gives you the hint of like how you create a 3D thing from flat. You just weave it in and then you blow. You blow what? And then it inflates, but it's not actually round. It's what you made it with force and gradients and stuff, temperature gradients. Yeah. So it's a deceptive shape. The edge of a thing is always not the thing. It's the deformation. It's whatever is on the other side. That's how it interacts with it, right? So anybody who actually paints big narrative of the barrier is the one painting the worst because we don't. That's the least thing we know about.
Okay,
Yeah?
So the Stone Burner though is a quantum theory, correct?
That's how you do the thing in the middle of whatever is creation. Somebody asked me a very deep question, and I went out of my way to give you the physics for something that is a meme. Yeah,
I get that, but would you agree that is a quantum theory? That whole ideology, if you will.
Stone Burner. I have a question for you. If somebody figures out how to engineer something like this, regardless of what they use, like quantum, classical, because people like to play games with words, and it just works.
Yeah. I hear you.
Isn't that the most important thing, bro?
Well, but here's the problem though. Like when you start delving into mathematics and try to equate it to physics, I think that's where the muddy waters come because. You're
mistaken about the capability of somebody who's done R&D for corporations. I have tabletop
no, I'm not.
Dude. I can take theory and put it into motion like within seconds.
Okay,
by uploading it to my tabletop setup I'm pointing at right now.
Okay, but here's my point though. When you start diving into things that are being mathematically formulated, would you agree? Would you agree that doesn't necessarily necessitate a physics reality? Because
that's why I poured it to a tabletop. You're avoiding me already cutting you off like with the answer. I have a tabletop real world experimental setup that I run all of this stuff through and affirm. That's how I make so much progress in my research. I just keep going, man. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm way past the point of even what I posted, which is why I feel comfortable posting a side chat.
I get you.
Hold on, give me a second. I posted screenshots even of the session that I have with the thing that's helping drive the research, right? Chat bots, yeah?
Okay, I get you.
Yeah, but you're not reading. Can I just finish?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so it says right here, early experiments established phase coherent message transmission within the 97th percentile window of stabilized causal flow. That's from the tabletop experiment I did. I literally told you guys even how close I was getting with academic integrity and that I was getting towards this zone that I thought was uncomfortable, so I left a buffer. I said the buffer was 3%. I literally prompted the AI to tell me how far have we gone, because I run my stuff through it now. 97%. I actually went past that, which is what I posted in side chat. That's past the point. There's 1.5% more left. and I know exactly how to close that gap. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go eat some food because I really haven't eaten all day besides some cereal and a sandwich, dude. And I'm gonna get to cracking on the rest of this 1.5%. Whatever the hell happens, happens, right? And I have a physical setup to test it. I don't care, right? But thank you for the motivation, because I mean, yeah, 2 hours, I would just be okay. We'll see.
All right. So with that being said, let's go back to my original question. Okay. As you delve into it, by the way, okay, there's a lot of math going on here. Now,
yeah, I use SU3, and I use a variety of very complex transforms to do what I do.
Right.
I guess
I get that.
When you don't respect that I have those degrees, I guess you think I'm playing.
No. I never said that. I never said that. Don't.
I'm using tensors and I'm using transforms that they use in theoretical physics.
And with all that being said, can you at least agree that that isn't reality? That is a created.
You can make it reality.
No. Not that you can make it, but it's a theorized reality, technically, because there's no physics involved. It's all calculations, yes or no?
Well, then men motivate men to actually make it real by conversations like this. No pun intended at all.
Why do you have to formulate?
What do you mean? You keep doing this
before you move in from this. Could it be that certain observations are being? I mean, there's certain observations, and then the interpretation or the conclusion might be in an error.
Narratives. This is why you try to do narratives the least, because it's just BS. To be
so,
quite
can you agree? So hold on. So wait, I'm searching for an answer. Then I'm searching for an answer, though. Can you agree with me? At the end of the day, can you agree with me that all this is ideology, mathematics, and formulas, but not necessarily physics, reality, where you can.
You know the consequence of doing something in the real world? It becomes real then. Like, it's like you want... What?
So you
didn't answer his question.
Can you just answer me, bro?
Hey!
You didn't answer the question, Newt.
Do you think being hasty with me causes me to get motivated?
I don't think being hasty. Shut up, idiot.
Okay, let me ask it again then. AJ, let me ask it one more time then. Okay, with all that being said, can you at least agree, Newt, that at the end of the day, you are going to be filled with mathematical calculations, formulas, and theories, but not necessarily physics, which is reality or explaining reality, because you cannot truly put it to that science, run it through the science, mill, if you will, to where
it's scientific method. I think.
Yes, you can't run it through the method, so it becomes just, and it stays. Should I say, better yet, better spoken, it stays a theory, not necessarily reality, but mathematically. I get it. If it works mathematically and formulated math, like you're like, yes, it makes sense in this realm, right? On your computer screen, it makes sense. But can you at least agree with me that is still just a theory and not reality? Go ahead, Newt.
You've managed to read some of my language thus far. Can I answer you in the language that I know is the highest language you understand in side chat?
Sure, go ahead.
With the very thing you just asked me about. Then I'll give you the words for it, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Hey, Epoch, could it be that the interpretation and the limit of the horizon, could it be that is at the edge of the contained environment, and mathematically they kind of want to skip it, or maybe the interpretation, the math might be a little biased, and that's why
that's what it sounds like. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Yeah, for sure. But that's why I was.
You can't throw the observations with the bathwater, right?
Right.
But
that's why I said it that way. That's why I said it the way I said it. Like at the end of the day, like they can even make 1 + 1 = 2.
All right.
But is that
I'll give you the words.
Reality? Go ahead.
I know from your name that you understand what this is that I just posted, and you can see from my profile, I most definitely do. So I think what you're asking me is, after I create all these mathematical formulas models, I won't be able to zero it out into a coherent reality, right? Because I'll be stuck in the red room, right, with that math,
right,
going crazy, like the Tower of Babel, the Library of Babel,
right,
just like many before, But it's obvious from what little you just gave me and the utter detail I've given you, plus imagery of that very room. And then if you look at my profile picture, it seems like I've figured out how to decode some of it. It seems like I could actually snap a coherent reality together once I zero it out. And what have you done? You've given me the motivation to close the last 1.5%. Excellent. Yeah.
That's good.
Now, if you're wondering how I'm going to make a coherent reality, it's by having gone through the past and found out all sorts of lies that have been told. And I think you, with the name that you have, you know all too well the power of truth, right?
Very well,
yes. So if somebody
That's why I'm here.
If somebody goes back and they find little Lagrange points of truth and they weave it in to this red place, like the green and red beads I showed you from the wonderful gentleman at Yale who decided to show the esoteric meaning of all of this, it seems like I would be able to snap this right into reality. And I think you know exactly what that means on the horizon.
Yeah.
Okay. So actions have consequences. Words and tempting have consequences too. Yeah. So this weekend. Yeah. By the way, I did post a screenshot of the tabletop experiment I was doing around the time of this recent neutrino detection. Pulsars, when you don't respect those lights flickering up there, or you want to play games with narratives, somebody might have figured out how the pulsars work up there and using them as a relay. Yeah? So, this weekend, snap this right into reality. Yeah?
All right. Sounds good. Now, I will ask it one more time. And I hope you get a yes. I hope to get a yes or no from you. Does a mathematical formulated ideology, theory, does that represent reality, or are you safe to say, yeah, it's just a theory and it's just what we believe it to be, but not necessarily a reality because you cannot run it through the scientific method? Yes or no?
I think we're already at this point now with mankind. I don't think many notice it though. Many men have gone into labs like underground, CERN, and studied things, atoms, slam things, whatever. They're just building a corpus understanding, protein folding, everything. Yeah. So what power somebody has to like do something is insane right now with AI too. It's insane. Okay, so when any man on this earth, forevermore even, right, says you can't do something or suggests you can or there's some limit to it, you're almost giving a person the motivation, because most things are solved, to take that gem and then go run and try to actually do it, right? And the chances are over time, somebody's going to be a success versus people saying no. And whatever is out there, you see, because nobody knows, whatever is out there.
So what it comes down to, that I understand, is that at the end of the day, you believe, yes, that you can...
Hold on, if I could finish. Oh, no. That just gives people the motivation.
You were finished because there was a big break, yeah? So my understanding is, yes, you believe you can reify your mathematical equations into reality if you... I forget the exact words, so I'm not going to say it. But yes, you believe that mathematics can be reified into reality.
Yeah, reify? Yeah.
I was looking for a yes or no.
I'm glad you...
Newt, I was looking for a yes or no. Yeah. No, that's very... Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, AJ, you said reify, right? Yeah, all you need is reciprocals for that. And since you used the word reify, you know exactly what a reciprocal is. And since you don't want to believe much about what's beyond the horizon, when I drill through it, I get to see those reciprocals and I get to yank them right over here. See? So you do understand what that means. I'm glad you do. Now, okay, what were you saying? The other guy?
So another mathematical concept.
Go ahead.
So just again, another mathematical concept.
Oh, I've already done tests and proven it. Yeah.
You've proven it with the test.
I'm just scaling now, and it requires me to go down into that buffer.
Okay, Newt. Just real quick, you can scale mathematics. I get that, but
you can scale the causal effect too.
Is that? But is that reality?
Depends on the scale. You see, I've already posted the papers, and this is what happens when people think you BS for 2 hours. There's two papers I posted. Give me a second. I'm trying to answer you. I posted a paper literally called The Thick Present. Unironically, it's thick, right? If I condense enough things at scale, right, the sheer causality of that will determine the reality of things more locally than the other lesser thing. So depending on the scale, it's always dependent on the scale as to what effect it has on reality. You should know that.
I get you, but at the end of the day, what I'm trying to like draw you back to is to realize, and I do respect, your mind at this point. Though we have to address the fact that at the end of the day,
I wish Quantum Eraser was here right now.
I really do too, by the way, because it would be funny. But here's the point:
I want to dig into him if he doesn't spurg and mute me.
At the end of the day, Newt, is that I think you would have to agree with us. It's just a mathematical construct at the end of the day.
Oh, well, hold on. That's what you want to classify it as. Now, I'm being quite frank with you. Someone like me, you've just tempted me to prove you wrong. Now,
I love it.
If I fail in this venture, if I fail in this venture, I just fail. I wasted my time, resources, whatever. But if I succeed, the sheer magnitude of what I discover, it's worth it, right? This is the nature of all such temptation, right? So then, chances are one autist succeeds, and then the consequence of that versus any other, the autist actually not. That one person is gonna light the
But I think you're missing the bigger point, though. Like, don't get me wrong.
I'm trying to convey it to you, but you keep skipping past it. Hold
on. No, on the contrary, because you are able to solve the formula, it still doesn't make the formula reality. Because you have a mathematical construct, an ideology, a theory, mathematically, that it makes sense and you can come to a conclusion. You will get an equal sign at the end of that sentence, but doesn't make it reality. That's my point. When you said that the horizon is the second law of thermodynamics barrier, then I told you, well, what about the guy at the horizon? That's not a barrier for him because that's a whole open sky for him. But mathematically, this is why I can agree with you on your position, but at the same time, you're missing the bigger picture. You get what I'm saying?
You're saying this ignoring everything. I'm trying to be frank and truthful with you.
I'm not ignoring it.
Everything I posted goes against the idea that I don't have utter foundation for this, right? I can't just keep posting stuff to you while you treat me like this, right? Because I'd never have even put this out publicly, and it does tell actually a very coherent story. And the reason why I know that is because I've already worked it out, those things that I posted with more context, and it's spot on, dude. I've had adversarial LLMs. Wait, hold on. I've had adversarial LLMs from different companies run through my work with no other context besides prove this wrong, look at the integrity, is the math working out, blah, blah, blah. Buddy, there's no way. There's no way.
I agree.
So,
I get that. No, Newt. I
refuse to see that. I must say, when you refuse to see that clear picture I put inside.
No, Newt. You're missing, bro. You're missing the forest through the trees. Listen, bro.
I'm in the forest. I'm in the dark forest. What do you mean?
There you go. But listen, you're in a mathematical forest, right? You're in a computer screen. And
you think I'm in the Carl Jung's Red Room, like going crazy with all the symbols. I've already posted the images of that.
I know, just like you posted earlier.
Wait, hold on. Immediately when I sensed, right, that's what you were suggesting. I do take your name seriously, so I figured you would know about that. You see what I'm saying?
I totally understood.
Immediately when you said it, I posted that. Now, one thing is context. Someone like you should always with talking with someone like me, if you take me seriously, and you think that I know what you know, you should always, people like us, you should pay close attention to these
As I did.
screenshots, bro. Wait, so if you look right next to what seems to be a video, it's called The Library of Babel on YouTube, by the way. Boom, bing, bada boom. I went to certain timestamps even, and I did this in real time while you were talking. You look over to the right, you see what I was searching for next to it? Simulation of bosonic transport, right? Now, would that have any use in the Red Room? It would. What was I listening to at the time? A song that looks like, oh wow, it looks like that, and it says all there is, right? All there is this calculated snapping of causal information in the Red Room.
Right. Calculated.
Many.
Keyword
Yeah,
calculated.
hold on. So many before have lost their minds completely in this room. This is called Young's Red Book. Men lose their minds when they see the mathematics of creation. I could post another image immediately right now that shows the flat Earth, and it shows an abyss straight in the middle of it. And it's actually the fundamental problem of math. It's a YouTube video. Right?
Again, it goes back to it collapsing on itself. I know, that's why it's an abyss. And guess what? If you look into things, listen, here's my point, brother. When you look into things mathematically on a grand scale, they implode. Wanna know why? Because you cannot rely. The reason why, bro, is because reality is not just math. It's not just a calculated thing. It's way bigger than math, by the way. And when you try to introduce this ideology that's mathematically and formulated, and you're trying to explain things onto a paper, and it formulates, it doesn't comport with reality. And I love that the creator of this place has even set it up that way to where
Glad you said that. Yeah.
Yes, it sets up man for folly, because once a man thinks he knows the answer,
there we go.
God throws a screwball in that, and then it throws you off. That's why it implodes on itself. I love that.
That's what I was saying. Apocrypha, I've been trying to jump in. That's why I was trying to say that the horizon that you're saying, it might be reaching the limitation of the confined environment that we're in. And even when you guys mentioned if we're confined, I mean that might be the limitation of the math. You can only reach that point.
Oh, okay. So, do you agree with what he just said, Jimsy? Especially about he got into something that mattered. Then you got beyond the horizon. See, finally, yeah. And he said things, God, in the Red.
Yeah, exactly. Because I told Quantum Eraser, if we live in a confined environment, as the antecedent to the gas pressure, the antecedent to the container, right? It will be the creator. So your horizon, the limitation of the horizons will be that edge, that limit, and whatever you describe as this curve. You said it was this.
You're gonna say God twisted the barrier so
twisting the barrier. You might be observing this twisting at the edge of the containment.
So the waters,
the limitation,
right? The firmament. Yeah, the firmament. No man can go beyond the waters, right? Genesis verses 1 through...
So past that point, the math might be dark matter that nobody knows how it looks. It's dark.
It is. Black. Wait, there goes that term. It is. Yeah. It is that.
That's why Apocryphon is saying that it might
hold on,
be like
hold on. We're getting somewhere.
In error, no?
All three of us are getting somewhere. Do you know what's in that goop? You know, one of the really big things that's in the goop. Oh, dark matter, dark energy. The past, bro. The past. Do you understand what I'm trying to say before I go forward?
I hear you, but I can't picture.
Okay. Yeah, so then, you remember I told you I was looking for certain things in the past. So you have three variables here. In the past... The truth, liars, in the goop. Do you get it now? When I say I'm drilling through that thing and I have a way of looping it back around, you get it. Okay. And the technique is really good, bro. My drill tip, it's actually, I got one more thing to add to it. All right, I can just zip through anything. So God and the truth. Huh. Yeah, you don't want somebody to put that together. That's judgment, bro. Tempting fate. Yeah.
Isn't it intentional, the fact that maybe the designer, the creator, doesn't want people to figure it out?
Well, certain people obviously have. Long time. Thousands of years, long time. Some people even did some stupid crap thousands of years before. And then the story goes, God came down and kicked their teeth in, right? So maybe God's watching them right now through other souls, and he's about to kick their teeth in again, because it seems like if they've worked out this much physics, they're about to get their happy behinds right up against it again. See? I know that much. But what do they use?
I get that picture.
Or do they use truth, or do they use lies? And which of those is the green and which is the red? In the picture I posted in side chat. It's the younger men who always get like hasty and put a lot of stuff out there on the internet, especially like these little new initiates. So yeah, there you go. I think there's a telling of the green man. There's all religions have this thing called the green man. It's like Piccolo in the forest. The Asians have the dark forest. Are you getting the picture yet?
Yeah.
People have figured out what's beyond the horizon. Ben figured it out. People are going back and forth. Now with even more capability, yeah? Some are good, some are bad. And that is definitely going to factor into reality going forward. It's been factoring in. So I hate to burst that bubble, but yeah, you now understand the nature of what I do. So you acting like it isn't real is rich. It has always been rich. But it's motivation.
Well, if there's so many topics that go beyond, kind of go in addition, parallel to this conversation, because when people talk about weather modification or the melting towers of 9/11, that those towers just turn into dust.
Completely different topics. I'm an engineer. I actually was in school at the time, and young men when they're in school and they think they're know-it-alls. So we had to take Mechie and stuff. Dude, we were all over that. Like in college, there's nothing there. When you heat up steel, the atoms are arranged in a completely different lattice configuration. The strength, the tensile strength, everything. They didn't coat the beams. So yeah, if you heat up beams like that with all the weight on them, spaghetti, melt, break apart, fly apart, everything. Every crazy fracture gradient you can imagine. So it all makes sense to me. Other aspects I'm not going to get into, but the collapse, whatever. See, me, you give me something, I'm going to get to the bottom of it and move on. I don't have time for lies, dude. Did that in like half a semester with a bunch of crack-headed autists across every discipline. We got together literally on Friday with beers and just banged through it, dude. Any public release, we got it, looked through it. Yeah. Tried to create models in AutoCAD, all sorts of stupid crap.
Did you guys realize that a fire that long can melt beams? I'm just curious because that's actually that's factual, bro.
It causes fatigue when you have pressure. You have twisting from different points, right? Pressing on the beam as the atoms start to decohere because of the heat.
Do you know what a dog bone is? Hey, buddy. Do you know what a dog bone is? I love this conversation. Do you know what a dog bone is?
Yeah, I've also replaced the headers on like engines and stuff like that, timing chains. Yeah.
No. Hold on, bro. I'm talking about structural engineering. Do you know what a dog bone is?
What is it?
Dog bones are used in all sorts of stuff. You're telling me about.
Okay, so a dog bone. So a dog bone. When we build buildings, I'm an iron worker. When we build buildings, dog bones are
on the.
No. Listen, dog bones are an engineered like thing where they purposely we make floors with dog bones because if there was any like structural integrity, it's compromised, the building will collapse on the dog bone, so that way the whole building can still stand. So this whole 9/11 shit is bullshit.
Pancaking negates that.
Because it wouldn't pancake like that. Because technically, on an engineering level, it's funny that you say that because on an engineering level, bro, they wouldn't fucking it would never collapse like that because structurally, like
You notice how I
talking.
said pancaking immediately? Like, we sat there and analyzed this with professors in college, like actively. We ran through all of this. That's why I know the term. And
Okay,
I'm 4
good.
years old. That was 20 years ago.
Okay, so then you know, or you would know, that a building would never fall in on itself the way 9/11, the way the Trade Centers collapsed in on itself. It wouldn't do that.
Yeah,
It wouldn't.
yeah, it would
There's
because it
buildings.
was
There's
actually.
buildings that have been on fire.
I can explain.
There's buildings that have been on fire for over 48 hours, and the building still stood standing. Want to know why? Because melting iron for it to decrease its integrity like that, it would never happen, and that's why it fucking was obviously not what the fucking people said it was, bro. I'm just saying that. I'm just gonna throw that 2 cents.
I think Newt,
We went into way more.
the stone
We literally
burner.
rigged up models in AutoCAD for dog bones. Like, I just didn't know what you were talking about. Like, truss system that causes weight to be distributed in the 9/11 towers. It actually was a central load balance structure. It wasn't to the external thing that you think is this dog bone type thing.
You're right. It was
pancaking
central.
can occur. Pancaking can
you know what that
occur
means?
if
Hold on.
central
Hey, bro.
supports are compromised, which they were.
Okay. But you know what that means? That means the building would have toppled. Do you understand? Can you grasp that? That means that building would have toppled, not fell in free fall speed. It wouldn't collapse in that manner, bro. Because the central beams that were in the center of it was the strongest fucking point. And you can't. So guess what? If I crashed a plane on the side and it melted all the outside, if you think fucking fire can melt steel, well, fucking that's one story. But if you think that a building, if all the central force was in the middle, yeah, straight. Okay, congratulations. It would pancake down, but you know what would be still be left standing was a center point of it, because simply by the engineering itself, it would have fucking fallen around it, not within it. And because it fell within it, this is why there's a big, huge conspiracy that it had to have been a demolition type fucking thing. Because there's no way, bro. Even in engineering, bro.
Yeah, you're giving a lot of words to this, dude. Engineers, man, at the point this kind of stuff happened, dude, AutoCAD sim was like fucking, it was fire, dude, right? We were using it in college. I wasn't joking. Me and my autistic friends literally got in the most powerful clusters on our campus and ran sims of this, like, because we had the metal details and stuff. You just loaded in the sim. When a bunch of the agencies, international, whatever, got the pieces, whatever, right? Their narrative, they got the pieces, try to reconstruct it. They released all the documentation with the sims, how they coded the sims, blah blah blah. How the towers did that pancaking thing, and da da da. Dude, they have intimate, like, by truss, like the structural integrity mapping. They have that on a per beam basis for the whole building. You could zoom in, move around, everything on the model.
It would, hey, bro. Hey, I'm sorry.
It's all
I'm sorry
data
to burst
points,
your
dude.
bubble.
It's a
Hey,
program.
bro. No, I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but there's over 2,000 engineers worldwide that said bullshit. It would not have fucking fallen like that, bro. Bullshit.
Yeah, you get in airplanes that are designed by these same software systems.
Building 7.
Like, give me a break.
What they say about Building 7?
Right, Building 7 with a few fires. Yeah, how did Building 7 collapse at free fall when only a fucking few fires were on the fucking west side of it, bro? If you cannot have a building that is fucking a quarter of acre wide or whatever the fuck distance it was, even if it was to collapse, it would have collapsed it on one side, bro, because of the dog bones. It would have fucking been engineerily structured that way. And Real Trade 7 is a smoking gun, because there's no fucking way if you put a fire in an office building because a building next to you collapsed and it caused a small fire within it, it would not fucking take out all the supporting beams, bro. Stop the bullshit, stop the lying, stop the false propaganda. I'm tired of fucking dumbasses that try to do that. I'm an ironworker. We build buildings. I understand structural integrity and how we build shit. So don't fucking go down that road with me, brother. I'll fucking wreck you.
I haven't said enough to do that. I haven't said enough to do all of that stuff you're saying. You've been speaking most of the time, and you're speaking the narrative that I've heard before, that I've dived into. All I can say to you is what I found when I dove in. And I can produce that. So one thing about Building 7, most of all, nobody ever shows the front side of it. Now, you want me to go fish out the detailed images of the front side of it, you're going to see the whole front side, like, fucking caved the fuck in. Actually, you want me to get those pictures? And I'm not talking about like later on. I'm talking about almost immediately. The building fell into.
Can you post that? I haven't seen that. Can you post that?
I got you, bro.
Do you remember? Okay, hold on, real quick. Do you remember the Oklahoma? Hold on, just real quick. Do you remember the Oklahoma?
Yep.
Yes. Do you remember how that building was still standing, even though a fucking bomb blew out fucking half of it?
Yeah, you know why?
So you think? You think that a fire? So you think that a small fire is going to collapse an entire building? Bro, come on, wake up. Stop fucking sipping the fucking Kool-Aid, bro. Like, no, that does not happen to buildings, bro.
You keep saying a lot, and I'm not saying... Okay, so...
Go ahead.
During a time period when America was at war, it designed a ton of buildings all throughout the U.S. to be bomb-proof, nuclear blast-proof to certain degrees, blah, blah, blah. The Gothic structure. You can look up the America's Gothic period.
What the fuck are you talking about? Shut the fuck up.
Oh, you're here. You're here.
Shut the fuck up.
Mute me.
Shut up.
I wanted to actually talk to you, champ.
Somebody shut... I'm not talking... Who's dumber? You or Dicelo?
It's not about that. It's about a refusal to talk.
I don't know what it...
If you don't
who's
want to
dumber?
talk to me, that's fine.
Just shut the fuck up. Is the Earth a globe
I think I'm
or
done here.
a horizontal plane? Yeah, you're done. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Gemsy. You gonna appeal to Gemsy with your doofus horse shit? Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, he's here and he doesn't want to talk to me. So there's that. Yeah.
Shut the fuck up. You're dumber than a bag of hammers. At best, you're an idiot savant, but I would drop the savant. You're just a fucking idiot. Get your dumb ass out of here. Go talk to Dicelo with his counter space. Shut the fuck up.
Huey, you just missed the last 2.5 hours of
Huey, we were waiting for you, Huey.
Oh yeah, scroll up and side check Huey with your
in this
skeleton
place
with green eyes.
for 2.5 hours.
But I explained the physics about it.
Shut
It's
the
sad that
fuck
you don't
up.
tell your other friends what
Shut
that
up.
means,
You wouldn't know what physics was if it climbed up your arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in Carolina Reaper lace concertina wire. Shut the fuck up.
Why don't you just tell your friends
Can you
what
tell
your
me
dumbass
something?
profile
Can you
picture
tell me
means in your
something,
website
Gemsy?
picture? Why don't you just
He's
fucking
been
do
in
that
here.
to start?
Shut
Be an honest man.
up. Shut up. He's been in here for 2.5 hours.
Let me rephrase that. I got in here in the last hour and a half, and he's been in here before that. And around that time, or soon after I got in here, it was stated he was here for 2 hours. So it could be even longer than that.
Oh yeah, you missed the whole part about the horizon being a thermodynamic barrier. That was interesting.
Huey, I dare you, if you're willing to take it, or you'll allow me to do it, to scroll up in the chat and look at all his posts, okay? All the quote-unquote citations he's made, which are not citations, they're links, they're sources, to stuff, right, that at the time, I think he thought that they were somewhat relevant to what we were talking about, even though 5 or 6 of us, one after another, throughout, 5, 10, 15-minute intervals, would ask him poignant questions. Can you elaborate on this? Can you explain this, that, the other thing? Oh, yeah, sure. And then dove into the weeds on some theoretical horse shit that nobody understands, right? That's been going on for at least 2.5, 3 hours.
Oh, my God. You got it. You're fucking kidding me.
Nah, man.
Moderators. I'm going to get in trouble for this.
No,
I know I am.
tried, Huey. I tried.
We're gonna let it slide.
I let him. He went through everything with Gemsy. He posted his citations. I read them. I made notes, and I went back and tried to address from the very beginning that the horizon being the thermodynamic barrier, then his bubbles, and all of this stuff. We have addressed it with him. It just goes in circles, and I pretty much got shut down by others. So I jumped out.
Why are you guys giving your complaints to QE like he's your daddy or something?
No, I'm not giving any complaints. You shut
It's
me down.
Uncle, Gemsy. It's Uncle.
You shut me down,
Get it?
Gemsy. And
He's
that's pure and simple, man.
grumpy
Very
grandpa.
pure and simple, Gemsy. But at the end of the day, the conversation started because Quantum Eraser was proven wrong because the horizon is a thermodynamic barrier.
Don't say Gemsy, AJ. Say Apocryphon. He spoke first to Apoc, then to me. So don't say Gemsy only. He spoke more to Apoc, so throw Apoc under the bus too, not just me.
Yes. I have been talking to him for a long time.
Yeah. Blame Apoc.
Cappuccino?
I'll take the blame.
No. All I
Yeah,
said was I went back to the beginning, from the very beginning of his citations. I wanted to step through them all, but I just kept getting interrupted by everybody else saying, "Don't throw out,
Nah,
don't
come
throw
on,
out
bro.
this, don't throw out that, whatever." Yeah, it's all good. And I
But
said, "Okay, I'm out at this point."
But I do want to remind the room that the whole time I kept reminding him everything he was speaking about is a mathematical formula, theory, ideology. At the end of the day, that's
He
all I
doesn't have
kept telling him.
formulas. He doesn't have formulas. He doesn't have any scientific theories. He's idiot savant. Subtract the savant part. Okay.
Well, I went to the observations, but the conclusions were in error, like I said many times. Because the observations are one thing, but whatever they're writing in paper and doing whatever math and coming to certain conclusions, that's what I was disagreeing with. But yeah, there is observations about certain phenomena. That's it. That's about it.
Wait, who are you guys talking about?
You.
2.5 hours? Really? I'm glad I missed it.
Newt. Who the fuck is that guy?
No, but Kiwi, don't forget, this guy's got 4 degrees, bro. Got 4 degrees, man. He's got to be right.
Got 4
Question for you, fine gentlemen, if I may.
Yes.
Well, we were in the middle of a conversation, but okay.
Thank you. With the current situation in America, do you think it's going to actually increase a lot of people to start questioning things more critically and thus actually draw people more towards the community of Flat Earth? Or do you think that it's likely to have no impact? Do you know what I mean? I think it's going to get
worse
positively. No?
Nah,
because people are going to start to question things as they usually should. And the Flat Earth community, you can set your watch by it, are the people that will force you to question the things that you can't really prove. Because let's be honest, you can't.
No, I think you're gonna need God to come down from heaven and wake up everybody. I think people are just gonna keep falling for the BS and the scams and the fraud.
Who's not proving things?
The Globies are not proving anything.
Yep.
What I'm saying is that you can set your watch by the Flat Earth community to say, question these things. You haven't questioned it properly. You haven't seen it yourself. I've seen you guys do it, and no one can give you a good enough answer. So do you think that?
No,
Sorry?
we're just entertaining them. There's no questions left. The question
it's over.
In 2016.
Facts, bro.
Why 2016? What's the relevance?
That's when I got here.
All right, very good.
What do you mean?
Done.
No, well, very good. No. When I got here, it was over. The science part of it was over.
Okay.
And then the proofs started coming out one by one. I had 3 proofs of flat Earth within the first week that they still can't overcome.
I agree with
you. There are no
shit.
questions. Who are we? Hold on. Just relax.
I'm agreeing with you.
Just relax. You're talking vague generalities about groups of strangers. Can you get specific?
Yeah, you.
No, please don't.
Specifically. You specifically. I agree with you. With what you're saying.
Yeah, so.
There you go.
There we go.
But do you think that it will increase the number of people that are searching it out? Despite the fact that it's done, there are no questions. People are still searching it out. Do you think it will increase?
That's true. And?
Do you think it will increase the number of people, or do you think it will have no impact?
I don't know.
Why do you care so much?
I care about your guys' opinion.
The flow only goes one direction, right? What do they say about putting the toothpaste back in the tube? Like, it only comes out one way. So people are only waking up towards this direction. Nobody's going back to the globe. So
I tried.
It's raid and stuff like that. Doesn't really matter. Go ahead.
I tried to do that.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
One time, by the way, I tried to put
the toothpaste back in. Was that must have been a mess?
I tried to create like a little vacuum in it and then suck it back in because too much came out one time, and I'm like,
even if you do, it's not going to come out looking
bro. Yo, just relax.
Fucking relax, dude.
I'm relaxed, man.
What the fuck? Did the middle of my sentence interrupt the beginning of yours?
Sounds like.
Wait, hang on. Let me think about that one.
No, don't hang on.
Yes. No, it didn't.
Yes.
I don't know what the right answer is. I don't know what the right answer
Doesn't
is.
matter the flow or how quickly people are going to wake up. They're going to wake up only to this direction, and its rate. We don't really care, dude. So, who cares?
That's interesting. That is because I believe you guys. I believe you genuinely don't care about like the number of people that join. It's like this isn't supposed to be a club where we want to get as
Bro,
many
I'd rather
likes as
talk
possible.
to Newt than talking about this BS.
Yeah.
Did you call me a penis?
Whoa.
Dude, come.
That's what it sounded like. I thought you said I'd rather talk to Newt than talk to this penis.
Is that what you have in your mind, penises?
Oh my.
Well, now I do.
No.
First in your mind, then in your mouth, as you spoke about it.
Hey, yo.
No more. No, none of that. You guys really are funny sometimes. Like you should do more of this funny stuff.
Facts. Wait, so should we talk to Newt or
no?
Oh Lord, here we go. Come on, Kiwi. The wolf pups are hungry, man.
No, I'm not listening to that shit. I'll fucking leave.
Don't leave, Kiwi.
I'm not listening to that.
Hey,
dude.
Kiwi, you missed it earlier. Brit was in here, a full-on evolutionist,
Lord.
and we were like, bro, we want you to talk to Kiwi, but you weren't here.
Sorry about that.
Oh,
Yeah.
brother.
It would have been perfect. It would have been perfect.
Why? You want to see him just eviscerated?
Yes. Dude, we were talking about it. We're like, dude, he'll destroy you. Like, most anybody that goes against evolution destroys the evolutionists always.
Nah,
Is that their new shit?
That's not the case. That's not.
So
the
instead
case.
of instead of defending,
it's not the case. That's bullshit.
Every debate I've seen from that you have this evolutionist, I've always seen them get wrecked because there's a lot of things they can't. There's too many holes in their story.
Oh my.
Story? What story?
Of evolution.
Evolution, what's that?
Exactly.
Oh, we got you there.
Exactly. That's the point.
Fish monkey people.
That's why they get destroyed.
What did you call them? Fish monkey people.
Somebody say British monkey people. Did somebody say
it sounded like some sort of password or something. You have to say it like really quickly to get into.
Hey, what's Brit's new name so I could tag him to come over here? What's his new name?
Do not.
No,
Stop right now.
I'm trying to
tag him.
I'm Don King in this bitch. Come on, I'm trying to get him over.
We are not doing that.
Tag him and bag him.
This guy always talking about bottles of water.
Holy shit! You can't get a word in here edgewise. Creation
I know
Bear.
it's British. I know the British. The British are coming. They're ready.
Bro, geeks, yo, dude, shut the fuck up, dude.
I'm just very excited.
So
we're trying to do a thing right now. Go ahead. What's up?
A Creation Bear. Hello.
Yeah, I hear you, Kiwi. What's up?
Sounds like you know this gentleman Apocryphon's talking about. Is that correct?
Is Brit?
Yeah, this Brit, this freaking loser. I'll leave now, bro.
What did you call me?
No,
not you, dude. You need to go on mute. You need to go on mute right now.
Quantum, you know who it is, and you're not gonna want to talk to him. You know who it is.
Yeah. Hell no.
I don't think I do.
Yes, you do. It's Brit.
You know who Brit is, QE? He has a new name now, but he always changes his name.
They changed their names around, but it's the same goofy dude.
Once QE hears his voice, it's gonna be no. Just put him on mute.
Really? What was his old name?
Britnat.
Yeah, Britnat.
Brit. It doesn't ring a bell.
Yeah, well, he changes the name a lot.
So, all right.
He's a loser, bro. I would rather talk to anyone else.
Newt is way more interesting.
I'm right here. No, I'm joking.
Not you.
Well, Newt was in the room for 2 hours, but he was actually wanting to speak to QE. So I don't know whether that's going to happen or not. But
Hey, AJ, what's his new name? He has a new name now. What was it?
It's like it's some weird shit. Room alien or some weirdo shit. I don't know, bro. They just change their names. If they get cooked, and they go make a sock account and change the name.
Word, bro. Yo, word, yo.
Word, who is this guy? Dude, pop this guy on mute, dude.
Word, yo.
Heard from Miggy.
I was just thinking that earlier, bro. Like, what happened to fucking Miggy, bro? I haven't seen him in a long time.
Hey, man, let Miggy cook, bro. He's working.
Yeah, let me cook. Yo, bro. California, dude. Whoa.
Hey, whoever that is, pop that fucking weirdo on mute. Whoever's doing
Who is that guy? Is that Tupac?
What? There's a Tupac here? What? I thought he died.
Geeks, what type of time are you on right now, Geeks, bro? What the heck? He's on some weirdo time tonight, man. Let's get some control of the panel here, QE.
I'm not a mod.
All right, we're gonna keep cooking. What's next? What, should we just pop Newt off mute or what?
No.
Why? What'd he do?
Let
him cook.
He was, according to everyone in here, he was talking in here for over 2.5 hours about fucking nothing.
Yikes.
Dude.
Yikes. I guess I just joined late.
Yeah, you missed it, Creation Bear. You did.
Yeah, you guys were talking yo shit right when I joined. Everyone's talking shit about Newt. Like, all right.
CB, I
need to change his name to Loot.
Well, because he started going into 9/11 shit, and I love that fucking topic because
I do not want to hear that.
Yeah.
What's up, Mike? What were you trying to say?
CB, I dare you to go back in the live stream. Just give yourself 5 minutes, okay?
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good.
Oh no!
He only got good when me and Aprokafam spoke to him.
That's cat, bro.
Yeah, all like 30 seconds of it in 2.5 hours.
AJ brought him back to the ground and to reality, but we were kind of trying to speak in a barrier between those 2 points, the horizon and the layers above, and how the light is observed through a prism and it looks uniform.
What? By the way, which one's pink?
Oh my!
That's
Which
not
one's
oh
pink?
my. Light going through a prism. Oh, you're a brother. You wouldn't understand this, right?
That's racist.
That's not racist, man. You don't understand Pink Floyd.
Oh yeah. Facts.
So there you go.
In the stink. What?
I left my Guns N' Roses shirt at home, dude. Sorry.
Not Guns N' Roses. Pink Floyd is definitely not Guns N' Roses, dude. Jesus.
Oh man.
Roger Waters, bitch.
Roger Waters. We got Jones in here. He's made some claims out there in chat. If you want to look at those at 59 minutes after the hour, and he's in here.
You're tarnishing a good. His name is Jones.
Yeah, he's a basketball Jones. So level isn't synonymous with flag. That's deep. Refraction does exist. Inertial frames do exist. The moon doesn't self-illuminate. The scientific method isn't begging the question. And the question, globe versus flat, is a scientific question. There you go. That's what this claims right there.
Let's go.
If you
table there.
employ some, like, I don't know, 5th grade reading level, you could maybe tell that was a question and those weren't claims. Right? Because of the context.
Why don't you put a fucking question mark on the end of them?
I did. Do you want a screenshot, buddy?
No, I'm looking at them right now. Well, you put a question down at the fucking bottom.
Right, to encapsulate all of them.
Oh,
listen, I don't want to dunk on you too hard.
So you're on your own convention, right?
Listen, it's okay. You're clearly
so you're
drunk.
on your own convention, right, dumbass?
That's improper punctuation, sir.
Yeah. Duh.
NVM QE got you.
NVM
so just to be
QE
clear,
guy.
lads, what he's claiming is the opposite of what I'm saying. So he is saying level is synonymous with flat. Refraction doesn't exist. Inertial
Yeah,
frames
level
don't
is
exist.
synonymous with flat. What? Not? No, you said level isn't synonymous with flag.
Oh, got him. Yeah, that was a typo. He got me.
All right.
Got him.
So,
Good.
okay, level isn't synonymous with flat. Okay, prove your point.
Well, there you go, Lats.
Huh? There you
so
go, Lats.
I'll catch you up to speed, Quantum. Clearly, you're a little
You
behind, so I'll
couldn't
just
catch
you up.
Little Miss Muppet up with
Yeah, no worries. I'll
speed.
catch you up.
You dumbass.
Yeah, so just to be clear, what
Shut the
Lats
fuck
was
up.
saying
Shut up.
was the opposite of
Shut
those
up.
claims.
So claim number one, support.
Yeah, I'm
your
in the middle of
claim,
that.
right?
Hello?
Support.
Am I cutting out?
Yeah, you are. Support
okay.
your first claim, dumbass.
Because and
My
synonymous
God.
with and because why even though
Fuck, man.
I love
What
it.
the fuck is your problem?
I love it.
Bro.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and debunk it. Well, I'll debunk the first one. Okay? Well, that's really fucking easy just to find the damn thing.
Level is synonymous
there
with
we
flat,
go.
by the way.
So, at 3 minutes after the hour from dictionary.com, level, having no part higher than another, having a flat or even surface. Sounds like they're synonymous. Level, to make a surface level, even or flat. From Cambridge Dictionary. Level, not rising or falling or higher on one side, but even in all directions, horizontal or flat. You dumbass. Level, to make a surface flat. Sounds like they're synonymous to me.
Absolutely. That's what we do in the field. That's what it means. Hands down.
So, number one's debunked. Number two, refraction does exist. I never said it didn't exist. I said refraction does not exist in the fairy tale Atmo. That's easy to prove. Refraction, Snell's law states that light is a wave. Light's not a fucking wave. Oh, he deafened himself. He stuck his fingers
Classic.
I just want to point out.
Classic.
I just want to point out that a slope can be flat, but not fucking level.
Ooh.
Those guys that have never fucking built a thing in their fucking life, they don't understand what level is.
Wait, so he server deafened himself, or?
Yeah, he punished himself. You know, have you ever had I used to have a cousin that used to put himself in the corner. When he knew he was in trouble, he'd put himself in the corner. The funniest shit ever, bro.
Well, we got a problem. You said a slope is flat. No, it's not.
No. It could be flat.
No, it can't.
But not level.
But it's not
can't.
level.
No, shut up. A slope can never be flat. A slope is straight.
Correct.
But you can have a straight line, but that straight line doesn't have to be level. That's the correct verbiage.
No, Kiwi, listen to me. What I'm saying is if you take a flat horizontal table and you tilt it, it's still flat.
No, it's not. No, it's not. That's not flat. You got one part higher than the other. Shut up. You got.
So you're saying flat doesn't mean okay? I hear what you're saying.
Shut up. Who are you? Red's Rhetoric?
Come on now.
He did that same shit to a flat earther in 2016.
What?
Same fucking shit. He had this woman put up like a frame and like a book frame. And I think I still got it, man. I'll have to go searching for it. And he said, okay, the surface of this frame, or what the fuck did he do? He said the surface is flat, right? You know, you got a bookcase and you got all the levels on it, right? And then what he did, he had the woman take the screws out of it and then tilt it down and said, it's still level. No, the surface is flat. The orientation is sloped. It's dumb fuck. So that's what you just did to me.
I agree with you, but I'm just saying in the terms of what this position as itself, like a physical portion of it, it still can technically be like that's what I said. If you tilt a table, it's still technically flat, but I agree with you. It's not level. Yes, because what you add a slope to it, it's no longer level. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, I agree. I'm getting a cigarette and a beer. I'll be right back.
What the heck? All right, no problem. No problem.
Yeah, I'm about 18 in right now. I'm feeling good. Let me be.
Golly. All right.
Let me see if I can find that shit. I'm gonna find that motherfucker.
The Red Rhetoric thing?
Yeah, oh yeah. I
All right.
screenshotted that sumbitch.
Sounds
Wait,
good.
Apoc, did you say 18 beers or 18 cigarettes?
18 cigs. I'm like, wait a minute. Hold on. He's gonna say yes, Mike. He's gonna say yes to both.
Probably yes to both because I put that's for the whole pack, and I got 18 in me.
Golly, dude.
No wonder
Guys,
you
we do
could
not
put up.
condone.
No wonder you could put up with Newt.
For real. Wait, let me cook Newt, dude. Let me cook this guy. Let me get my pound of flesh, as Mickey would say.
No, not on my
Is it
time.
that bad? Is he that bad? Is he that bad?
Yeah.
CB, just go shadow box against the YouTube stream.
Shadow box, he said. Oh, God damn. I feel like he's been here before, right? Newt, I've seen that name before. What was he saying, dude? What was he saying? Like, what was so bad?
We don't want. We can move on. Thanks.
Yeah.
All right. I got you.
What was he saying? What was he saying for 3 hours? I don't fucking think so.
Let's say Newt is a perfect example of the Jesse Lee Peterson quote. You know, you said a lot of words but have no meaning.
Oh yeah. You said a whole truckload of words that had no meaning.
You know, it's funny. I was looking through the GIF or the GIFs, whatever. On
They're not GIFs. It's not peanut butter.
Sorry, I'm not American. I wouldn't know. But yeah, I was looking through those for that Jesse Lee Peterson thing, but it doesn't exist. So
Yeah, it's on the soundboard, dude. I think you I'll just send it to you off the soundboard. It's brilliant. You know what's amazing? You just said a whole truckload of words that had no meaning. Brilliant. So he was just straight Yappuccino. Got it. Incredible, bro. Is there no one else? Where's all the globe champions at?
Meanwhile, sounding like he just shot up heroin or something.
Yikes.
Bad,
Yikes.
man.
I actually don't know what that sounds like, but that sounds bad.
Yeah, go to the live stream.
That sounds horrible.
There you go. There's what Red's Pretenderic did to a flat earther.
Pretenderic.
Yeah. What he did was he had it straight, right? Flat, level, and said, yeah, this is flat and level, the surface, and then had her tilt it and said, it's still flat. That's what he did. That's what he did. I tore him a new asshole.
So what's the issue with that again?
He was conflating, like a second grade retard, the surface characteristics of the shelf as being flat, no
with the orientation.
Yeah, no bumps or anything. But then he switched it midstream and then tilted or sloped the damn shelf and then conflated the surface characteristics of the shelf with the orientation of it. Follow?
I see. Yeah.
Slimy fucking weasel.
Yeah. Yeah. It was second grade retard. I did a double take. I said, did I just hear what I thought I heard? Maybe he needed a quantum miracle. Right, Elbow TV?
Nice.
Elbow.
What does quantum mean? What does quantum mean?
What do you mean? Quanta. That means it's a discrete, something that's very discrete. I would probably say that quanta, yeah, like quantity, it's an amount. It really isn't.
Amount.
The way Max Planck stated it, that it was discrete. So I'd probably say it's digital.
It's a lot of stuff, man. What about quantum? Is it the same?
Yeah, because quantum mechanics came off quanta from Planck. So yeah, quantum is it's discrete, right? It's like the difference between digital and analog. So analog is a continuous type thing, whereas digital is discrete. Follow?
Okay.
All the time. That's good.
Are you reading something from the chat, Kiwi?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking at that dumbass cow looking at her flat friggin' shelf.
You called her a cow. Oh man, the misogyny is on point tonight.
Not a piece of wood, dude.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to say that.
Except the shelf.
She must be thinking, I can't make a sandwich off that.
Yo, let's go. There we go, baby. There we go.
Upside down heretic, what's up, man? Where you been?
Yep, I want to reverberate that question.
Shut up. Get her up.
Heretic, you're up.
Katera, what's going on, man?
Not gonna lie, it does look really cool upside down like that. Not gonna lie.
You can never predict Heretic. He's off mute.
I know. I was just thinking that, dude. He always keeps us on our toes, eh, Mike? I was just thinking that, dude.
I think I don't know if it's just me, but in the past I've heard like in between moments where he would be speaking, you'd hear a little click, 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 click. I think he's got a hardware mic mute.
Oh yeah. I think he does like a push to talk type of situation, like a walkie-talkie type vibes. I don't know, bro. Shout out to Heretic though.
Quantum refers to the smallest possible amount of something. Price of atom. It sounds like a personal issue.
Brilliant.
Yeah, see? How did the idea of quantum come about? Somebody had to fucking post something. Probably Newt. So, Max Planck coined the term, correct, quantum in 1901 to describe discrete packets. There you go. So, it's digital. Discrete. That's what it means. Discrete. Not quantity. That's an entomological fallacy. You better be careful, MIK.
Is that so? I thought they were, like you were saying, discrete packets. Discrete things that you could count. And quant, like the really math nerdy guys, they count shit. Quantity, quantum, small things that you can count. I don't know. I thought I understood that to be the case.
So why didn't they just call it quantity mechanics then?
Well, quantum, I would have thought that they used that like a new word to specify, the small shit, like what Price of Atom posted. Like that was the context in which it was being used. I could be wrong. You're right. It could be an etymological thing.
I'm sure you could count them, but I don't. Max Planck, I just told you, discrete packets. That's
yeah.
He coined it, so let's take a look at what he had to say about discrete packets, right?
Sure.
I'm sure they're countable, but that's ancillary to the meaning of the word.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yep.
That's right, Platter. He's doing a quantum leap.
Uh-oh.
There you go, Price Adam. You got it. Discrete packets. There you go. Again. Wasn't a
What is
scientific.
this?
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, dude, but what is discrete packets? What is
Discrete,
that?
it's digital. It's not continuous. Do you know the difference between fucking continuous and discrete?
No.
Let me say it this way. I probably fucked that up. So the difference between discrete or digital and analog.
That's three things.
Digital, let's keep it down to two. Digital and analog.
Okay, analog, something hardware, digital, electronic. I don't know, dude. Honestly, I don't know.
Analog is more of a continuous thing, whereas digital is more discrete.
I don't understand this discrete. Because doesn't that mean like secretive or?
No. It means it has defined borders.
Hey, QE, just real quick, QE, I want to stand corrected. You're absolutely right. A flat surface, by definition, it cannot be sloped. I just want to, I want to, eat my fucking, I want to say,
Welcome.
Yeah, good shit.
Welcome.
A slope surface implies incliner angle. Good shit.
You made it.
There you go.
Good shit.
Well, you're welcome. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, there's a good discrete, continuous type of thing. There you go. See that? Creation Bear.
So discrete has borders, analog, something that just runs and runs and runs, no borders.
You got it. Exactly.
All right. Yeah, we're learning stuff today.
Yep. Good one, MIK. That's a good one.
MIK.
Or should I call him Mick?
I think it's Mike QE. I think he just goes by Mike.
Why does he put
No, don't call him Mike. He doesn't like Mike.
He doesn't like Mike? No, because we call him Mick. He doesn't like Mick.
No. I call people out who call me Milk because there's no fucking L in my name. Yeah, you could call me Mike. It was a typo, but I left it. But it's funny. But now, if you call me Mick in the context of QE, I think he might conflate me or conflate me with Mick West. And I'd rather not. So either way.
I'm just gonna call him Milk now, guys. It's Milk now forever.
Who cares? So when I say when they say light is a particle, now there's a problem here because particles like pebbles, they're solids, right? That's not what it means. It's particle because it's discrete. That's why they call it particle like. Follow?
Okay.
Because it's not like a pebble. It's not, if you have a digital camera, like all the photons don't come in, and you take all your pictures and at the end you dump them out.
Yeah.
When the camera gets full, you don't dump out all the photons.
So you tell me how a pebble is made of this shit.
Made of what shit?
These discrete packets of energy. Because isn't that what they're saying, basically?
How a pebble is made of discrete packets of energy. You want to try again?
Well, atoms, molecules, but they're made up of these tiny little subatomic particles, right? Which are discrete packets of energy.
No. No, you're mixing up photons and atomic structure.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, the pebbles will be the analog.
The pebbles aren't analog. Well, this is going to be productive this evening, I can see.
Please.
Well, if I'm walking down the street and QE's throwing digital fucking pebbles at me and someone's throwing analog cunts, I know which ones I'm ducking.
The real ones.
What's up?
I thought when you say analog will be almost like a switch watch that has gears and hands of the clock, but the digital will be more like not so many
So
mechanical.
analog, it continues, mechanical, yeah, continuous, digital, switches on and off, has borders, has boundaries, limited. You're starting to get it. Slowly, it's going to happen, QE. I can feel it. It's going to be a good day. Tell me something, you guys. How the fuck did you put up with Newt for so long earlier?
Well, I'm trying to put up with it again, Matrix. I'm trying to put up with it again.
I was in. I grabbed me lunch and sat down. I thought,
You
I'll
guys
have a bit of a
complain
listen.
so much. Oh god.
And fair income, I lasted 7 minutes and just flipped my shit.
Listen. I've been here in the late night, and you Australians talk shit all night about random shit, and nobody complains.
Ooh, Australian, you're gonna let him talk to you like that?
Yeah, you talk about all the down on these. Nobody complains. So what are you
Damn,
talking
Matrix. You gonna take that, Matrix?
Oh, I don't know what he said. All the what?
about? Down
The
on
down
these.
on these.
I still missed it because I went over the top of him, CB.
He's talking shit, bro. Let's just put it that way. He's talking shit. You gonna let him talk
No,
shit?
he's talking shit.
I don't know. Look, listen, I don't even know if he's talking shit or not because fuck me dead, I still haven't heard what he said.
You complaining about Newt, but nobody cares.
I wasn't the only one complaining about Newt, Jamsey, and can you do everyone a favour? Please don't support these fucking idiot balltards when they're in here. Just let them get hammered.
Bro, support? Are you retarded, bro?
Ooh. Oh
It's like the
shit.
fifth time this happened.
Talking to
What's
people,
really happening?
and then AJ said that he got shut down. He spoke more than me.
Hey, Jamesy, sorry, mate. I don't think he was talking shit as in the fact that he seems like a very smart dude, yeah? I'm not saying he was talking shit or anything like that. What I was saying that what he was stating and what he was saying it in a way that this is factual, this is what's really occurring. And yes, I can reify this mathematical equation that we have into some type of reality, yeah? If I can work the numbers, I can work it down low enough that, yes, this is going to be a reality. Now, my issue with the whole thing wasn't that he had 2 hours to talk or do his presentation, etc. My issue with the whole point of the whole thing was that there was no back and forth with anybody really at all too much. He was just able to present us this as some type of fact that this is what was occurring without the rebuttal. That was my issue with it, yeah, and that's why I wanted to go back and start from his very first point and try and give a rebuttal and step it out step by step through each point, right down to the question that you asked about the I can't remember the name you used, but they are bubbles, yeah. That's where I was trying to go with it, yeah, just because he had the free rein to sort of speak as if this was factual, yeah, and it was making us look a little bit silly.
Yeah, he always gonna do his own thing, but remember he spoke to different people. Many people touched different points, and then I spoke to him for a little bit, but I wasn't able to even come to any conclusion or any full conversation. So I was just jumping back and forth. So nobody spoke to him for 2.5 hours. It was different people. So asking why do you guys spoke to him for 2.5 hours? It wasn't. Nobody spoke to him for 2.5 hours.
No one did. The 2.5 hours was majority of time. I would say at least an hour and a half of that would have been himself giving his presentation, explaining the documents that he'd put up, and explaining why he believed it was all relevant to what we live on, what Earth really is, the nature of reality, etc. Yeah, and every now and again, someone would get to ask a question, but the question was answered in a very particular way that there was no conclusion. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why Apple brought him to. We all brought him to the. You brought him to the.
Steelman, what any point that he made, right, in layman's terms for the average person to understand, because I didn't understand a fucking thing he said.
My issue was that he was invoking everything as a mathematical equation into reality. Yeah, that's what the issue was, and I think that APOC pointed that out numerous times, and he just wouldn't give a straight yes or no answer.
When have you ever?
I had issues with. I had issues with the boundary at the horizon being something twisting. I had issues with thermodynamics violations with space telescopes, rockets, but at the end of the day, none of it really got to be addressed the way it should have been.
So he was just Yappuccino the whole time.
Yeah, like when have we ever started white knighting for Globers? Like I don't understand it.
So what you do for with those types? What you do with those types? You ask them for the equation of a banana. I want to see the equation for a banana. That's what you do, and then you move on. Okay.
That's good. That's good.
He would try. He probably post something.
We all brought it to the same conclusion that the observations were one thing, and then the conclusions and the math that they added on paper about whatever they were observing, it was just some made mathematical construct, and everybody can see that.
My whole. Sorry, I just want to say my take on him is some of the Horizon thing was kind of okay when he started getting posting those pictures and stuff, but then he was talking about how the NASA telescope thing or whatever was like on the edge of a black hole, and I was like, what the hell, dude?
The fuck?
I think the Horizon was more like kind of like looking to mathematically to the edge of I don't know the horizon that we're across, the limit of the horizon. And I think my interpretation was kind of like there is a limitation to this place that we're in, like we're in a contained environment, and this horizontal frame of reference is going to reach a limit at some point. And maybe with their math, they're trying to claim what's beyond that, and whatever ideas they have about that, and that's why you guys came in and kind of like call him back to reality about the actual pointing out that the math is all made up, a bunch of it, like that's the whole thing.
Yeah, one thing that was really swirly, he even pointed it out in the chat. Maybe I missed it when he was actually speaking, but he said point blank that he was trying to support flat Earth in what he was saying. Now, I didn't understand how that could be the case. Maybe I missed it. But, in what he was presenting, there was a lot of, like, PBS or, other sources that, are usually, like, Globetardia, references and stuff like that. But he was, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not sure I caught that. Like, it almost sounded like he was speaking out of both sides of his mouth.
Well, he was, because the last question that was asked to him, how do you prove your globe? And that's what he presented, yeah? And that was the end of it. Nothing really
Actually, he said that the globe, it was like a let me I think I have he said that the globe was like a made up thing. He actually said something like that. The globe is kind of like people saying here, you get the globe from the flat measurements, right? And he was saying something similar to that.
Yeah, something about taking something that's flat and weaving it. I use really obscure terms. I don't know. I think it's a lost cause to try and reconcile what happened.
Because remember, they're looking with observatories up to the luminaries, right? But there is some demonstrations that show that with a laser, you can shoot the laser through a pyramidic prism, It's actually pyramided at the top and flat at the bottom. And from the bottom side, let's say the ceiling above our heads, or whatever the people call it, the firmament or whatever, let's say that's flat. The moon is flat and the lights in the sky are flat or whatever. So that prism up there, it's a flat surface, and down here the flat that we're standing on, or the horizontal frame of reference, is being illuminated uniformly. And obviously that's one of the variables. There's probably a bunch of other variables, but there is certain demonstrations about that, how that can be done, illuminating through a prism and giving you an uniform illumination of a flat surface.
What you smoking tonight, man? Could you send some to me?
It's there's some links about that.
Bro.
What do you mean with smoking, Kiwi? Shooting light through a prism? That's not smoking.
By the way, which one's pink?
All of them. If you're colorblind to only pink.
Is it the guy named Floyd?
You'd think. Random question by Human. Is Human in here? Yep. How did you guys find yourself educating others on flat Earth?
Because they asked.
And when did you start questioning the false claim of a globe Earth? May 15th, 2016. No, May 14th, 2016.
So he said the sphere comes from a recursive enveloping. It's an illusion. That's what he said about
I'm sorry, are we still back on Newt? Really?
Really?
Yeah, we can pivot.
Put him on Newt.
That was in the middle of looking for that citation because they were speaking about whatever the globe was on that context.
Let's take the 3 hours that he was in here. Let's talk about what his claims are for the next 2 hours. We'll just make it let's just make it 24 hours.
24 hours? You can't speak for that long. Gonna have to eat something and take some breaks.
Okay.
Don't worry, Flatsy. I said hello, but it's going to get drowned out. There's no doubt about that.
Hello. Okay, I'm back. What I missed? I'm back.
Oh, yeah, exactly as planned, Kiwi. Exactly on time, bro. Holy.
I had to go buy another case of Modelo's. I ran out.
Modelo's?
That's models.
Somebody save us, bro.
Models. Modelos. Models in Spanish.
I didn't know that. That's cool.
Is there a Glober we can cook?
There you go. I knew it.
What?
Why don't you go pull Dyslow from the Land of Misfit Toys, and he can tell us about he can hand us a wave, or he can wave his hand, but he can't hand you a wave. Go get his dumb ass. Bring him over here. We'll listen to him for 3 hours.
No.
Fucking moron.
Give us a hand. What the heck? Hand us a wave.
No, he can wave his hand, but he can't hand you a wave. He's just mindlessly parroting idiot Witsit.
But can he give us a hand?
He said waves aren't things. I'm like, I can't fucking believe what I'm hearing.
Bro. Fucking incredible.
He's such a dumb fuck. That's why he's logged in over at the Land of Misfit Toys. He doesn't come out of there. He better not. Fucking moron. I knew you'd do it again. You always fucking do
dude, there's a delay, Kiwi. There's a delay.
Stop with the excuses.
That's not an excuse.
He's having a discussion with this fucking abject idiot, another idiot savant. He sounds like a young kid, right? And he's discovering all new things. You know, he's discovering places. You know, discovering about his body and stuff. I don't fucking know, but they're discussing abiogenesis or abiogenesis, like the fucking morons call it, and they're discussing it, and they get into the discussion how it's impossible for it to happen, right? But they're both fucking clueless. So Dyslow says, "Well, have they synthesized a human or a cell?" And the guy said, "Well, I don't know." And Dyslow said, "No." And then the guy comes back and says, yes, and posts a citation and stuff. They're both absolute fucking morons. Because the question is, can nature do it? You dumb fuck. They miss the whole, they lose the plot because they're retarded. Right? They're actual retards. I couldn't, I turned it off. That's why I came over here. And then who I get? Fucking Newt. And you ask me why I got an attitude problem?
Who said you had an attitude?
Shit.
Because of creation, Bear.
Well, do not do that, Gemzy. What the heck are you talking about?
That's why I have an attitude problem, so I'm just gonna pass it.
Oh, listen, man. We don't mind attitudes around here.
Nah.
Good attitude, bad attitude. We want all the smoke.
But QE, evolution is not natural.
Really? What is it?
I don't know.
How do you know?
Never seen it in nature because I've never seen it in nature. I've seen it in cartoons, and that's man-made, not natural.
My word.
Where are we? Somebody say this.
Where have you seen evolution that is not in cartoons, QE?
I don't know what it is. You have to define that monkey first.
Well, before it's a monkey, it's a rock, right? Then after the rock.
Citation, please.
That's the cartoon. I'm trying to show you the cartoon. It changed from a rock to a something, and then to something else, then to something else, then to a monkey, then to you. That's the cartoon.
Trying to show me or tell me?
I'll find the cartoon.
All right.
You've seen this.
I'll bet you I have.
So who's next?
Miggy, come back. Where's Miggy?
That's what I said about a half hour ago.
Didn't somebody say in the last few days that they saw or they heard Miggy in the last 2 weeks? He jumped in a few times or once. I think it was Jedi. If so, at least he's okay. You know.
I haven't seen him for a couple of weeks. Last I spoke to him, he had a sore throat, like he'd had a cold or something, and he was just getting better from that, and then he just disappeared after that. And what was that? 3 weeks ago. That's the last I heard of him.
Right. I remember that.
Yeah, but he's got crazy work hours, man.
Yeah, he normally works reverse hours, so when all the Aussies are on talking shit, he's only in here with us.
Yeah, but while he's working, he usually listens in. So I don't know what's going on.
Correct. Yep. He normally listens
On
in,
his breaks.
and he's muted up. Yeah.
On his breaks, he comes in and tells people they couldn't fight their way out of a wet paper bag.
I hope he's all right, to be honest.
And a pound of play. He's probably just working, guys. Let him cook, dude.
No.
They're
Dude, you got
quantum.
his number? Because last people that disappear, you just want to like check up on him. Tell him
Yeah.
we've been looking for him. That's all.
I posted Evolution for you, Quantum, and it's up today, up to TikTok.
It's up to TikTok. That's a good one.
I miss his X spaces. That'd be
Yeah.
cool to have back.
We need to do that more for sure.
Actually,
Lassie,
APOC,
you're up. You got to do the X Spaces now.
APOC, you've got access to his X Spaces, so you'd know what his email address is. Flick him an email.
No response. That's what I'm saying. I hope it's okay.
Yeah, I just think it's odd that he just, I don't know, disappeared like that.
I feel like I'm not too worried about Miggy. I feel like he's done this before. You know, just shifting up work. He's always doing new shit, man.
Maybe he's probably trading crypto, making money or something.
Yeah, man.
That's what everybody said about Helio too. You know, we get old, people get shit happens. It sucks.
I miss Helio, man. He used to come in here, well, on the other server, and just hang out, chill with us, and sing with me, and all those things.
Yeah, but we can't have Creation Bear and Helio at the same time, so it's either one or the other. Because then QE will get really annoyed.
Kiwi's usually asleep at this time, so
10:44. I'm still good. Quantum
No,
mode.
no,
I don't
not
think
the-
I was making it up. So sun amount. Yeah, that's what a quanta is. That's not how. Since you're stuck on this.
Yeah.
Seems like you got some deeper rooted issues. Why don't you go ahead and find Max Planck and how he described quanta? Okay.
Yeah, it was just on my mind, you know. Like I said, I didn't think I was making it up though. Like, you know, just because
I
the
didn't
root.
say you were making it up.
No. But I mean, like I thought I heard it somewhere or could source it, and I found something. But yeah, I'll check out Max Planck stuff.
Man, that's another one that's gone that I worry about. Timbo. Like, he's gone. I don't think he's got a Discord anymore.
Matrix, where's Timbo at?
I haven't heard from Timbo for a long time, but someone said that his missus didn't really appreciate the whole FE discussion. So whether happy wife, happy life, I don't know.
Gotcha.
Anybody heard from Skinny Vet? Vet I was kind of liking that dude.
Yeah, Skinny was only on 2 weeks ago.
Yep.
He was saying where he is renting at the moment or staying at the moment. He said, yeah, the guy there that runs it fucking hates flat Earth. He's like anti-flat Earth to the point of being dangerous. So he said, yeah, he can only do it when the rest of them fuck off so he can have some peace. So, yeah, Skinny's still cool. So shout out to you, Skinny. We know you're out there, mate.
If Timbo picked between his wife and this conversation, and he's picked the wife, he's a wise man. Hopefully that works out for him.
Well, anyways, how's everybody doing today?
We started a new day.
Would be better with a sandwich.
There you go.
Thanks.
Are you U.S. people surviving the cold okay?
1 degree here right now. I've been looking down at that some bitch.
Yeah, it's a wind. The wind chill here is -12, and it's like 5 degrees something.
Yeah, it's bad.
We got about 3 inches of snow, and if we got any more, it's like I probably wouldn't have been able to go to work today.
Yeah,
We're just enough for Oklahoma to handle.
Yeah, we got 8. So.
Oh damn.
What state are you? What state are you in?
Man, you
I'm
guys
in
are
Oklahoma, but
we got 3 feet of snow in like 2 or 3 days.
Last week in New York, I was talking to an older lady I know. They got 3 feet up there. She says the worst storm she's seen in years. Like,
Yeah.
dang.
Yeah,
Seeing a lot
southern,
of freaking northern New York.
yeah, southern part of Quebec up here. Apparently, it was the most snow in the shortest period of time that we've had in like 100 and some odd years. Just in the last week.
What state is that, QE, in a negative?
Oh, I'm not negative yet. I'm at 1 degree in Missouri.
Oh, you're near me. I'm in Oklahoma, so.
Yeah, home of the Missouri boat ride. Of course, all the rivers are frozen.
Yeah.
Yep. There's no skeeters. That's one good thing.
Yeah, that sucks. It was 70s over here on the West Coast. Almost got sunburnt.
Shut up.
He says, "Shut up."
You guys dealing with those mudslides okay, though?
What mudslides? I live in the city.
Okay. Guessing you're okay with the fires and all that, too, where you live, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
Well, that's California. Southern California, Sonny? Got a different kind of mudslides.
Well, there are some mudslides like in LA. They have big time problems up there. Yeah. And the outskirt areas, like mostly around LA, though.
What's worse, chiggers or freezing temperatures? That's an outstanding question. Fucking chiggers, hands
That's
down.
a question for you, bro.
I'd say we're more dealing with smog over here, bro. Like in Southern California, like there's so much smog lately. It's disgusting.
What's chiggers?
Chiggers, there's creatures from hell that bury themselves into your skin, and they itch for about a month.
It's Chicano ticks. They came from Mexico.
Hey, that's racist.
You're not allowed to say that, sir.
You're racist. You're racist against the chiggers.
The Chihuahua of ticks? What?
You did not. You did not.
Yo, are those not the little scarabs from the Mummy?
Yeah, I remember chiggers. We used to play around like there'd be these big piles of leaves when I lived in St. Louis, and we would go jumping and playing, and all of a sudden we'd have those chiggers. Yeah, not fun.
What do you drink to get rid of them? Like antiparasitics or something?
You don't get rid of them, man.
I think you can put something on
Baking
like
soda,
calamine
probably,
lotion.
but
Can you put calamine lotion on them?
You're not getting rid of them. You're not. You may try a whole shitload of garlic, but you would have to eat like a half a ton every day.
I know with fire ants, if you take a bath of baking soda, it might work. But
Now that's surface shit. Like if you, go ahead.
You ain't getting rid of chiggers with fucking baking soda, dude.
Oh,
Like if you had one or two, like are they ticks, QE? Or are they like a special kind of tick?
No,
Matrix save us, bro.
They're not ticks. They're chiggers.
Okay.
I don't believe you. Citation.
Chicks, you can just dig those out. You know, you can heat up a pen and frickin' make a tick back out.
How the shit am I gonna
with a chigger?
Your citation must say that it's incurable. There's no remedy for those things.
There's no remedy.
Somebody save us.
You just gotta pour bleach on them.
Seriously, CB, I'm listening to this and I'm like, this shit sounds harmless. Look at the animals and stuff we've got here. How am I going to save them from something that sounds harmless?
Chiggers.
You get a dose. I'd like that. I'd like that Aussie bitch to get some chiggers one time.
That's want to trade for some spiders or something?
Yeah, we'll just send some Hexam Grey mozzies over there and we'll see how you go.
I'll send you some chiggers. You be changing your fucking tune. I'll tell you that much right fucking now.
I never seen it, but
nasty
my
big
dad
ticks.
went on
I was
You
just
ever heard of
reading.
black flies? Black flies are gnarly. Up in Maine and shit, like black flies will come swarm you and just put freaking welts all over your body. They'll make you miserable as shit.
I was just reading about the chiggers. So they release an enzyme and it kills your skin cells, and then they use the dead skin cells to make little tiny microscopic straws to drink in your dead skin. Well, sounds wonderful, doesn't it? So
Sounds great.
wow, wow.
Why does that sound fake?
It's not.
Drink your skin in. So the chigger chemical reaction. All you can do is put cream, anti-itch cream. Wow.
Yeah,
Buddies that have girlfriends that act the same.
It doesn't work. Calamine lotion.
Okay, you just gotta wait till they die.
Calamine lotion will take the edge off, But
Yeah,
you have
that's
to. You'll be reapplying that calamine lotion every fucking 6 hours for the next 3 weeks.
Crazy stuff,
Better
man.
jump in a toluene bath.
It-
Toluene bath.
It ain't gonna help.
Oh, I know. Somebody said, I remember this kid had it. He said they used nail polish. Is it nail polish remover?
Yeah,
Or
that's
is it
right.
they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't fucking work.
it was a like people from the South. I guess it's what they're. I guess the only thing they got to go to that's like, I don't. But you're saying nothing?
No, no. Once they get you, you're gotten.
So you gotta have a talk
Castor
with them and freaking make peace with
oil.
time.
Castor oil, Ajax, maybe. I don't know.
It ain't gonna help. It's not gonna stop.
Just ruin your skin too.
It's not gonna stop the fucking itch.
Yeah, it says the itching doesn't start until the parasite has already fallen off your skin. So by the time you start itching, they're already fallen off.
It's the itch. Okay? The itch. People.
It's like having poison
you're
oak
telling
for
me-
3 weeks.
Yep.
So this is worse than stubbing your toe.
Poison oak was pretty freaking
Kidding.
bad.
Listen, a lot of people think poison ivy can freaking spread like the juice that's from in, like, you get the blisters. They're like, oh, don't get that juice on me. Like, it spread. Like, it's just like, that isn't what spreads. You itch all that powdery stuff, either dry stuff or the leaves. You spread it around, and people have like an area that was like got a lot more on it than another area, and that'll break out first. Then the other area, even after you take a shower and all that shit, the lesser affected areas, they'll break out a couple days later and people spread. Only way it spreads is if you like move that shit around on your skin, but once it's washed off, it doesn't spread on your body.
Who gives a shit? Who's talking about poison ivy? Who gives a shit?
I don't know, me. It's important. Kind of. I had it terrible as a kid.
It's saying that they don't actually burrow under your skin. They're just on top of it.
No, they're not ticks.
No, they're not. No, chiggers. It says they don't actually burrow. They don't actually burrow under your skin. They just kill.
I know, like ticks do.
Okay. Yeah.
Fuck. Yeah. Go ahead. Say it again.
No thanks.
I don't think they're ticks.
Some would say scabies. Scabies, right?
Oh no, not this is going downhill.
Hydrocortisone, that 1% hydrocortisone, that works for about 30 fucking minutes.
A minute?
That stuff's freaking expensive too, by the way. Just
it's calamine lotion, like I said, but you're gonna have to reapply. Just get a big fucking bottle.
Freaking 100 bottles of Oragel and slather all the Oragel on, and you'll have all your skin be numb.
I think if you have some type of ozone saturated oil, you might be able to get that itch, get rid of the itch.
Making it fucking work.
You never tried it. Come on.
Oh my god.
It will work.
You know, if you had it on
When'd
your
you
leg.
get them? When'd you get them, QE? Where this is, I want to hear the story about where you got them. Get 'em while
I
you were
mean
in
the
freaking military, or-
ozone oil. He never tried it.
First time was I got him in Louisiana. That was terrible. Then I got the worst case I ever got was here in Missouri on a farm. I was fishing near a farm pond. I didn't have any protection. Stayed down there for about 3 hours. I wanted my life to end.
That was enough. 3 hours.
And I got him a few times after that. Now I wear special socks and I spray everything down. They got certain kind of socks that they can't penetrate.
What other kind of parasites can we talk about?
What's the fuck? Can't even remember the spray now. And the I got Insectishield socks, so look those up. Insectishield. They got, I think it's called. They're soaked in permethrin.
Permethrin, yeah.
Do you have to wear the pants too, or?
I don't. I just put the socks on and I spray down my pants with deep woods cutter.
Spray them tighty whities too.
Nah, they don't get that. They don't get that far up.
I mean, you wouldn't want to risk it. You know, I imagine you could probably make that itch go away if you sit on the toilet long enough. Your legs would go numb.
Wow.
I got chiggers on my legs once. Didn't even care. Didn't even care.
Oh,
you guys are
tough
sissies.
guy over here. What do you say to that, Kiwi?
That's a special pleading.
Yeah. What do I say to that? Well, isn't he paraplegic?
Hey! Don't bring other shit into it. I just destroyed your whole premise.
I was going to ask you, but I didn't want to pry. But didn't you used to be a skateboarder?
Did be a gymnast too.
Till the chiggers got him.
Chiggers
Those freaking chiggers.
And Aussie would be here to say that.
That would be the worst.
They probably have like palm-sized chiggers in Australia.
Yeah, we got other nasty little mites and things. But there's bigger and more ugly things than that can hurt you. So if someone says mites and we just go, yeah, so what? At least you don't die from them.
Well, you don't die from those big spiders that get into your home, right? But they're still scary, big old spiders. Like,
Flatsy, go and look up Sydney funnel web. And all I can say is, thank Christ I don't live near Sydney.
No, I'm not doing that. I've already done that. I ain't doing it again.
Yeah, but you die. It's over. Chiggers, it's fucking torture.
they just keep coming.
Oh my God.
It's a gift that keeps on
dramatic.
giving.
Kiwi, good grief.
Chiggers, you just wish you were.
They're deadly. They don't make you suffer. At least you die.
He's like, give me the box jellyfish over the frickin' chiggers.
Goodness.
Exactly.
And I guess we all know why the things in Australia are bigger. It's because they're upside down, right?
What?
Let me translate.
Cheeky bastard.
He said they're bigger because they're upside down. So the blood goes to their head for everything and gives them a big head.
You're waiting for me to react, I know. I can feel it.
I don't know. I just would not live where you live. Not by a long shot.
Nothing wrong with where I live, Flatsy.
Okay.
You'd probably find that it's somewhat Very much similar to where you live.
I only have to deal with like copperheads, black widows, and brown recluses. Like, that's cool. I'm cool with that.
Water moccasins.
Oh yeah, water moccasins. That's
Blue
Coral
racers.
snakes.
It's really just not that bad.
I mean, never mind hanging upside down all the time. Come on, man.
Flatsy didn't even know she had alligators in Alabama. Jeez, Flats.
You giving me shit for that.
Flatsy's literally... Dude, she's so smart about all kinds of shit. She doesn't know there's gators in Alabama.
Yeah, she's sort of an indoor girl.
I was going to say, there's not many gators in the kitchen.
I live like pretty much in the center of Alabama, so I don't really get to travel a lot either.
She probably is walking by alligators and doesn't even know it.
Just not true, Sonny. And I'm more observant than that. God, you don't give me any credit.
No, I was just kidding. I bet you are observant.
I mean, I wouldn't blame you if you missed them, Flatsy. They're probably all covered in snow now. You know, like.
No. Do you think it's snowing outside? No.
It's not snowing where you're at? Oh shit! Okay.
I'm in Alabama, dude.
Does it ever snow there?
Well, I mean, fuck. Florida got hit with snow and shit. Who the fuck gets? Who the fuck expects snow in Florida? Yeah.
I'm not saying that it doesn't snow at all, but we don't deal with just snow on the ground ever. If it's on the ground, it's on the ground for like a day or two, and then it's gone.
Okay.
It doesn't snow in Greenbow, Alabama.
And the fuck do I know, man? I'm only Canadian.
So no frozen gators where you're at then, was what you're trying to tell us.
Good grief.
I bet Flatsy could actually wrestle one of those gators, I'm guessing.
I'm not going to try to wrestle a gator.
Okay.
Heretic is a fat ass.
Who's got a fat ass?
Was that Daffodil that spoke up?
Heretic is a fat ass.
Who?
God damn it.
Heretic.
Heretic.
I mean, heretic?
Heretic or heretic? Heretic. Heretic, I like that.
Sounds like one of those interlopers.
Heretic is a
Epitome
badass.
and hyperbole and heretic.
How are they saying Aristophanes the other day, QE?
Erasmus.
Oh my goodness. What was the other way? Aristophanes.
Yeah, that's old timey. The other day it was Erasmus. Yeah, I'm not shitting you, dude.
Oh shit.
Yeah, Erasmus.
Erasmus. That's how. What?
Erasmus. Yeah, and what cracks me up is they can never get the story right. Every single one of these moron retards fuck it up.
Yeah, they use a different thing every time. Like,
yeah, it's hilarious.
How do they get this? Like a stick and then a well, or an obelisk and a well, or crazy
shadow in a well.
The shadow from the moon in a well, like
Sticks underwater in the well, casting shadows.
Now, the best one was
wires crossed, guys. What's going on?
The best one was where Erastisthenes sent smoke signals.
Oh, that was I didn't hear that one. That's
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. We played it and then that some bitch deleted it the next day.
Darn it.
Well, dang, Aristophanes.
I said the smoke was going to go up. It's going to go up, and you're not going to be able to see it anyway because it's going to go up and out.
No,
Look it up.
think about it. That's how they. That's how they synchronize their sundials with the smoke signals.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what Daffodil's version is.
Go ahead, Daffodil. Erastothenes, go.
Harastathene?
Yeah, or
Yeah.
Erastomus. Make your choice.
Or
Erasmus.
Eratosthenes.
Are you familiar with the lore, Daff?
No.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
You never heard of this? You never heard of Sticks and Shadows? The guy that measured the sticks and shadows.
The correct answer. Who the fuck is that guy?
That is the correct answer, but we were asking Daffodil. Okay, well, what happened
Yeah,
to
we'll get
her?
a
Holy
shot.
crap! That was all it took, and she
You
dipped.
offended her.
Oh
So
my
what? So
god!
like the only stick she knows is of the one that holds up her ring light.
She withered and faded away.
She heard Sticks and Shadows, and she's like, "I'm definitely in the wrong server. I'm out of here."
She's been here before and failed miserably.
I mean, dang, she sounded like a sharp one.
Is that sarcasm?
No.
And it's pretty quiet tonight, huh? Besides Newt coming in here.
Why don't we invite him back just for CB? You know, I know it's
No.
waiting.
Are we talking about nudes?
Yes.
Oh, good grief.
No, thank you.
CB's gone.
Oh, we
Stevie
laughed.
left because of you, Mick. I'm just kidding.
You offended him.
No, I think he didn't believe that Newt would actually come back, so he just left and went to YouTube to listen to the live stream. More
Yeah,
likely.
we had kind of a rush of numpties there a little earlier. That's for sure.
We're all numptied out.
Alrighty, shoppers. I'll catch us all a bit later. It's time for my Thursday afternoon drink session.
Yeah. Have a good evening, Matrix.
I'll be
Catch
up
you
to you,
guys.
but
Peace.
all right, man. Have a good one.
Yep. Later. I'm out too. I'm gonna finish up Time Cop. So later on, guys. Catch you on the flip side.
All right, man. Take care, bro.
Take care.
Like a swan.
What's good, Chad? Are we live?
Yo, what's up, bro?
We're live.
We are live. Did Uncle QE go to sleep, man? Did he go to bed?
He went somewhere to do something. It was unclear whether or not he's coming back.
Really?
He usually does like
I would
chores
assume
and
this is
comes back.
chores. I would have assumed this is his bedtime. I don't even know what time it is for you guys over there.
He
Well, what's
was
good,
out
Chad?
late.
Are we live?
He was
Was
out
he?
late last night.
And we are live. Lats, what's up, dude?
Chilling, bro. How are you, man?
We are chilling, big chilling. Are you flat earther?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ace. Yeah. Have you argued this stuff before? You're still learning? Or...
Oh, me?
Yeah, are you like learning? Are you still learning about the arguments, or you're out there arguing this stuff now?
Oh, yeah, I'm still learning, but I've been arguing for a while, mostly through text, but I haven't been doing any like voice arguments much. So I wanted to get on here and try my hand, but after listening to Kiwi, I'm like, shit, I don't know anything.
Well, man, listen, man, you got to start somewhere. Don't feel bad if you're not at boss level yet.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. I feel like I've been doing okay through like text and stuff, but it's not as responsive as I'd like. I have to wait like hours in between responses, so I'm like, oh, that fucking sucks.
Right.
So yeah, I like the. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say I can put my little baller hat on for a little bit and see how you do against baller CB. Could be could be entertaining. Stop me, Chad.
Let's do the whole room against Lats. The whole room with ballers.
The whole room.
Yeah.
Hold on.
All right, everybody baller. Everybody initiate baller.
Oh, that's fun.
I'm quaking in my boots right now, bro. Hold on. Got my globe testes quivering right now. Hold on.
So, have you been in an airplane before?
Yes, I have been in an airplane.
So you saw the curvature of the Earth, then?
Definitely not.
Were you like closing your eyes, or were you just not looking out the window?
Actually, no, I was not closing my eyes. Yeah, I didn't look out the window per se, but yeah.
Oh, well, maybe you should have looked out the window, because if you Google right now, can you see curvature from an airplane? It's going to say yes.
Wait, does it actually say yes if you Google it?
Yeah.
No, it does. What the? No, it does not.
Yeah, I'll do it with you right now. Let me see curvature from a plane. It says yes, you can see the curvature of the Earth from a plane, especially at high altitudes from 35,000 feet on a clear day where the horizon appears noticeably curved due to Earth's spherical shape. So what? So you've been in an airplane, you didn't see curvature, and you're still a flat earther.
I mean, even Neil deGrasse Tyson said you can't see curvature from that altitude, even 3 times that high. So,
well, he's more of just like entertainment. You know, we don't take him seriously. The experts.
Of course.
Yeah, he's more of an entertainer.
Of course.
So if you're gonna like choose who's gonna best represent the globe in science, it's gonna be not this guy, but me in Discord, some random.
It's so funny. That's like I've actually gotten a response from somebody before, something similar to that.
Yeah, no, dude, they're really funny about this because we had this happen earlier. Maybe like last night, somebody was like saying they can see curvature from an airplane, and we're like, well, here's Neil deGrasse Tyson. And then I go, okay, so you tell me who's going under the bus. Is it you or Tyson? And they're like, well, Tyson, of course. I'm like, okay. All right, dude.
Yeah, dude. I've got that before.
Guess we're gonna roll with that. Some rando on Discord versus the person that they gave a microphone to teach the world that it's a globe. We're just gonna forget him and go with you. Some rando on Discord. Yeah, all right, bro.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. So, also, sorry if you hear some random noise. I'm doing laundry right now.
You're good, bro. You're good. Not a problem. But that's thank you. Have a good one. That's usually how I that's all every time I do the globe thing, I always start with that. Have you got an airplane? Okay, so you saw the curve, and then we just go from there. But I think bringing up Neil deGrasse Tyson is not a bad idea from you. But just saying like you can't see curvature based off of the math and not based off of just any one man. Because if they try to throw Neil deGrasse under the bus, that's fine. Forget him. It's the math still applies. Like it's just funny because there's a saying: the Earth is too big to see curvature. It's just like a pretty well-known saying, I would say. So when you can just hit them with that, like, well, it's too big to see curvature. So how are you seeing it?
Well, if they still say that they see it, I would just ask them for which maths are they talking about.
Right. Or you could just ask them this: what's the minimum altitude necessary to see curvature? Because they probably don't know that either. They'll say it can be seen, and yes, here's a good point right here. Okay, what's the threshold? Like, what's too low and what's good.
What if they bring up boats over the horizon? They could see the curve from sea level, requiring of a flat Earth, but also they can't see it from a plane, but you can see it from the floor.
Boats going over the curve. Yeah, there's a couple ways to hit that one.
But wait, CB, you said before. So, at what altitude can you see the curvature?
What's the minimum?
And so, what do you say if they could see it from sea level?
No, that was a question.
Oh,
what? Wait,
that was a question.
Wait, what are you asking?
Because you said that they don't usually know what altitude you can see curvature. I'm like, okay, so what altitude can you?
Oh, well, you're asking me?
Yeah, because you said that.
Well, based off of the quote unquote model or whatever, just based off of what they're saying, it would have to be like 700 miles away or something like that. Pretty sure the minimum altitude would be like 700 miles or something crazy like that. It's like 700. Yeah, it's like 700 miles, I think. It's a lot.
Because I just checked. I just checked ChatGTP. I checked Grok, and they all say the same bullshit. Yeah, between 30, 40,000 feet, you can see.
Yeah, that's fucking cap, dude.
Slight curvature.
That's fucking cap, dude.
Yeah, there's no way.
Yeah, no, because we have that Paul Larson tidbit where it's like, okay, the ISS is claimed to be at 250 miles up, and the horizon would look flat from there. So 250 miles is not high enough, which is clearly above 35,000 feet. So that's a huge problem.
Actually, our live our live streams depict curvature. So if you can just go and tune in on these live streams that we show every single day.
Exactly, dude. It's fucking incredible.
Yeah, I mean it's fun, man. Good.
It is good. Honestly, it feels good.
I mean, because a lot of times they just shoot themselves in the foot, so I mean, you don't really have to do anything.
Facts.
Yeah, I mean, my approach is a lot different than everybody else's when I just let them talk. I feel like people don't really like that, but I like letting them shoot themselves in the foot than me trying to interject and correct them on anything.
We're so winning.
Yeah, either way.
All right. What else? What else, chat?
Mr. Glober, can you tell me how you have elevation angles with a curved baseline, please?
Yo, that's some high level shit. Actually, I don't know.
I mean, normally the Globers that I've argued with, they'll say, yes, you can have an elevation angle with a curved baseline. And then, was it Raidwin? Is he here?
Raidwin.
He's here. He normally posts up the the triangle question. That shit is so funny, dude.
I like that one. I like that one a lot.
Like, which one of these are triangles? I mean, it's funny because they actually answer correct every single time that he's posted it. So it's funny. They'll bring up geodetic surveying or elevation angles, and they know what a triangle is. They will not concede for some reason once those lines start arcing. Not really a triangle anymore.
Back to San Diego.
Dude, why am I missing a sock again? Every single time, dude.
And we're still live, chat. We are still live. Sorry. Lots of some baddie in uniform.
Are you at work or something?
Sorry, what was that?
Are you at work?
No.
Oh.
No. No, sir. Anyway, where should we go from here, dude? I literally left for like 30 minutes and QE's gone and the panel's all quiet. It's all right. It's all right.
Yeah. Once you left, then.
Who is Wally Poly? Wally Polly?
Hey, how's it going? That's me.
What's up? What's going on?
Oh, nothing much. I just like to listen a lot mostly, but
oh well,
everybody kind of just gets going on their things, and and sometimes I don't have too much to say, so I just kind of listen mainly. But yeah,
fair enough.
Been good. Been good though.
You been here before, or is this your first time?
I think first time in the politics one. I've been in the Flat Earth Discord before though, voice chat.
What you doing? What you doing hanging around the Flat Earthers?
Oh, just I've always kind of had an open mind for the last couple of years, and this stuff's been really, really good to learn stuff. So even learn more. So.
Ah, I see. I see. So, are you a conspiracy theorist?
My family thinks I am. So yeah, probably yeah.
Oh, okay. So he's got a tinfoil hat on tonight.
Oh, dude, he's already on this side.
Yeah,
I can smell it.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, it's giving.
Yeah, I mean, I just learned. Me and my mom, she'll come up back and forth with me on stuff. My dad, I can't. He doesn't. He just tells me to shut the hell up.
So, oh, you be arguing with your mom and dad on this?
Well, different things, and the whole flat Earth thing. Yeah, with my mom, I won't even mention to my dad because my dad, he does, I can't even. Yeah, he's just so close-minded. So.
Oh, okay. I hear you. Yo, be careful with that stuff, man. To be honest, this type of based red pill, truth pill type stuff can really ruin friendships and relationships. So if you have loved ones or your girl or whatever, you don't got to go and ruin your family vibes for Flat Earth, bro. Just a little pro tip, man, because I get it. I mean, sometimes those are the ones you want to run to. Hey, I found this out. Everyone, listen. But like, unfortunately, people don't often want to hear it. And so don't go and tarnish good relationships because you want them to know the earth is flat, dude. Honestly, they're not going to pick the truth over your friendship. They'll throw your friendship away for this shit. So just be careful, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you definitely. I already got in trouble at work just a little bit, but
definitely don't do it at work.
Oh,
Okay, that's not a good idea, dude.
but I survived it, and I know better now. So, but yeah,
I've been there before, bro. So learn the hard way type shit.
Oh, so you're like deep into the flat verse, then you're deep.
Well, it wasn't really flat. It was more of another conspiracy theory related to it, but just stepped on some toes. So
that.
Who's the other guy? Was it the moon landings that you were getting into?
Nah, I'm not going to say it here, but yeah, it's.
I know what it is.
I mean, that's the only thing I can. I mean,
a conspiracy theory, but it's not really related to the topic of the channel, so I'm not going to say it. So
I know what it is.
I don't even know what else it could be. Maybe
just say there was a conspiracy theory that happened in 2020 summer.
Yep, I already knew it.
Damn it, dude!
I'm not going to say it, so it's kind of a race thing. But
juicy fruit,
the juicy fruit in the arm, bro. I already know.
Yeah.
I don't know what you guys are referring to there, but okay, whatever.
We know we're saying.
The good old bee sting.
The bee sting, yeah, that's a good one. I haven't heard that before. No, I really wish we could talk about that more because I do think that would be one way to separate the wheat from the chaff. Like, you can just ask someone straight up, "Did you take that thing?" And they go, "No."
Oh, that.
You go,
I did. I wasn't referring to that, but no, I was very open about that at work, and they were almost about to make me do it, and then we got lucky that Supreme Court decision came down, and I got lucky. So I was this close from we either quitting or taking a shot. So
there you go. But like, no,
I never did. I held my ground. So
shout out to you, bro. Shout out to you. Good for you.
2 weeks. I had 2 weeks. It's like we got lucky there.
You can always get a new job, but you can't take that shit out of your body. But anyway, so.
Yeah. I know we're not supposed to talk about it here. I
really wish we could. I really wish we could because it would be such a killer something to riff off of. For example, if someone's like, "Yes, I did not go along with the narrative," we could use that for when people say, like, "Oh, well, why would they lie?" Or how could all these countries be moving in lockstep? Where's all the whistleblowers? We could use so many points from that whole narrative, but we're not supposed to talk about it on YouTube or whatnot. So it's unfortunate.
Yeah, they were making me wear this mask, so I went all out. I got a freaking OSU mask. I had a Superman mask just to be cool about it.
Okay, OH.
Oh yeah, I live in Oklahoma. I went to Oklahoma State University. That OSU. Sorry, Orange.
Trash.
Right. This year we are trash. We didn't even win one game hardly, but yeah, football wise, but yeah.
Just messing with you, bro.
But yeah, I had fun. I mean, since they're gonna make me do it, I had fun with the whole mask thing. Like, I ain't gonna wear this stupid surgical thing. Come on.
Fuck no, I honestly never did that.
So yeah, but I did have to wear the cloth mask. But it, like I said, I made it fun at least. So.
They made me do both too, just because I was the only one that didn't get stung by a bee. I had to wear the freaking mask in the field.
Stung by a bee.
Yeah. The hilarious thing is, like, I've never get sick, and I never got sick, and then you're still making me freaking do it. It's just like whatever.
We gotta be a little careful. We are on YouTube, but yeah, man, and maybe in the future we'll go on Rumble and go cut loose on this whole subject. But yeah, man, we're not supposed to go too deep on that one. But yeah, like I said, people come in here like, why would they lie? Like, well, did you do the thing? No, I didn't do the thing. Oh, okay, well, there you go. Like, that's a good candidate for someone we can work with. But if you have people that are like, no, of course I did it. I went along with the mainstream narrative like everyone else. It's like, all right, well, that person might just be a lost cause. Save yourself the effort. Just pop that guy on mute and just move on to the next person. 'cause-
I wish I could go in details because I have family members that were affected by it too. But I mean, whatever though.
Yeah,
I know
no,
I
you're
can't
good,
though.
you're
So
good. Yeah, you're fine. You're
yeah,
fine.
you're good. You're good. You're good.
Damn, I really thought it was gonna be aliens or something. I used to be so deep in aliens, bro.
Aliens.
Dude, you know what's funny, dude? I actually used to like listen. Oh, dude, I was probably like the worst Glober ever.
I
used to listen
was
to,
actually before the flat Earth though. I was gun ho on the aliens thing though too though. So
Really?
but now I've seen the light of now the the reality now. The thing is I'm still kind of on the fence a little bit on it. It's not like space aliens. It's more like other outside our flat plane. I'm kind of it's like the other side of it, I guess, in a sense.
ice wall,
That's my
yeah.
thinking.
Dude, what?
You know how
Like,
you?
We're
here's
like
how you
on a
know-
table, basically. That's a flat table. We're in the dome. There's other domes. The aliens are from the other domes. That's my theory.
Dude, here's how you
That's
know.
kind of
if
how
you're
I
way
see
off-
it.
Here's how you know if you're way off track. You're allowed to talk about it.
Right
now, we're waiting to get on Rumble so we can talk about all kinds of stuff, and aliens doesn't even come up because you're way off the beam when talking about aliens.
Aliens is fucking crazy, dude. I'm not gonna lie. That's another one where they're like, why would they lie? Well, do you believe in aliens, sir? Well, yeah. Okay, well, why would they lie? Well, you're gonna believe it so much that you believe in aliens. Like, what? Not gonna lie, though. I kind of thought aliens was low. I kind of thought a little bit about aliens as well when I was globetrotted, but
Yeah,
aliens.
Me too.
What
I
the
was
heck?
huge, deep into that when all the way up into like after high school. And then I realized, yeah, that's bullshit. That's total bullshit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I would love the X-Files show. I mean, I grew up watching that show, so and that's part of where that comes from too. So
You
The
know what?
propaganda is
Honestly,
so deep. Go ahead.
if I could find, oh no, I was saying like I have one of my tabs open where I have a patent for NASA where they made a triangular craft. If I could find it for you, not for like you
Aurora.
specifically, but for Wooly.
well, that would make sense because the stealth bomber. I mean, that was basically people were seeing that before it was a thing, and that was an alien craft until it 20 years later. Oh, this is a stealth bomber now. Like, oh, I was seeing that as an alien 20 years ago.
Yeah, but even after that, people were seeing stuff, and it wasn't the bomber, and then they called it the
Yeah.
Aurora.
I gotta see if I can find it for you, dude. Oh my goodness. Oh, this it? This it? Oh yeah, here it is. Oh yeah. I knew I had it in here somewhere. Here you go. You can check that out at your leisure. I posted it in the side chat. for you.
son.
Yep, that's the Aurora.
Oh, is that the one?
Yep.
Oh, nice.
Trace.
Yeah, people are taking pictures of this thing all over the freaking place. And they're like, oh, aliens, aliens.
That's that stuff in was it in Panama or something a couple years ago where they were seeing all the similar to that, I think.
Oh, dude, this thing was everywhere. There have been eyewitness reports of this triangular craft all over the place.
Yeah, aliens. It's all cap, bro. I mean, I certainly don't think that there's any civilization in the sky. If there are going to be more people or more beings or whatever, they're here on the ground with us somewhere, maybe.
Yeah. I still think that the Bigfoot thing is kind of to my whole theory about the other civilizations on our plane, Still think that's part of it too, though.
I mean, they could just be like big hairy lumberjacks that don't wear clothes out there somewhere.
I
Or
mean,
just, big humans. Yeah.
that idea is not new, but there were giants or big people, if you can even call them people, which is fascinating to me. I'm not going to lie, that is a pretty fascinating idea. The big people, the giants or whatever, I find that to be pretty fascinating. And then you have other ideas like maybe you flat earthers have seen the video "No Forest on Flat Earth," something like that, where the trees, like the mountains, are like big trees or some shit like that.
Oh
Well,
yeah, actually I have, yes.
yeah. I mean,
yeah, a lot of that stuff, CV. I'm right into that stuff.
I'm not sure if it's cap or not, but very fascinating. Pretty interesting.
Yeah, I don't know.
Pre-flood stuff. Yeah.
I can't make like if it is or not, so I don't know.
Jack and the Beanstalk. Honestly, there's a lot of stories about giants and stuff, so it's probably not completely bullshit, but
yeah, I
it
tried to make that argument to my mom, and she's like, "Oh, we just had the imagination. We just came up with all this crap." And I'm just like,
"Yeah, right.
Yeah, I don't.
Right.
There's gotta be. I mean, there's always something to it. It wasn't just we just came up with it." She's like, "No, we just." He's just like,
where there's smoke, there's fire. Yeah.
I don't know where I got this quote from, but they're saying like humans are not creative creatures. Like we always just take from what we've seen or experienced and just combine it into like some other weird thing.
There were larger everything, not just humans. There was giant. Everything was giant.
I heard that too. The bugs were big. This was big. Plants are big. Well, that's due to all the extra oxygen or whatever. Isn't that part of the story? Like, there was just more gas here or some shit like that. Oh,
but they claim it was another planet, though? Or? Like
another planet?
It's like the far side of Mars. Is people claiming this or something?
Holy. Yeah, I don't know about that.
I just missed what they said where this was at. Sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. I mean, well, we know that whatever claim anything in space would be fake. The whole gas pressure requiring containment thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, quick question. Who brought up Bigfoot?
I did. I'm sorry. That was my fault. I'm sorry.
No.
That was
it was a question. Okay, I posted something in the chat, and I was wondering if you've ever seen that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. There's evidence that he could be faking it, though, but I mean, I'm not really sure, though. But
me too. I saw that too.
He's like the only one that's actually had any type of some type of close up, like you just posted. But
dude, super close ups. I saw a video where he snuck up allegedly on a Bigfoot sleeping, and you could see it's breathing.
What?
Yeah, you could literally see it.
That's not real.
No, I'm serious. And then in these videos, this guy takes, you can see the pupils of its freaking eyes. It's so close up.
Bro, but then, it was crazy.
But then, and then people are saying that, if you took Todd Standing and you put his picture next to the Bigfoot and then they merge them together, it's like, oh, it's just a dude wearing makeup. It's like, oh, shit. It plants a seed that bummer. The guy could have faked it. He totally could have faked it.
Even that audio where he went missing over the weekend and stuff, it's kind of creepy, but I mean, you just don't really know. It could have been bears, but I don't know if you guys.
So wait, what do you think it's real?
I don't know. I'm just saying. I went deep hardcore into Bigfoot though a long time ago.
I think.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say it just just the whole Bigfoot phenomenon.
He's got the same shot, dude. Same freaking. Come on, dude. You get 3 different Bigfoots. You get it from shot from the exact same angle. Come on, dude.
Yeah. I don't know what the Tom Standing ones are. He could just be faking it, but I'm talking about the whole phenomenon of the Bigfoot. It just seems like either we're just being brainwashed when it comes to the cell phones and everybody's just, randomly seeing stuff, so they just post stuff, or there really is some type of something somebody's seeing out there. There's just so many. There's thousands of accounts, of people.
Does it says who? It says who. That's who you were talking about. The video we posted. Pretty sure that says who. What do you think, dude? Do you think it's real, bro? Like,
I think that the phenomenon of it is real. There's something that thousands of people are seeing that they can't explain and hearing and stuff. But I just don't know. We just don't know what it is though. Still, because like you can't really. Then that guy possibly faking it. No one's ever been able to get it on camera or anything, which is kind of weird. But
who was the flat earther that brought it up? Now I'm trying to figure that out. I'm driving right now, so who the fuck was that?
I'm sorry. What's the question?
I'm pretty sure. Who? Someone brought up the videos. Sorry, I'm trying to drive and pull the shot. Is it Oblivion?
Yes. Sorry. Yeah, it was me.
Oblivion. Yeah, my bad. So wait, do you think it's real though? Like, gun to your head, do you think it's like a real thing or no?
No,
Just like, what did your gut say?
Like I said, a long time. I didn't want to. I just wanted to post the video and just get his opinion or just his thoughts and see if he ever saw it, because that was the most profound video I've ever seen. But then again, like he said, it's also been potentially faked. And I was like, shit, yeah, I know, I saw that too. But I used to be into it big time, like looking into it, but I'm not so interested anymore.
You know what?
Yeah.
I will believe in Bigfoot before aliens from outer space, though. That's the
totally.
Yeah, it's closer to home. That's true. Yeah, agree with that too.
Yeah, something that started off on this flat plane. Yeah, hell yeah, I believe that shit before aliens.
Because the whole Indian, the Indians, like they actually have almost every tribe of Indians across the whole world has a name for that creature. So there's something to it, but
Bigfoots in Australian Indigenous culture as well.
Yeah.
Really?
Called bunyips.
Call him the Yowie.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah,
and then the Russian is a Yeti.
Oh my god, you're right.
We also have bunyips. They're water Bigfoots. They're like swamp
what?
Bigfoots.
Heard of that one?
That's crazy.
Then in the swamps, they're called what are they called? Swamp monsters or something like that. In the
skunk ape.
Skunk ape. That's what it's called. Yeah. They stink. The skunk apes stink even worse than the normal ones, but all stink though. Supposedly though.
You know the same thing for dragons too. All cultures have different names for dragons and stuff too. Even before.
Have any of you ever met anyone like Have any of you ever met anyone personally that claims to have seen a Bigfoot?
Not personally. It's always just been YouTube stuff.
Bro.
Let me see your shoes, bro. Let's see. Prove it. Pixar didn't happen.
Oh, I do live in Oklahoma. I should go down to there's a certain national forest in Oklahoma where supposedly they claim there's sightings. I should go down there and talk to the locals and see what they say, just to meet somebody that actually, just to see if they're lying to me or not. Like in person,
Bro, Fry, look at that dude's face, man. That thing looks nuts. You're telling me that's... I don't fucking know, man. I believe Bigfoot before I believe a globe.
Facts, bro.
The deal with Todd Standing, I'm just going to say this right now, is he actually has a business of taking people out to try to see them. I'm just saying that's.
Oh yeah, there's that money.
That's like a huge red flag right there. I'm sorry, but.
No, yeah, I agree with you.
For me, as soon as I realized, because he admits he does that, like he's like, I take people out, they see him and all this, and he actually says it. If you watch some of his YouTube stuff, he talks about it.
Wait, that looks like the Mario guy from Star Wars.
The Mario guy,
the Wookiee guy.
No, you know the little guy that's like ends up flying the Millennium Falcon with fucking the traitor dude.
Exactly, dude. Right from Star Wars.
Falcon punch.
What do you guys think would be worse? Having the
He's the guy. He's the co-pilot with Lando Calrissian, the Millennium Falcon in Return to the Jedi. He looks like that dude.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's Chewbacca. Chewbacca. Oh, I can't even do it, but the goes in his speech.
Yeah, you got it.
Dude, tell me you ain't a Star Wars nerd. Come on, tell me.
I'm a big Star Wars fan. Well, not the most recent ones, but again, I grew up with the 5, 6, 8, 7, whatever. 4, 5, 6, 7.
Do you guys think Bigfoot sneaking into your room would be worse?
Hey, yo, pause.
I've known like personally like I've met like 6 people I think that say they've seen Bigfoot, and I've like personally known like 2 people, like close friends of mine that say they've seen Bigfoot.
That's a
Do
lot.
you hang out with like crazy people maybe?
Actual people in real life, or you're talking about?
The part that really gets me is that the 2 close friends, like the really close friends I've had over the years that say they've seen Bigfoot, they are the 2 friends I've had over the course of my entire life that seem like the least likely people to tell a lie. That's the part that really just boggles my fucking mind about it. Like, these guys do not seem like the kind of guys that would lie about anything. They are completely, totally serious. They don't tell jokes. They don't fucking tell jokes, either of these people. And neither of them ever met each other. The 2 friends I'm talking about,
I don't
never
think
met
they're
each other.
lying, man.
Totally separate
I don't think
friends.
they're lying.
Yeah, because it's like
they're
the human psychology just plays with you. Like, you'll see some bushes moving, and like, your brain does the rest. That's probably what's happening with most of these
it
people.
could be the fear part of your brain takes over, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that was with one of them. Like with one of them, I asked him, like, "Hey, well, why didn't you like follow it and see where it went?" And he was like, "What do you mean follow it? Like, I didn't move. I waited until it was gone. While after it was gone, then I continued to move. Like, there was no following it. Like, I don't want to fucking die. What are you talking about?"
It's like
I would not follow that damn thing either, dude. Hell no.
it's like they have some way of like making your like mind where you just can't comprehend stuff or something like that. It's like
Also,
worse than the
don't forget
fear.
weed might have something to do with it as well. So
I just demonstrated why every teen horror movie is ridiculous. Every fucking noise. Let's go investigate it. Oh shit, nobody does that shit.
I'd grab my Benelli and I'd go right after that hairy fucker.
Brian, the funny thing about your friend,
You're gonna shoot him with a shotgun? Like what the?
Brian, they're probably sitting in 24/7 Sasquatch and complaining about you being a flat earther.
Oh, is there actually a 24/7 Sasquatch on this? I haven't even looked.
And they're probably complaining about you. They're like, Oran's like the most honest guy I know, but somehow he's a flat earther. So
That's good. That's good.
I'm telling you, Rand, there's no way. If you ever see some 10-foot thing, hairy as hell.
Look, more people have seen a flat Earth than Bigfoot, bro.
Dude, there's no freaking way you're gonna.
Listen, more people have seen Bigfoot than the globe.
That's true. That's
true.
Damn.
I mean, it is more plausible, so I'll give you that.
This is how ridiculous you Globers are. Okay, I'll just tell you. So I'm on X. It's an X post, and the person's like, Trump administration forces NASA to release like the hidden video, and it like shows like some freaking they're from the ISS, something disappearing in space. Now instead of them going, "Fuck, dude, that's some green screen shit that they fucked up," they're like, "That was an alien spacecraft that disappeared into another dimension." That's how fucked up you guys. That is more plausible than them just using a green screen and fucking up the compositing.
Well, I want to see the video if you have it on you. If you could find it, that'd be great. I don't go on X.
It would be
I saw it this morning, so I'd have to freaking dig around for it.
Oh yeah, no.
Hold on, I might be able to find it.
I believe it just to see it, see what they're showing.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I don't really follow that.
I don't. Yeah, don't worry about it if it's too much trouble. All right, let me see what it does. Post. What is this? What the fuck? What is that? Bro, there's no.
That video, that you just posted, yes, it does look fake, Daz.
That one, I mean, yeah, compared to the other one that was posted by Oblivion, Oblivion's video looks way better, personally.
Yeah. But I don't know if we can. I mean, is it okay to be off? I know that we're not on a Sunday anymore, so I know that this topic is kind of weird. But just want to add one more thing. It's kind of related to Bigfoot, but if we can keep going, it's okay. Sorry if we can't, but just let me know.
Oh no, you're good. I mean, there's no Globers in here anyway, so.
Oh, okay. Missing 411. That is a thing, though.
Wait, what was that? I'm sorry.
A missing 411.
Oh, I'm not familiar with that.
So basically, there's this. I'm got emotional here because people are dying and stuff. But there's a trend where people just go missing in the woods, basically.
Damn, you all right, bro?
Yeah, it's like lots of people though. And they've actually been investigating it, and it's like related to Bigfoot.
Damn, bro,
So
you
many
good, bro?
Well, I mean, people are dying. People are dying from it, so it's kind of emotional to talk about it. But
that's fucked up, man. I'm sorry, bro.
But there's this ex-cop guy has been looking into it. It's just like there's something out there when you were in the woods, and the people are just disappearing.
This got my boy tore up right now, dude. So wait,
I'm saying
I've heard about this on Coast to Coast years ago. He's right.
Is it a region? Is it a region?
I think there is actually a region, certain areas where this happens maybe more often than others. One of the strangest parts about the statistics of this is it seems to happen to German people. These weird, mysterious cases where people die or go missing and like some of their clothes are found like halfway up a mountain or whatever. Like I think 80 or 90% of the people that this happened to, like a large portion, like a weird large portion of the people that are involved with these cases that go missing, they're of German descent. It's one of the strangest things about this weird phenomenon when it happens. I don't know. They are of German descent. It was the guy who wrote a book about this, who was interviewed on Coast to Coast AM years ago. He was talking about it, and that was one of the things he figured out when investigating these things. But yeah, there's some people, sometimes they're children. That's the more tragic ones when they're small children that go missing. Yeah. But yeah, there's random people throughout certain areas in the Midwest, the United States, like maybe the Utah area or I forget exactly where. But anyway, the point is they go missing, like they'll be with their family. Their mother or father will turn around for 10 seconds, 15 seconds, turn around, and little Timmy's gone. Whoa. They look for him, and they sometimes find the body, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they don't find the body, and they find like half of their clothes neatly folded on a stump halfway up the mountain where little Timmy could not have gone, because little Timmy's 4 years old. He could have gone up halfway up a mountain, So like really weird circumstances, and this isn't like just a one-off thing. It's happened like maybe 80 times over the last few years or something, like the last 10, 15 years, like 80 times. It's happened a few times.
I tell about the locations too.
Yeah, it's a long time ago that I learned about this. I don't remember the exact locations.
Well, what I'm saying is the relation to some of the locations and what they're named. Like you got like certain lakes are called like Hell's Pond or whatever like that. More people go missing in those areas that are like named after like, say, hell or whatever you want to call it,
Satan's Den.
There's some sort of series or documentary about this shit. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head.
Is there?
Where it goes through these people that they just go like missing, like in the middle of fucking nowhere, dude. Like you just said, right? One was like in upstate New York. They were like 6 miles from civilization. There's like only one road. And they discovered the kid was missing like right away, like immediately. So like there wasn't even time to get out. Like even if the person like stepped on it, right, to fucking grab the kid and went 100 miles an hour to exit this area, they wouldn't have made it before the police were coming up the road. So there's like nowhere to go, and the kid just like vanished into fucking nowhere.
So it's mostly children.
Yeah,
in this particular case, I think it was like a teenage child. It was or 9, 10, 11, somewhere in there.
Yeah, children.
I'm going off
and adults too, though. Yes, kids. That's why I would get worked up, because a lot of it is kids. But yeah, it's also adults too, though.
Cha-ching! Yeah, India, the video that you posted about the ISS, Like, are you saying those are UFOs?
No, I was making fun of it, dude.
Oh no, yeah, he
Okay.
was referencing it, earlier.
No, because
Wait,
they'd rather believe that crap is UFOs than it's just fucking dodgy film editing.
wait, but you guys can't leave us hanging. Who's doing the
Bro, do you think
kidnapping and
that
stuff
I
like
think that video is real, dude? Are you for real, dude?
Yeah, no,
You think
I know you don't. That's what I was asking. Like, what's your take? Like, is it like a video, like a glitch in the CGI software or something?
Yeah. I mean, it's not like CGI. They do composites, so it's layering.
Okay.
Like, you know how compositing works? Compositing video? They're like layers on top of layers, right? So, like, say the black, that's one layer. The earth is another layer. The foreground, that's another layer. The little freaking shit floating around, that's another layer. And so they fucked up that layer.
Okay. So it's like an artifact. It's not like, okay, got it.
Yeah. So the software, like, the software controls, like, what should be seen. So, like, I mean, this technology has been around for 60 years, if not longer. You know, like, you remember, I don't know how old you are. Back in the day, like, they have a sporting event, and they'd show the score at the bottom, bottom of the game. There's no fucking scoreboard on the field, bro. That's a layer, right? So that's a
No
layer
way.
that's embedded into the video. Yeah, dude. There's no fucking scoreboard floating around in the air between you and the football field, right? So it's a layer, right? So we've been doing this layering thing for a long time. Sometimes the one layer will bleed into another layer, but that didn't happen during analog, but it happens now because it's all being processed digitally. So they have an algorithm that says this is this layer and this ain't that layer. Show this pixel, not that pixel. But sometimes it fucks up. My point was, though, that these people, because they believe these videos are real, when they see something fucked up, they don't go, well, maybe this video isn't real. They say that's a UFO in their head.
Right.
That's more plausible. Aliens from space is more plausible than it's just a bunch of human beings faking shit.
Yeah, I think I think the UFO community is larger than flat earthers.
That's
no doubt. In 2010, 10,000 people just in America said they saw a UFO. 10,000 in 1 year. Okay, so now think of this.
A lot more this year too.
More people claim they've seen aliens from space than people that claim they've seen Earth from space.
Right.
Well, how many?
So aliens are ridiculous, but hold on, but people go, what about all the astronauts? Think of all the people that are dying. Dude, there's like 600 people, bro. Like, you're talking like 10,000 people said they saw fucking aliens and Bigfoot and leprechauns and ghosts and you name it, right? You name the fucking crazy thing. Are all those people lying? If we're gonna go by like what people say they saw, I'm sorry, dude. I'm not going with that.
That's a good point, Indio. That's a pretty
How
good
could they all be
point.
lying? How could they all lie though?
Yeah.
And why would they lie?
I mean, if that 10,000 is such a small number versus the entire population of the Earth that sees a flat Earth.
10,000 in 1 year, bro. In 1 year.
No, but
Yeah, that's a lot.
all
That's
those
a lot.
people, they all see and experience a flat Earth every day. So I feel like we have more than aliens.
Oh, if we're talking numbers, what isn't it the claimed amount of people that have seen the globe is like in the hundreds? Like 5?
We actually talked about this. 610 over a period of like, who was the first person? Like Yuri Gagarin, 1960, 50 something, 60 whatever.
60 years.
600
So
people
80
have been in
years. So
space.
over a period of 80 years, 610 people.
That's a lot of people. I
It's a
thought
bad
it was
ratio.
honestly like 50
Over
people.
a period of 80 years, dude.
It's a L ratio.
Yeah, that's nothing.
Dude, there's been more people that played at the quarterback position in the NFL as a starter in that period of time.
Yo.
I think they're about to rotate astronauts too, so you can add 4 to that.
It is a lot, though.
And the probability of any individual playing in the NFL is something like 100 million to 1. Okay, so we're talking about a very specific position as a starter. There's been at least 600 starting quarterbacks in the NFL in fucking 80 years. At least, I bet you it's fucking 4 times that.
How many people are in space currently? Allegedly.
0.
0, bro.
Allegedly.
What is it?
Right now, I think there's. Well, I don't know how many the Chinese people they say are up there right now, so I don't know.
Indians supposedly got some up there now too. So
And they
Wait, what?
stink.
We did?
You know that spaceship's stinking up.
Dude, you think
yeah,
they
like
garbage there?
last summer, Indian did that claim they went to the moon or whatever. I think they got a space station now or something. I don't know.
That wasn't man. That wasn't man.
You know that spaceship's
I
stinking
should
up.
make the most racist video clip, man. Like the Indian space station is like garbage and shit floating around it.
Oh, man.
All I know is that moon thing that Indian did. That looked crazy though. That's all.
Oh, that was wild, bro. That was wild for sure.
Yeah. What's your opinion on that, Fry? Since that is your country.
Bro, that's so ridiculous. Honestly, there's so many flat earthers who are claiming that the video is real, but like, it was so clearly not a real video. It was just like an animation.
Well, why would they lie, though? Why would they lie?
Because they know that America and Russia got away with it, so it's our turn to get away with it. Yay!
That's actually a good.
But you do. That's what I was saying the entire time. Like no Glover thinks that video is real. Maybe someone's grandma thinks that the video is real.
Think about this, Fry. You have a country. Your country has no space program. They have no rockets. They've never been to space.
No, we do.
But like
It has
no, dude. Just do the hypothetical, man. Relax. So all of a sudden they're like, we're gonna work to achieve. We're gonna become a first world country. We're gonna have a space program, and we're gonna put a man in space. And then they go do it, and everybody's like, "Yay, we're fucking great!" Right? The population. I don't care that they're ripping me off. Right? I don't care that they're defrauding me in the government. I don't care like all those things because now we're a great country. It promotes nationalism, right?
Yeah, it does. I mean,
that's the idea. That's the point, dude. That's the point. You've made it to brainwashing your population when you are good enough to fake a space program.
But India, what I'm saying is,
until then, you're a third world country.
See, it stays in the news cycle for like 2 days, and then everyone forgets. Literally, no one cares, man. No one cares.
No, because they send those. No, don't stop there because they take that dude, whoever said they went to space, and then they bring them to all the schools, and then he gives a little speech, and then the kids are like, "Ooh, like space is real. This guy went to space."
I mean,
the brainwashing don't stop at the TV.
I don't think anyone really cares.
Well, I mean, I would believe nobody in India cares. I mean, fuck, dude. Are you in India, Fry, or are you like in another country?
Yeah, I am.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, my condolences. Dude, man, you always got some fucking issues, man. I'm sorry.
It's a rough place, I don't understand. It's a third world country, so you have to manage expectations.
Listen, when I see a fucking video of them taking the garbage truck, backing it up to the fucking bridge, and emptying it into a fucking flowing river, that shit pisses me off.
Really? That's crazy, dude. I've not seen that. That's crazy.
Do they do that though? I mean,
listen, I'll send you a video, and you'll leave your own country.
Bro, the holiest river in India, Ganga, is like so dirty. So if
dogs eating corpses and like all this stuff, like manage expectations, dude. Like if there was aliens and they came down and they just happened to like India was the first person they hit, they'd nuke this place from fucking orbit. They'd be like, "Fuck, dude, what the hell is this shit?"
Stinks, dude.
Hey, Fry, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
What is your process of getting clean water?
Ooh.
For like what? Like drinking purpose?
Yes, drinking. Yes.
So most people here, I mean, we have like a water filter. So it just. I don't know if you guys have it. I guess you.
We're such a great country in America. We can drink the water we bathe in.
Yeah, I mean, you can do that in India as well, but I just don't.
Man,
the
ability to and whether you should.
Like when you say filter, like how advanced is your filter?
It's pretty sort of advanced. Like I don't know how it works, man. I have no idea how it works. It's like a water dispenser.
Is it a carbon filter? A reverse osmosis filter?
Bro, it's more modern than that. It has like UV filtration or something. I have no idea.
Well, that's good.
Oh damn, yeah, that's actually
It don't do anything. Doesn't do anything for the heavy metals. Anyway,
on the fluoride.
what I want to know is,
Yeah, and on the
in
heavy metal
India,
part,
what's
keep in
the
mind.
body count of the average 19-year-old girl? That's what I want to know.
Wait, the what? Hold on.
What?
The body count.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
it's
need to know
zero
for sure.
We
Fry, that's
we don't
cap,
have sex
bro.
here, bro. That's why we're like
Zero.
Cap, bro.
Yeah.
That's
Oh, let me
lies.
guess.
Wait,
Like
he doesn't have to
all the
warm
girls
up
in India,
for it, I'm just saying.
they wait till marriage or something. Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
That's cap.
99%.
That's cap, bro.
Oh, goddamn virgin coping right now.
We know they're all 304s for
Like
sure.
if they all stay in virgins till marriage, he has to realize he's not. He gets to say, "I'm the only one that's not getting laid." So no, they're all virgins. That's why I can't get laid.
Nah, dude, it's not in the culture,
Condoms
man.
illegal
Sleeping
there?
around is not in the culture.
No, they're definitely 304s, dude.
Hey, Stevie, look at the picture in the chat of the Indian space station.
That's not real. That's not real. India doesn't have a space station, man. What is this?
I asked Grok to post show a photo of the Indian space station with poopy handprints all over the surface.
Ew.
Wait, Fripp, do you have any questions for us?
Yeah, dude, I just want to be educated. Like, why is the Earth flat?
Oh,
why not?
That's a metaphysical question, dude. Like why?
Because.
Well, I guess you'd have to ask.
Because God made it so, bitch.
That's a what if question.
Fry? Oh.
That's a what if question.
Okay, I'm just asking to be educated here. Like, I don't want these word games.
Okay.
But no,
what
it's
have you
like,
experienced?
You know what I mean when I say why is Earth
What have you
flat?
what have you experienced? So, like, the only reason you think the Earth's a globe is because someone told you that. You never would have came to that conclusion on your own.
Well, yeah, I'm not.
Say you never heard it ever. They never told you that in school. You never saw these space movies. You never saw any of that shit, right? And you just walked around and lived your life. You never would have came to the conclusion that you're on a ball.
Yeah.
Okay, so we reject the claim that everything we see, that the Earth looking flat is an optical illusion, that us not feeling any motion to the Earth, and that's a fucking illusion. We reject all that shit. So when you say what makes the Earth flat, yeah, it presents itself that way, and we don't believe bullshit stories that everybody's saying.
Well, we also measure it flat.
Yeah, I mean, we can go deeper into that, but this is like a starting point, right? So that's just the beginning. It's not even like getting into it in depth. Like you just ask, like, "Hey, where are you coming from?" Like from a foundational idea.
Yeah, apologies.
Okay. Do we have any like pictures of the flat Earth?
Here we go. Every picture,
where?
bro. Every picture.
Yeah, good luck finding curvature in a photo. Do that.
Guys, hold on. Let me ask a quick question. Do you believe that we believe that the Earth is a disk in the vacuum of space?
A disk in the vacuum of space.
Yeah, the third disk from the sun. Yeah, we think there's a bunch of balls, and we just took it out and swapped it with a freaking pizza planet.
Crazy.
We're asking if you think that we think that, because we don't.
Okay, well, you just gave me your answer. You don't.
Yeah, but Fripp, you asked for a picture of flat Earth. I turn around and ask you, show us a picture of round Earth. I mean, like, where have you seen curvature in a photograph on Earth? We're looking for curvature. Please help us out. Show us.
Well, I'm not here to educate you guys. You guys are here to educate me. I'm not trying to debate you guys. Like I just want to know your points.
I got a good question for him.
Part of the education.
Here's three good questions. These are questions not just for me to ask you, but for you to ask yourself, really. Maybe even over the next few weeks or days, if you do your own research on the topic.
You guys just say no. I don't have a picture of the flat Earth.
Oh
no.
God,
Just listen, buddy. Listen. This is important. So the first question is this: do you know of any time that anyone has ever directly measured the Earth and detected curvature? And what was the method of how they did that?
I don't. Are you saying it's never happened?
No. It's just that it's something. It's a question you might even write it down just for good measure. Pun intended. And just keep that question in mind. So, but you believe it's a ball, right? You believe the Earth is a spherical object.
I'm just saying I've never seen anything like different. I have no reason to think that that's a lie.
There you go.
Yeah. No, I get it. But we're not really trying to make a debate out of it.
Like hold on, dude. Your entire experience of reality says that that's a lie, dude. Your entire experience of reality, all of it. Like when you go out the door and you walk down the street, you go to the beach, you get on top of a mountain, you fly in an airplane, you go anywhere. All of those experiences tell you that that's a lie.
Every photo you've ever seen, like ever.
So, are you saying it's not possible to get a photo of the flat Earth?
Dude,
not in the way you think it.
I just want to know. Just answer my question. I just want to know.
See, you think that you can go outside of the Earth and look back at it and snap a photograph as if it's some object in some giant vacuum.
Right.
That's not possible. There's no outside.
So, like, the Earth is like all there is, like ever.
Yep.
At all.
There you go. Exactly, dude.
Exactly.
Just the way you experience it, and just the way you're always going to experience it. The outside part, that's in your fucking head. That's in people's imaginations. That's not actually a real thing. That's just something you can think about. Well, do you think you're ever going to go outside the Earth? Tell me.
Well, what about like planets?
Yeah, answer me. Just answer me. You think you're ever going to go outside the Earth and experience that?
Well, in my opinion, we've been to Mars.
No, you. I said you. No human beings been to Mars.
Loki, yeah. No, space technology. It's
that's a cool story, and that's imagination. See, you're like doubling down on imagination now. So you're like doubling down on imagination.
Dude,
that's all you're doing.
Trying to get educated, so fucking
but listen. But we are educating you that what you think is real is just. Because you're talking over me, dude. So what you think is real, actual reality, is actually just your imagination. So when you think that you can go someplace and take a picture of Earth from outside, you don't know that. You imagine that to be true. When you say people been to Mars, you don't know that. You imagine that to be true. All these things are imaginations.
Okay.
Well, they're not.
No. I'm saying I'll give you that point. I'll say that's true, right? Whatever. Yeah. So when I see these other planets and like telescopes, right? Planet. So what are those if the Earth is like all there is?
What makes you think the Earth is like those?
I mean, I think I don't think the Earth is that unique compared to other planets, especially planets that we've discovered recently.
Okay, name one resemblance.
Yeah, exactly. You don't think the Earth is unique? Okay, go with that.
Yeah, name one resemblance between the Earth and those things. Go ahead.
I got a telescope. I'm looking at Mars, and I see Mars, and like, where can I go on Earth to see the things that are like the things I see in my telescope? That aren't unique to Earth. I want to look at things on Earth and go, man, it's just like Mars, right?
I'm saying the planets we've discovered like somewhat recently, within with the James Webb telescope, like we've discovered planets that are a lot like Earth.
Here we go, dude.
Yeah, that's cool. Do you know what they do? Do you think they actually quote unquote see planets?
Yeah.
You're woefully misinformed. And there's a guy that comes in here, and that's literally his profession. And he will admit and tell all you personally, he's getting his PhD in astrophysics, dude. He comes in here all the time. His name is Itar. It's Itaer. He comes in here at least he kind of does it in spurts. But so they just measure brightness curves of stars. They don't see planets, dude. They don't see exoplanets.
No, they don't. You're imagining that they zoom in and they can see water and the atmosphere. And that's not what happens, dude. They see a blurry little blob on a screen, and it brightens and dims every now and then. And they infer No, they don't. They infer from the changes in the luminosity of the light that they're looking at that something's passing in front of it, so that they assume that there's a planet orbiting it. That's all they do, man.
Yeah, the star gets brighter and dimmer, right? So they say, hey, man, there's something eclipsing the freaking star, making it brighter and dimmer, so there must be a planet there. But they can't see the planet.
What
How does they even know? Every single star system they're looking at is directly aligned in a plane that where the planet is. Like they're looking at the elliptical plane from the angle from every single fucking star. Not one star that where we're looking at it from top down or bottom down. Like you know what I'm saying, Indio?
Oh yeah.
Wait.
I mean, we brought this up to ITAR. He said like they estimate that it's probably, I think he said 1% or something will be aligned. I said, where'd you come up with that number? And he couldn't tell me where they came up with even the 1%. It's just fucking magic and guesswork, dude. It's just nonsense.
Magic and guesswork.
Isn't that a reason?
It really is.
Call it theoretical?
Well, no, we could just shut down space like right away, right? So you don't have to speculate about it anymore, right? So like we're breathing high pressure gas right now. That's how you're alive. Is there any way you can have high pressure gas adjacent to lower pressure without containment or a barrier? The answer is obviously going to be a no. So how would you get past that barrier that contains our air into a space or an area that does not exist? Rip.
I don't have like a science background.
He doesn't know shit, but he comes here to ask for the secrets of the universe, like he'd understand them even if he heard them.
Well, I just want to know why the Earth is flat. Like,
we told you why. It measures that way. It appears that way. We use it that way. It's in every indication that it's flat. But what happened is, a long time ago, some people looked at the stars and the stars behaved a certain way, and they were like, dude, it's a ball. They didn't measure the Earth and come to the conclusion it was flat. They looked at the stars and said, the stars work this way, so we can model them if the Earth, well, they don't even really model the Earth as a ball. They say the sky is a ball, and if the sky is a ball, the Earth's a ball.
Yeah. They think the sky acts like the Earth is a ball, but the Earth doesn't. So you need the Earth to match that, right? And it doesn't.
So there have been like a lot of things throughout history that we thought were true, especially on the scientific perspective that like we've like looked into and we found out aren't true. Why would that be the one thing that they're like, oh, we're wrong about that, but let's keep lying?
Name one thing.
It was something about fire, like that fire did something that it didn't. And I know there were a bunch of things, but that's like the main one I remember.
Why would they?
Also, the Earth being the center of the universe. They said that was true, but we found out that's not true.
No, we found out. No, that was old. That's old news. According to their view of the cosmic microwave background radiation, they're back to. It looks like we're in the center.
Like dead center of the universe.
Yeah, so it's called the cosmological axis of evil. So they measure the cosmic microwave background radiation, and they look at what direction it's most of it's coming from, but it looks like we're in the center of all of it.
So we're at the center of the observable universe, right?
Yeah, they don't like it, but that's what their data tells them. They make excuses for it, though.
That would be obvious, like if you're looking out, you will have like a radius of observable limit around you, which apparently is like 13 billion light years.
God damn.
They don't know how far stuff is away.
And mathematically, you could make any place the center. I mean, it doesn't even matter. You could make any freaking model of orbits, but the way the planets, anything. You can make Jupiter the center. You can make the sun the center. You can make Earth the center. You can make you the center. You can make the fucking moon the center. Doesn't matter. It's arbitrary.
I would think so.
But the thing is, you're with them. Like the whole thing is, the idea that you have where the Earth is not unique and it's not in the center is called the Copernican principle, and somehow you adopted it without even knowing what it was. right? Without even knowing that exists. But that principle is philosophical. It's not based upon any scientific evidence or anything like that. It's just a philosophical starting point that, hey, if we assume the Earth isn't in the center and that the Earth's not special, we can construct a whole cosmology based upon this idea. It's called a presupposition, right? So you start with a presupposition, you can build a whole fucking Rube Goldberg device of bullshit around your presupposition. But the presupposition isn't freaking provable because it's philosophical. It's a philosophical choice.
Well, I'm going to blow your mind, Fripp, okay? We aren't in the universe as it's been described to you. We're not in the universe. We're not in this ever-expanding big void, outer space vacuum. Those things out there, they're not what you've been told. They're not star systems with planets going around them and all that sort of stuff. There's no proof that is true, okay? You're not in a solar system, okay? You don't know what those things are. Nobody does. We don't know. Nobody does. They say they know, but they don't know. So it's not just the shape of the Earth that we're challenging. It's the entire cosmological view of the entire universe as you've been taught and as it's been presented to you.
Well, do you have anything like to back that up?
Yeah. Hey guys, what percentage do they say
their lack of
they're off
evidence
by?
for it.
Yeah. What is their own claim of their own lack of evidence? They even say it. We're off by like what factor?
10 to the, what is it, 120 to the, it was
It's 10 followed by 127 zeros.
Yeah, by any other job, you'd be fucking fired.
The thing is, they say, listen, it's not that it's just like they can't prove it. It's unprovable. So, like a star, take any random star, look in the sky. They'll say it's composed of this, it's moving at this speed, it's doing this, that, and the other thing. They can never, ever, ever confirm that. Ever. They can build all sorts of theories, all sorts of ideas, all sorts of hypotheses, make models, predictions, you name it, but you can never actually get to the star to confirm that anything you say is true. It's not even provable anyway.
How old do you guys think the Earth is?
Oh, here we go.
Who cares, dude?
I just want to know. I just want to get a sense of your opinion.
I don't know, and I don't care.
Okay.
I wasn't I'm an empiricist, right? We can speculate how old the Earth is, but we're never going to actually know that either. I know it's like, I know we're telling you like a bunch of things like, hey, dude, we don't know shit, because that's the actual fact of the situation. We lie to ourselves to give ourselves a false sense of security as human beings as a whole, right? So we can feel like we're in charge of shit. When we don't know anything, we barely know anything. We make some, bells and whistles and gadgets to make our lives more entertaining and less bothersome. But other than that, we ain't doing shit. We're looking in the fucking sky, making up stories, going, you know what they are? 1,000 years ago, they looked up in the sky and said, yeah, we're the ones that know. And 1,000 years before that, they claimed that they were the ones that know. But now all of a sudden, because you're in this era, right? This is the era in which you live. You think that the current story that they're telling everybody, this is the actual truth. And all those people before, they were a bunch of fucking idiots. And you know what? In 1,000 years, whatever you think now, they're going to go, nah, we know what's the truth. And those people that thought 1,000 years, everything that you think right now, those people are a bunch of fucking idiots.
But what's hilarious is, I think is hilarious, is that when some people come in here, they would feel comfortable listening to Globers going on for hours, telling them all about spectroscopy and what things are, and that there's planets that are raining diamonds, planets of solid gold. Right. And they would just go, oh, they just love to hear that shit. We're sitting here telling them we don't fucking know, and that hurts their feelings. And they're like, oh, you're stupid. Because you don't know. Yeah, we don't know.
Yeah, they try to make it seem like that's a bad thing to not know something. Like, really. I'll take not knowing over making shit up all day, every day.
Yes, sir.
I saw Brian Cox get asked the question in an interview. They asked him, so if Jupiter's a gas, could a rocket just fly straight through the center and out the other side? And he goes, well, that's an interesting question because we don't actually fucking know. We don't know what Jupiter's... he said, we don't know if it's like liquid or solid or what's going on. We think it's gas on the outside, but we don't know what's on the inside.
Gas on the outside. Wow.
Really? I thought it's like a complete gas.
See, Fry? You learn something new every day.
That's
I
interesting.
learn something new every time I'm here.
That's why we bring up this stuff about gas pressure, so that you know that the sun that's claimed to be hydrogen and helium cannot exist as such adjacent to a vacuum. So any other gaseous things in space like Jupiter cannot exist, right?
Or the sun.
Right, Fry?
And that's how you know that stuff is fake, obviously, with science.
Or gas clouds.
We're not just spouting shit out of our ass here and just saying, oh, yeah, we think it's not gas. Like, we know it's not gas.
Fry, what do you have to say about that, bud?
I know what you're trying to do. Dude. See, this is where I just disagree, man. I know you guys don't buy the gravity claim, but to me that just explains it.
Wait, you guys don't believe in gravity?
It doesn't explain.
Can you tell us what it is?
It's not that we don't. It's not a matter of believing or disbelieving it. It's why identify it. What is it, and what evidence is there for that thing that you're talking about?
Oh, I guess this would go for Fry and Fripp too then, since I didn't know that.
Mass attracting mass.
Dude, my
brother.
Okay, wait, hold on.
You said mass attracting mass.
Fry, you've been all around long enough to know better.
Okay,
Right?
so
I know the argument. I'm just saying, it's just to me it makes sense. But also, I've heard flat earthers say, then why does water not stick to a basketball? And that's just that's a straw man. I mean, you guys should know that as well, right?
Hey, you're the one saying that matter attracts matter. You know, that they attract each other and they stick together. Not us.
Yeah, but okay, but you also know why water will not stick to a basketball, right?
Well, if the basketball
because
was
of gravity,
planetary size, then it would.
Wait, the basketball is mass though, right? And the water is also mass.
Okay, I don't even know the full claim, but the full claim is water will stick to a basketball in space, but on Earth, gravity is just pulling it down. So the attraction between water and the basketball is negligible compared to that of the Earth. I would hope you guys know that, and that's just, it doesn't make sense to.
Wait, so do you think that we have gas pressure on Earth because of gravity?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
We have. Okay, so is there any demonstration of gravity pressurizing gas without containment, adjacent to lower pressure?
I came up with one. I don't know if anyone's done it, or maybe it's a wrong
You would be the
assumption.
first. I'm telling you right now, you would be the first person to ever pressurize gas without containment, adjacent to lower pressure.
Yeah. So okay. So if you take a huge box and
that's a container.
A container.
Yeah, like a vacuum container, and then
that's two containers. That's two containers.
Yeah,
that's two containers.
Yeah, you're supposed to do this with no containers, so you've given us two already.
I'm just asking, what would happen, and if you release gas in it, so
inside of a
container.
Container is evidence that you don't need a container. How?
A container is it's not really doing anything apart from keeping.
Containing.
Containing, besides containing things, what just containers do.
Giving you a volume.
Yeah, because then you're paradigm
yeah.
Okay, just tell me this. Just tell me this. You take a container, okay? Calm down. It's just a container, and you put gas in it. Would the gas just keep moving freely inside, or would it settle down the
It
bottom?
doesn't matter. The whole point is you have to have a container, dude.
Come on,
You're supposed to be giving us an example where there is no container. You've given us one with two containers.
Yeah, like
that's our claim.
Emit gas over your table. What would it do?
So one of the postulates for the behavior of gas.
I don't get it though. Okay, creation bear. What do you want me to do?
Surface.
What do I want you to do? Well, you said you've come up with a demonstration where you don't need a container for gas pressure.
Okay, honestly, you can just take a heavier gas than air, and wouldn't it just settle down?
Wait a minute.
Without a container?
We don't just have gases just spawning out of nowhere. So gas from where?
No, you take a can of gas, you just release it.
Oh,
I mean, when you release it.
So we're gonna take a container and then what with it?
I can't tell if you're trolling me, man.
Dude, honestly, our point is that you have to have a container, and you're like, no, you don't. So you take this container, and then bro, you done fucked up already.
No, when you release it, creation bear, what I'm saying is you release the gas, so you get rid of the container, you release the heavier gas. Wouldn't it settle down?
Let me ask the question in a more specific way so we'll understand it a little better. What we're asking for is a demonstration of gas pressure in the consistent X value form without a container due to gravity or anything else. So take, for instance, if you and I to go down to the beach together and we measure 14.7 psi, we're breathing 14.7 psi between the both of us. And between the both of us, you somehow, some way manipulate gravity or something else and get gravity to. No,
I can't do that.
Yeah, you can't do that. Is that what you're saying? You can't do that.
But do you know why we can't do that?
Hold on. Let me just finish it, just to be sure that we're on the same page with each other.
Okay, sure.
So if you were to demonstrate gas pressure in a consistent X value form without a container due to gravity, it would be like you and I at sea level breathing 14.7 psi, and we're both handing back and forth a barometer, and looking at the barometer, being like, all right, 14.7 psi, and we're breathing good. And then between both of us, you somehow, some way, use gravity to make it so in 1 cubic foot we have 20 psi, and then we hold the barometer in there without any container around that 1 cubic foot due to gravity. And we measure, 20 psi inside that 1 cubic foot, and then 14.7 psi out of it.
You're correct in that assessment. Honestly, that's
if you could do that, then what we're trying to say to you is, if you could do that, then we would have from that point forward a logical reason to believe that the gas pressure we're breathing now may exist due to gravity.
That's extremely accurate. But okay, so how do we do that though? That's really the problem, right? How do we
create a vacuum? Let's say create a vacuum, right? Without a container. just choose any. Make it about.
How do you do that? How can
make
you
it
do
10,
that?
and it's got to be stable, right? So it's got to be maintained, right? And it's be stable, and 10 cubic meters in size, right?
But how do you make a vacuum though? That's what I'm asking. How can you make
I don't know, right?
Isn't it amazing, Fry, how mind-boggling this is when you try to think about it, but you just can't fathom it, but you can totally just feel comfy thinking that there's air on Earth and there's this infinite vacuum in space, and you're all okay with that.
Bro, Fry, you're so close.
But we are on Earth, man. We can't.
He is close. He is so close. I know.
Dude, literally, where you were, Fry, was exactly where I was 2 years ago. I was asked the same question.
So when you say something like "but we're on Earth," and you're admitting we can't test the claim, that makes the claim pseudoscience.
Yes.
So the definition of pseudoscience are claims or theories which cannot be falsified by experiment. So if they claim gravity causes gas pressure, and you say, well, we can't do the experiment to falsify that, it's a pseudoscientific claim by definition.
Dude, I'll tell you something.
The person that invented the term pseudoscience defines pseudoscience as that. Okay, it's not my definition of pseudoscience.
India, I tell you, like, we didn't arrive at gravity by looking at air pressure, right? We weren't like, there's air pressure.
How did we arrive at gravity? Do you know how we arrived at gravity from it?
I mean, okay, so
did an apple fall on Newton's head, Fry? Was that it? You think that was it?
no, it started with the model, right? It started with the theory, like, someone theorized, like, maybe mass attracts mass, and, if the planet is big enough, and that attraction is pretty weak. Okay, it's a super weak attraction.
Not how it happened.
The planet is so huge. Huh?
But that's not how it happened. That might be how they teach it in school how it happened, but that's not how it actually happened. That's not how Newton came up with it.
Okay, what's the official story?
Earth is round.
Well, I don't know what the official story is, but I know what the actual historical record is. Is that Newton? So Kepler came up with his laws of planetary motion, and Newton noticed that, hey, there's this geometric relationship. If you have something like a planet going around an ellipse, if there's a force that points at one of the foci of the ellipses, like the Earth's orbit around the sun, that force is pointing to that foci, then that force will fall off inversely proportional to the square of the distance. So it has nothing to do with like physics, anything like that. It was just a geometric relationship that he happened to notice. Now, he just made the leap of logic.
Wait, I have a question. Wait, hang on.
Hold on, dude. Hold on. He made the leap of logic to, that's why something falls to the ground. But he knew that was logically stupid. And Newton himself repudiated when it had nothing to do with the theory of gravity. Nothing.
He wrote
a letter about it, dude.
Yeah.
He wrote a letter about it. Don't fucking associate this shit with me.
Yes.
Earth is round. It's a globe. It's a sphere.
Dude, Mr. Frame, don't even speak unless you have something intelligent to say. Come on.
He just watched the first 1 minute opening of the local news, and they showed a spinning ball in CGI. So he's like, "Oh, the news wouldn't lie to me."
Wait, so before we jump to observing planets, I'm assuming they sort of knew that the Earth is a globe. How did they explain that? How does that make sense without gravity?
Just lights in the sky, right?
Hold on, didn't you just hear the whole thing about the Copernican principle?
That makes sense. But
yeah,
bro, Earth is not real. Gravity isn't real, and we're not living in a globe. There's no universe.
You're gonna get banned, dude. To stop.
Yeah, just wait your turn, bro. Hold on.
So come to the conclusion. The reason you think, hey, I see planets, and the Earth must be like those planets, is because you're starting with the idea that the Earth is not unique.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you have any evidence that the Earth is not? Do you have any evidence that Earth is not unique, though?
Why is Earth unique, bro? Tell me right now. What's your evidence?
You're on it.
No, I asked you.
I just gave you the answer, dude.
What's the answer, bro?
He just said it. He said you're on it.
And it's ultimately unique. I mean, the ultimate uniqueness, the most extreme uniqueness you could ever possibly fucking imagine.
Bro, I'm not talking about people. I'm talking about the planet, bro. It's not unique.
Dude,
that would make it unique.
The fact you're on it is
not a planet.
People here.
You're right.
It's not even a planet.
It
doesn't meet the criteria of being a planet. It's not a planet.
Then what is Earth, bro? Tell me.
A plane.
Ooh. Really, bro?
Don't indulge him. He's just here to entertain himself.
Some people that are coming into this, and hearing about this, it helps them when it's described as being the floor of the universe. I don't know that I really like that term, but it does seem to help some people go, oh, okay, I can sort of imagine what you're talking about now, yeah, right, sort of thing. But, if that helps you, you can go with that, but I don't know if I really like that term. But it's, yeah.
Let me ask you this.
That's a good term.
So planet is a category. What do you observe on Earth that puts it in that category?
Dude, bro, Earth is a planet, bro. We have observed it, bro.
Yeah.
Dude,
yeah.
let's mute this clown.
Who's we, dude? There's no we.
The humans, bro. Other human beings, bro.
How do you know that?
Well, how do we even know anything, bro?
He'll never tell you.
How do you know that, though?
He'll never answer your question. Ever.
Oh, I know that, bro. I just go ask, bro.
Yeah, so
one second.
Ask me if I've seen the Earth as a planet.
Alright, I'm asking you right now, bro. What's the answer?
Okay, no, I've not.
Well, you're not a scientist, bro.
Oh, so only scientists observe Earth as a planet. Is that it?
Yes, and astronauts, bro.
So can you name one scientist that observed Earth as a planet? Even one?
Well, I can name an astronaut, bro.
Okay, name one.
Well, his name is Neil Armstrong, bro.
Yeah, and how do you know he saw Earth as a planet?
What do you mean? How I know, bro? He literally saw it. Bro.
How do you know?
Well, we know it because we have evidence for that, bro.
No, you said he said it. So how do you know that what he said is true?
Tough question, that one.
He also said he went to the space and saw no stars. He also said that he navigated to the moon. He also said he navigated to the moon with a sextant that freaking pointed out the side of the fucking Apollo fucking spacecraft.
With no stars.
You know how sextant works? You know how sextant works? You know what the first operation of a sextant is? To find the horizon. So how did he find the horizon halfway between the moon? Where was the horizon?
Well, that's a good question, bro. I have no idea, bro.
You just have no idea. That about just covers fucking everything.
Yeah, it's been like that for days. He comes in here for days, and it's just like this. I'm losing.
Bro. You know I'm your dog, bro.
You're just a troll, bro.
Your dog is learning, bro.
Bram, let me ask you a question, bro. Have you received any DM from me? Bro, I sent you a bunch of flat Earth stuff for you to check it out like a few days ago. Have you checked it out yet? Like at least like one of them.
Have you sent me, bro?
Yeah, I sent you. Check your DM, bro, a few days ago. Right? Like, bro, it's getting annoying. You come over here every day and you're saying the same shit over and over again, bro, and asking us some dumb questions. So maybe, listen, maybe take some time, check it out, the stuff I sent you, right? You know, maybe you might learn something. Because right now, bro, you like a brick wall every day.
And dog is a derogatory term, just so you know. When I call you my dog, I literally mean it like that.
Yes, I mean that, bro. I identify like a dog, bro.
So is that like a tag team swap out, dude? So you come in, you fucking say your nonsense, and the other dude fucking bails? This shit happens over and over and over again. So we're gonna fucking rail on you for a while, and then when you get pinned down, fucking someone else is gonna come in and deflect so that you can escape.
But Indo, you have been in here every day also, man.
Yeah,
So
and you're gonna need an escape hatch too.
I came in here every day.
The funny thing is, if I asked you what we talked about yesterday, you wouldn't remember.
Well, we just talked about the same topics, bro.
Oh, really? What were my answers yesterday?
Okay, what were my answers yesterday? Same question to you, man. I don't.
You don't have any. You don't have any fucking answers, dude. You literally have none.
I said I don't remember. Do you remember what I asked you yesterday?
Okay, you asked me why would they lie. Remember what I told you?
I never. What I asked? Who would lie, bro?
You don't even remember your own questions, dude. You're just a troll, dude.
I never said that, bro. I never said that.
You asked me why would they all lie about it, and I said you're the reason.
Who would lie about what, bro?
Oh yeah. Oh, God.
This guy's annoying.
I know it's getting so old.
Pathetic, dude.
They all are.
Look, Mr. Frame, if you were in good faith wanting to learn, you would shut up and fucking listen.
Of course I listen, bro. I just ask questions.
That's cap, bro.
No, yeah, you ask questions and don't listen to the answer.
You guys say, right?
But you don't listen to the answer. But you don't listen to the answer. So what's the point of us answering questions when you ignore the answer?
What do you mean, man? I listen, bro.
It's obvious that your goal is not to learn. It'd be a lot easier to do that just not coming into this room. Why come in here just to listen to ignore the answers, avoid learning? You just not join.
Well, I can't learn anything because the world is not flat, guys.
Oh, here we go.
And you know that how?
I don't have to answer any questions. I'm not a scientist,
bro. Astronauts, bro. Astronauts said they saw it, bro. I trust the astronauts. Why were they lying, bro? We answered all these questions yesterday, bro.
Exactly. So you guys know the answers.
Yeah, we gave you the answer. What was it? What was the answer we gave you?
How do you know? Why are you asking me every day? How do you know if I give you the answers?
Because you don't know.
Well, I give you the answers how I know, bro.
No, your answers. No. You go into circular logic.
My answer.
Yesterday, you said scientists know the Earth is a globe because scientists know the Earth is a globe.
Bro, they have observed the Earth. You haven't.
That is circular logic, Mr. Frame, dude.
Well, have you observed the Earth, bro? Yes or no?
Yes. I'm observing it right now. I'm looking out my window.
Well, you're looking at the small scale. Go outside there and look.
What makes you think that you can do that?
Picture, bro.
What makes you think that you can do that?
What makes you think you cannot do that?
Because I cannot do that.
What do you mean you cannot do that, bro? Of course.
All right, Mr. Frame. All right, Mr. Frame.
Okay, so tell me how to do it. How did you do it? How did you
By a spaceship, bro.
You took a spaceship? Can I use your spaceship for a little bit so I can do it too?
I don't have a spaceship.
Wow.
You can go ask NASA for a spaceship.
2025. Buy a spaceship, bro.
Maybe in the future you will be able to go to space, man. We don't know.
All right.
There you go. That's the only honest thing you said. We don't know because you don't know. You don't know anything.
You deny everything.
I'm not denying it. You don't give me anything to deny.
You deny.
I just asked you questions.
Bro. You don't even.
You haven't given me reality. You've given me stories about what other people said that they saw.
Well, those stories are real, bro. They're not stories.
How do you know that?
Well, how do we know anything then, man?
That's a false. That's a false equivalence, dude. That's the question. So let me get this right. If I don't know that somebody says something is true, then I can't know anything is true. That is fucking retarded.
Bro,
and it's called an all or nothing fallacy. It's called an all or nothing
stupid
fallacy.
ideology.
You're ideology. A retard. You're literally a retard. All or nothing. Oh, if I don't know what this person says is true, I can't know anything is true.
Oh, then do you believe everybody? Then do you believe everybody, Mr. Frame? Do you believe everybody?
Mr. Frame, dude, I got a fucking paperclip. It's worth $1 million, dude. I'm gonna sell it to you for 10 cents.
I kind of believe him. I don't think he does know anything.
Yo,
no. Listen, you have to believe me. It's true. Otherwise, you can't tell anything is true. If you don't believe my paperclip is worth $1 million.
Well, this is not what I meant, bro. You have to believe specific persons, bro. That telling the truth.
Why?
Because they're smart, bro. They're smart.
How do you know that?
You don't even know that.
Well, as I said,
and why should I believe? And why should I believe? And because they're smart, it's not a reason to believe them.
Bro, this is not a belief, bro. This is
intelligence.
A fact,
no. You just saying that does not make it a fact.
Bro,
so intelligence.
Are they smart enough to trick you? Are they smart enough to lie to you and trick you?
What you said, bro? I didn't hear.
Are they smart enough to lie to you and trick you?
They're not lying, bro.
Are they smart enough to confuse you and lie to you and trick you?
Well, of course.
Are they that smart?
Okay. Is intelligence a moral barometer?
What does that mean, bro? I'm not that.
It means you said I know they're not lying because they're smart.
Yes, of course.
That would imply that being smart means the more intelligent you are, the less likely you are to lie, which is fucking stupid.
But let me
Then what
tell
does
you one
being
thing,
smart
man.
have to do with your honesty?
Let me tell you one thing, man.
No, answer my question, dude. What does smart have to do with their honesty?
Bro, smart people generally they know more than you know, and me also, of course.
Okay, but that's not the question, dude. You're deflecting. You said, I asked you, how do you know what you're saying is true? And you said, because they're smart. So that means your test of honesty is their intelligence.
Not only that, they have also tested, bro. They have been outside the Earth.
Okay, how do you know they tested that? So here we're going to go right back into the loop.
Okay, and
How do you know they tested that?
haven't
Because
tested
they
that,
said
bro?
so. How do you know that that's true? Because they're smart. You're just in a loop, dude. You're in a fucking retard loop.
Wait, so you don't believe in anything then?
No, there you go again, an all or nothing fallacy. No, I believe in things, but there's some things I don't believe in. And I analyze things to differentiate what I should believe and what I shouldn't believe.
Now, why don't you believe in their evidence, bro? Why don't you believe in their evidence?
What evidence? What's the evidence?
That they have been and observed the Earth. That it's
And what the evidence of that is what?
Here.
And the evidence of that is what? Here we go. We're going to go right back into the loop. They said so.
Lunar eclipse. You have heard of that?
Yeah. Yeah. So.
Oh my God.
You're dish galloping away from.
That's an evidence,
I saw. You're trying to run away from your stupid fucking claim that people saw the Earth from fucking space and they saw that it was a planet, right?
Now,
and that you know that
evidence. I just give you another evidence, and you say so. What do you mean so?
No.
You have a citation for this lunar eclipse?
Yeah. First of all, no. You're trying to run away from your other fucking claim, which is baseless. It isn't more evidence. Lunar eclipse isn't more evidence because the first thing you said wasn't evidence in the first place.
You know, someone smarter than you watching this who's thinking that maybe we're right about the Earth,
no.
They're going to listen to you and they're going to say, oh, shit, they're definitely right.
Bro, you could literally send up your phone right now to space, bro, and you could literally observe that the Earth is round. You could
How do you do that?
Yourself.
How do I do that?
How do we do that? I'm going to do it right now.
Balloons or just something and just fly your phone up in space.
So balloons go to 100 kilometers.
Bro, you can literally do that. There is literally YouTubers.
Space doesn't start for 100 kilometers. You just said we can set our phone into space. So you're telling us balloons go to 100 kilometers.
Bro, you can't do it.
We can send a balloon to 100 kilometers.
Yes, bro.
Okay. No, you can't. Balloons don't go to 100 kilometers, you fucking idiot.
Okay, but you said you don't believe in space. So what do you mean?
Highest the balloon's ever gone is 300,000 feet. That's not fucking 100 kilometers.
What you said, bro?
300,000 feet is not 100 kilometers.
I like how you said that.
Search up on YouTube.
I like how you said that we could observe the
I like how you lie and you made shit up, and then you tried to deflect.
I can literally send you videos, bro.
You don't believe in the space anyway.
You said we could use our cell phones to see the Earth from space, and then he.
Yeah, what are you talking about? I play stupid.
Literally,
this is a worthless shtick, dude. Your shtick is worthless, bro. Your shtick is worthless. It's embarrassing.
Because you know you will see the evidence, and then you will cry because.
What evidence? I've been asking you for the evidence the entire fucking time, and your evidence was I trust this guy, but I can't even evaluate whether they're telling the truth. My evaluation is I ask myself, are they smart? If they smart, they tell truth. Dirt. You're a retard.
Hey, Mr.
You don't even have an evidence that the Earth is flat, bro. You don't
Mr. Frank.
Yeah, the entire oceans of the world are my evidence.
That's a small scale, bro. Look at the big.
The oceans make up. The ocean makes up the majority of the surface of the Earth. It's not a small scale,
bro. The ocean, bro. When the boat goes outside your view, is because the Earth is curved, bro. You don't know anything, man.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you know I live by the ocean. You're telling me how boats behave on the ocean, and I live by the ocean, and you live in some fucking hut in New Delhi.
Bro, you have to look at the bigger picture, man.
Yeah, I'm an Indian man.
Mr. Frame, those guys you love and listen to and say that are so smart, your astronauts, they said they could not see stars from space or on the moon.
Send me evidence of that right now, bro.
Holy shit.
Send me evidence.
Yeah, I would like to say take it to that as well, not gonna lie.
Yeah,
I want
You should know.
I'm gonna post it in the chat. It's a 30-minute video. The guy's been this guy's not a flat earther. He's a glober. He's been asking NASA about whether they saw stars in space. Shut the fuck up. You asked the question, dude. You want a video? I'm going to give you the video.
Not a question.
Okay, so this guy's been asking NASA, first by letter back in the 70s, about whether astronauts seen stars in space. Okay? So for 40 years, he's been asking NASA if the astronauts seen stars in space. The answer's fucking no.
Indio, Oblivion said every astronaut haven't seen stars. I want proof of that, bro.
No, I said...
You said that, bro. I could clip that and send it to you, bro.
You said Neil Armstrong. Neil Armstrong. You said that, right?
You said every astronaut have not seen stars, bro.
No, I didn't say every. I said your.
He didn't say see stars. He said
I could
seen
that
stars
for you,
in
but
space.
no problems. Maybe you have dementia, bro. No problem.
You said Neil Armstrong.
Bro, I could...
Wait, India, can you quote the... What did they say exactly?
I'm going to post it.
Okay.
Yeah, post this right now, bro.
It's a presentation. This guy's a globe earther. He's not a fucking flat earther.
Anyways, bro, that is only one astronaut. There have been many astronauts outside.
And the rest of the panel agreed with Neil and said, no, they could not see them either.
Well, then I want proof of that, bro.
They could not see
posting it. No, they said they couldn't. But, oh yeah, good question. That's a very good question. But modern astronauts are saying, oh, they see stars, nebulas, and clouds. Here, he posted the video.
So the Apollo astronauts gave a press conference after their fake moon trip. And they were asked by a British reporter if they saw stars, and they said all of them. Neil Armstrong says he didn't remember seeing stars, and the other three shook their head and said they don't remember seeing them either. The thing is, why would you believe that when you have no evidence for your belief in the first place? But we have to produce evidence to the contrary. So you get to sit there and live in fantasy world with no fucking evidence. But anything contrary to your fantasy, you need evidence for. You're a fucking retard, dude. I should kick you the fuck out of here, dude. You're so stupid, it hurts me inside. You're a human being. How do you fucking cross the street? Do you have a tether, like, still to your fucking parents when you leave the house?
Indy, you might be the dumbest guy on the server, and that's hard to do. So you should keep quiet about calling other people.
Yeah, cool story, bro.
Is anybody watching this video?
Remember I was saying once he starts getting cooked, someone's gonna come in, throw their body in the fucking gears, and he's gonna dip. Tree Man, you're next up. We'll start fucking cooking you next, and when we blink, Mr. Frame will be fucking gone, just like he did for the dude before him. And you guys will keep doing this shit all night.
I came here.
You're not slick. None of y'all fucks are.
Dude, how do you go to space? How do you go to the moon and not look at the stars? I don't get it.
Fry, watch the video. Mr. Frame, watch the video. Both of you guys should be quiet right now, watching the video.
No, I believe India. I don't have.
Don't believe him. No, don't believe him. Do not believe him. Watch the video.
Okay, let me look at it. Hang on.
Mr. Frame, you're fucking muted until you watch this shit. So, Tree Man, you got anything else stupid to say?
I got something correct to say if you're willing to hear it and have the intelligence to understand it. Although I suspect that both are not going to be true, but I'll give it to you anyway.
Poison
are you aware?
Yeah,
okay, all right.
Congratulations. You started right off with a logical fallacy, right?
Don't interrupt me.
I am going to interrupt because you start off with poisoning the well. So.
All right.
Now
anyway, I know your attention span isn't good, but try to listen, okay?
No, it has nothing to do with my attention span. It has to do with your dishonest.
Okay. And anyways, are you aware of the fact that density is a scalar? Are you aware of that very simple fact?
What does that have to do with anything?
Are you going to answer the question, yes or no? Is density a scalar, yes or no? Are you aware of that?
Point.
Yeah. What's that got to do with
Are you
anything?
going to? Okay, so you're just dodging the question completely.
No,
like answer the fucking question.
We've been over this. You're trying to grease the skids to talk about gravity without talking about gravity. Just
answer the fucking question.
No, he thinks
answer the fucking question.
No, so you're actually running your Tree Man. You're running your script on the wrong person. Because
Answer the question. Then answer it. Then answer it.
Tree Man, shut the fuck up and listen. You're running your script on the wrong. Dude, listen. Listen, you're wasting your time. You're wasting your time. I don't. You've never, ever heard me make any argument about density and buoyancy ever.
I know. That's why I'm asking you a question. I'm literally asking you the question: is density a scalar? Yes or no? Answer it however you'd like. One of those two options. Yes.
I mean, what? In what sense?
Jesus Christ! Do you know what a scalar is?
As in, like matter per unit volume. In that sense.
Density is mass per unit volume. Yes. Now, is that a scalar or a vector?
No, it's not mass per unit volume.
Yes, it is.
It's matter per unit volume.
That is literally. What do you think mass is? Mass is a measurement of the amount of matter. Mass is a measurement of the amount of matter. So, anyways, they're equivalent.
Mass is not the measurement of the amount of matter. Yes, that's not incorrect. Okay, so tell me about the binding energy.
No, stop.
So tell me about the binding energy. Tell me about the binding energy. So tell me about the binding energy. What is the binding energy? How much mass does a Tree Man? How much mass does a binding energy add to an atom?
Asking me a question isn't answering my question. Answer my question.
No, you got cooked. You just proved you're the fucking dumbest
Is density a scalar or a vector? Is density a scalar?
Yeah, who cares, dude? You're just like you're wrong.
Answer the question. Answer
density is the amount of matter that's incorrect. Density is not the amount of matter. Hey, Tree Man, Google it. Google it and come back. No, you're muted. Google it and come back. You're not going to play pretend smartest person in the room. We don't do that here. You're going to either be the
fuck off. He dipped.
Of course he did.
As soon as he's muted, he leaves. He says he's won.
Well, he can come back and I'll unmute him when he after he Googles that shit. I mean, I can give the citation. It's well known that the amount of matter is not the mass of a fucking material. Because of something called the binding energy. Because of mass energy equivalence, that binding energy equals a mass. So it's not just the fucking number of protons, electrons, and neutrons in any particular fucking element. There's other shit involved. And it's just fucking well known in physics. It's not like fucking I'm making it up or it's some obscure fucking knowledge that you need a fucking PhD to figure out. It's well known in physics. It's been known since the 20s. If not earlier.
Why do some people come in so hostile like that? They're like, are they smoking crack? I mean, what the hell is going on?
Maybe they're withdrawing.
Tree Man's nuts. If you read any of his posts, he has his name and then an icon right after it. I stand with Israel. After every one of his posts. Well, that doesn't surprise me. Anyway.
Yeah, he's throwing mad shit at you, Indio. He says you don't know what a scalar is.
Then why would he ask?
You know what a scalar was 30 fucking years ago.
Why would if somebody say if I know somebody doesn't know something, I know not to ask them.
Well, wasn't Indio trying to define terms? I thought he was.
I was trying to figure out what he meant by density.
Yes,
because I don't make the density argument, so I wanted to know exactly what he meant by that. When he says density is a scalar, it depends on how he's defining density, right?
Yeah, trying to define terms. Yes, there's nothing wrong with that. It's a Socratic method, right?
Yeah, that's true. That does sound like the Socratic method.
Yeah, but he couldn't handle it. He's like, crack, and he's freaking out like a...
I can't stand those ADHD freaks, man. Oh, you can answer the question. You can answer the question. You can answer the question. Fucking irritating.
Yeah, that's it. Exactly. I don't even know what to call that.
That's why they do it. That's why they do it.
Well, I'm curious now. What is a scalar?
I'm too lazy to look it up.
All right, I'll do it. If we're measuring water flow, what convention are we dealing with? Is it liters per minute, milliliters per hour, gallons per minute, gallons per hour?
Well, it depends on, like for rivers, you use gallons per minute or liters per minute.
Well, whatever. So there we go. So, like Indio, let's define our terms. Let's explain what we're talking about here.
What is a scalar?
A scalar
is... A scalar is a magnitude, as opposed to like a vector, which is a magnitude in the direction.
But aren't vectors also scalars?
No, because it has a direction. Scalars don't have a direction.
Are we discussing flat Earth in here?
No, this is the politics channel.
Right.
We can.
Well, it actually says flat Earth.
Scalars don't have direction. I remember. Thanks.
Wait, so did we figure out what scalars are? I still don't know, to be honest. I'm sorry.
It is a magnitude.
So I'm confused on why it's, if you guys say it's politics server when it says flat Earth is the name of this feast.
Yeah, you guys are all flat earthers just fucking stupid.
Whoa, that's not. We're not trying to be toxic.
Yeah, that's kind of not chill, man.
Yeah, you can try and demonstrate that we're stupid because we know your own nonsense better than you do.
Whoa. Maybe if you were a little smarter in high school, you could afford a better mic. Woo!
Oh, good to troll.
Damn.
Good to troll.
Listen, there's no point in negativity.
So your grades in high school dictate mic quality?
You tell me,
So I'll go get my Blue Yeti. Does my IQ go up if I go get my Blue Yeti?
Wait, what?
So it's actually the other way around. I think
Italian, brother.
I think that if you get your IQ up, then
you're speaking band.
Wait,
I'm speaking via?
So our scalars magnitude is scalars.
What?
We're trying to figure out what a scalar is here.
No, none of us have tried to figure it out. It's figured out. It's a magnitude.
Oh, it's a magnitude. Okay. We figured it out.
Yeah.
Do you know what a vector is, Charles?
What's a tensor?
Oh, okay. Doc says that scalars are used to remove scales off of fish. That
Holy
sounds
shit, bro. Don't troll.
That's like a dad joke.
That was more like a dad joke, bud.
I thought it was pretty good.
Nah, it was more like a dad joke, though.
Then Google what a manhole is.
Hey, Indio, since your video was talking about the sun, can you answer my question, text chat, what your opinion is on solar flares?
I don't have one. I don't know enough about it.
Oh, okay.
There you have it.
People don't like that, India. You should have answers. Not having answers is not.
Well, some things that don't interest me, I would say I don't give a flying fuck about solar flares, so I don't know anything really about them. Never bothered to go like, I remember them fucking saying stupid shit when I was a kid. There was a solar flare in the sun that would fit 32 fucking Earths inside of it today. Like that bullshit. I remember that.
Yeah, and the whole thing about how it takes our electric grid out and all that too. All that scary shit, supposedly.
Well, that's coronal mass ejection. That's something different.
Oh, so you do know something about it.
Or was a
You're holding out
term,
on
I guess
us.
not. Sorry, my bad.
It's like the sun shitting its pants, like diarrhea.
Yeah, I meant the solar corona eject or whatever the term is. Sorry, I meant that.
Corona anal ejection, mass ejection.
Ejaculation, mass ejaculation.
I've never seen enough. I've never seen data correlating solar activity to fucking aurora borealis.
Power outages and shit.
Yeah, this shit happens when that stuff don't happen.
There
Funny
was
thing
a
is,
solar flare in the 1800s that caused telegraph lines to catch on fire.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
that's where it's coming from.
That sounds like
but that's
something,
because back
right?
then they didn't have electrical power generation, right? So the telegraph lines were powered by what's called a ground battery. So you take like zinc and a frickin' copper, and you take a wire and you put it in sandy, wet soil. You'll actually get a voltage between the wires, and that's how they powered telegraphs.
Well, that sounds like electrical generation, right?
It's a DC voltage, yeah, but it's not like electrical. It wasn't electrical generation. There was no generator. The Earth was the generator.
So it was generating a little bit then, right?
There's a potential difference between the frickin' copper. The copper is like electronegative, the zinc is electronegative, and the copper is electropositive.
Right.
So they'll both accumulate, like they'll try to accumulate charge, like make it. It's like a poor man's parallel plate capacitor. But the Earth is what's creating the potential difference.
Okay, that kind of makes sense. And supposedly with the whole solar flare thing it's related to like our magnetic field too, which I feel like that's like a big lie, possibly, or no? Like with the whole Earth thing or whatever.
I mean, I don't know, dude. There's a lot of shit they don't know. Like I said, I've never seen like, we're gonna fucking actually look at the aurora borealis, and we're gonna actually do like statistical analysis, and we're gonna see if there actually is a correlation between solar output and fucking versus nothing, right? Because that's how you do it. Is this happening is it a random event? Right? So you want to, like, if in any particular scientific field, if you're looking for an effect, right, like a correlation, you fucking get a p-value or something. Otherwise, so that it's actually statistically significant effect and not just noise.
Well, can't they
like some things that they talk about this has just never been done. They've just never done it.
Well, they can predict the aurora, right? I remember they predicted it over my house like last year. And it was out there. So there must be some correlation, right?
I mean, yeah, but the point is like, does it happen when they don't predict it?
Oh, that's a good question.
No, that's not
I
happening.
think it happens.
Well, so there's things you have to avoid things like confirmation bias, right? So that's really the problem, is confirmation bias. hey, if you like, it's like confirmation bias in the Texas sharpshooter fallacy, right? You just fucking you shoot bullets at the fucking barn. You go up to the fucking place where the bullets are the closest together, and you draw your bullseye there. Say you're a sharpshooter. Right. See,
that's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah, but just to be clear, the eclipse will never happen if the globe doesn't predict it. Like it has to predict it 100% of the time.
Yeah. Have they ever predicted an eclipse before?
Yeah, and they don't use a globe.
Oh yeah, they know everybody. We always know when they're going to happen. There's no doubt about that. But wait, how do they predict?
Because eclipses happen on a cycle.
Oh.
It's called the Soros cycle. There's a couple other cycles in there. There's like the metonic cycle, the draconic cycle, the exogenic cycle. So there's cycles within the cycles. So there's a regular cycle that happens the most often, but then there's cycles within that. So occasionally you'll get an off-year eclipse.
Do you find it interesting that like the globe model always has to predict it? Like it can't be like the moon is on like some other place in the model and there's still an eclipse going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it has to align with what the prediction is 100% of the time.
If you look at
there is no globe prediction. There's no globe prediction for eclipses. They don't work.
If you just look at an astrological chart, if you look at the...
You should just get absolutely fat lost.
When the North Node and the South Node are within 20% of the Moon and the Sun, that's when it happens. It's just on an astrological chart. A child could read it and tell you when it's going to happen.
Wait, who made the charts then?
If you believe the modern chronology, the Babylonians in about 2000 BC.
Holy shit.
But India, do you see my point? Like like there's an objective position where the moon, the sun, and the earth are at all times, correct? So if the globe model, like let's say it is fake, at some point the prediction should like completely fall apart, right? Like the moon should be like in a completely
every
different
eclipse
position.
they fall apart. Yeah, every eclipse they fall apart.
Okay, but how much? By how much though? Like by
I don't know.
a little bit maybe.
Oh, they always got those classes they hand out.
What'll happen is like what the globe will predict. The globe won't actually predict like the moon and sun covering each other up.
Right.
So they'll be off a little bit. So where you would see like say a total solar eclipse, it won't be like it'll predict not a total solar eclipse.
Sure. But what I'm saying is like it should completely fall apart, as in like the moon should like literally be on the other side or something. You know what I mean? That's.
How would it? No, it can't happen like that because.
Why not? It should, right? At some point. I mean, I don't know.
No. Why would it do that?
Because the globe model's fake. So at some point, the moon would like literally be like somewhere else, and there's an eclipse going on. That's impossible, right? But it should happen. No? How come?
India, aren't you supposed to be good at math or something, dude?
Oh, don't be racist, bro.
No, but like, okay, so you're saying
no, I don't understand. Like, so say you have a model, these two models approximate each other. Mm-hmm. It's not going to be way off. They're just going to be slightly different at different points in time. They're not going to be way off.
I see. You're saying like they incorporated the eclipse cycles into the model. So that
they just don't use a globe model to predict eclipse. So NASA, if you type in NASA Soros cycle, they use they have all their prediction eclipse.
Yeah, I get that.
Eclipse prediction, and there's formulas for they like if you dig deep into their website, you can get the actual formulas for how they predict eclipses. There's no globe in any of that shit.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. So if you go through the mathematics, there's no globe in it. Right. And I remember the 2017 eclipse. This is like a big controversy. You can still go on the websites. I don't know about Stellarium, but Celestia, I looked recently, like 6 months ago, and it's still there. They have posts up for the 2017 eclipse. Hey, I can't get this to work in Celestia. right? So they're supposed to be 2017 eclipse, and they would, so Celestia is like Stellarium is.
Right.
Yeah, it's like that. So Celestia is another version of that. Yeah, it's an app. It's a freaking celestial freaking observation app. So people were trying to, hey, what does eclipse look like on this date from this location? And it wasn't working. So they actually patched the software to add the eclipse in as an animation to make it work, because it wouldn't work within.
Right.
Celestium uses something called a JPL ephemeris, New Horizons ephemeris, which is like where it's a prediction of where the planets are supposed to be at particular times, right? So sun, moon, planets, whatever. So that's what they use. Using that, they could not predict that the 2017 eclipse.
So
this is a controversy back then. Like you probably weren't into this topic back then, but it's like a huge controversy back then. A point of contention between, because eclipse seemed to be going the wrong way for a period of time. That it was like going against the rotation of the Earth. It was like going backwards.
Indio, I looked up NASA's Saros cycle, and the first link had a bunch of pictures of globes in it.
So what?
But
they had a bunch of pictures of fucking in the mathematics, dude.
But there's a lot of math on
so if they had a
here.
picture of SpongeBob, does that make the Earth to SpongeBob? Like, fucking stop being stupid, dude. Seriously.
Oh,
I don't have time for fucking infantile fucking bullshit, dude.
Okay, so wait. So
it's really infantile to even say something like that. You know it is.
Yeah.
They put a picture on their website, so they must be using a globe. No,
well, you said they didn't have any globe references, and this has a bunch of globe references.
No, I didn't say that.
Chadsy.
Okay, we're just
check
going to
your
be
text chat. There's pictures of unicorns in the text chat. Oh shit, unicorns are real. Yay for us.
So hey, Fry, did you watch that video? What do you think about the astronaut
I did.
claiming no stars?
Oh man, see, this is why I wanted to look at the video. So they say, I don't think they said like, I think they said they couldn't see it while capturing the corona or something, which I guess it could make sense. If you're looking at something super bright, your eyes will not be able to adjust to be able to look at the stars. Happens all the time.
That's it. That's all you gathered.
I mean, to me, it's plausibly explainable, because he also said, like, they never saw stars during the sunny side of the moon or something. Which, I mean, to me, because it sounded like they never even tried. That's. I mean, maybe that's not what India said, but that's how it sort of came off to be. Like, they're like, oh, we have no idea. It's not like they did not even try it. I mean,
they were asked if they ever saw stars.
Yeah,
they never saw stars.
Yeah, that's
interesting. Wow.
Yeah, it is interesting. It is interesting,
but now everybody says they see stars all the time.
Yeah, there's one where they said they saw so many stars. It was so bright they couldn't even look at the sky. There were so many stars. And another guy said it was fucking pitch black. And another guy, everybody has a different story.
Yeah, that makes sense,
so
right?
How does everybody that go to the space have their own subjective view of what they experienced?
So I think from this ISS
Here comes the copium, dude. You fucking cope, dude. Fry, tell us, scoop up the copium, take a big whiff, dude, and spit it back at us.
Man.
Now imagine we all went to the Grand Canyon, right?
Uh-huh.
And one person thought it was red, the other person thought it was blue. One person said there was a Colorado River there. The other person was like, there's no river at the bottom. And everybody's telling a different story about what the Grand Canyon is. And then you had all these people. Would you believe that any of them went to the Grand Canyon, or that they're all just a bunch of bullshitters?
But the first people that went to the Grand Canyon never saw stars, and they all agreed.
They didn't even see the Grand Canyon?
Single one of them agreed. Didn't see shit.
Yeah, when they looked up in the sky, they saw stars.
Didn't see shit.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So Oblivion, this is my question, right? Like, these people went on the moon, which is different from going to the ISS, correct? Like,
Yeah, but they were between the moon and the Earth, right? So they're like halfway in between.
At every point.
Yeah.
At every point. You wouldn't have your nose against the fucking window? Are you telling me you wouldn't have your nose against the window looking?
Okay, so wait. The question was, I think, kind of specific because even in his answer, he did not say he did not he did not see stars at all. He said like from on the moon, like on the day side of the moon. He was very specific about that. So to me, that sounds like what he was saying is like when it was like bright and the sun was out.
I have so little respect for like some of you Goldbergers, dude. It's like even getting worse because you guys will say like, you don't believe in space, just get a telescope. But you motherfuckers think people went to space and didn't bring a telescope.
I don't know if they did. I honestly have no idea.
And then they went to space, like on Earth. It's so cool. Look at space. Look at space with my telescope. The stars are so awesome. Now you go to space and you don't look at the stars, and now the stars all of a sudden they're not awesome because now you're in space. You don't need to look at any of that shit anymore, right? I mean, does that make any fucking sense?
Yeah, but India, why would they go to the moon and look at stars? I mean, maybe there would be. I don't know. Maybe there was no point in doing that.
For the same reason they put observatories in the middle of nowhere, right? Because light pollution makes the stars. You'll see more stars. So imagine how many more stars you're going to see from space, but they're not even going to bother to look.
Right, and
do you know who asked him?
Do you know who asked him the question? Do you know who asked the question?
Who?
It was an astronomer.
Yeah. Hey, Fry.
A famous British astronomer.
Yeah. So, Fry, when you fly in an airplane, what seat do you prefer?
The window seat.
Why?
He's in the latrine.
Why, Fry?
Because it's fun to look at shit.
Really? So you're going to fucking space? Where's
for 3 days? Bored out of your bored off your ass for 3 days, right? Because it took them 3 days to get to the moon. You got nothing to do.
Okay, so
think about that. You're stuck on an airplane for 3 days, dude. All you got is a little porthole window, and you don't look out it.
But this is what I'm saying, man.
Don't even attempt to study it, and the whole point is to study shit. So, yep.
You're like too busy tossing puzzles and fucking salad, dude, to look out the window.
India, this is what I'm saying. I don't think he said he never saw stars during the entire trip. That's where I think you guys were sort of missing the point. He just said like he did not see it when they were capturing the solar, lunar. I don't know what the fuck they were capturing. There's a very specific answer.
There's another interview where he says space was the deepest black. So he's talking about cislunar space, and what that means is between the moon and the Earth. There's another interview that he did, okay, where he said that the sky was deep black.
And there is no stars.
Well, black it means no stars, dude.
Oh yeah, I gotcha. Sorry.
Now, if you were going to fake it, right, and you knew that back on Earth there's going to be thousands of astronomers waiting to see that imagery of the stars from the moon, right? They'd be drooling over that sort of data, right? You would blank it out and say, "Oh, we couldn't see them," and all your imagery would be void of stars, so that the astronomers can't look at it and go, "You've got that wrong. That's not supposed to be there. Venus was supposed to be over this way somewhere. We just fucked up."
The reason they left them out, yeah, that makes sense too.
Like Neil deGrasse Tyson calls up Peter fucking Jackson or some other director and says, that scene during Titanic, blah, 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 the starfield was all wrong. If they were pointing north at that time on that date, they're looking, don't worry.
Yeah, it's like leaving out the details helps them sell the lie better.
So I just posted the interview. It's within the first 30 seconds where he says the sky. I don't know why he referred to it as the sky, because he's obviously in the sky, which proves he wasn't actually in the sky. He was on Earth and just making some bullshit.
Let me check.
I mean, who would be in outer space and call frickin' outside your spaceship the sky? Dick, you're in the sky. Allegedly, you were on a big fucking Roman candle, and you flew up really high, and you're between the moon and the Earth. You're in the sky. Why would you call that you're looking up at the sky? You're in the sky. Like, you wouldn't look up at the sky. You'd have to look down at the sky.
The Earth is the only thing visible.
Interesting. He does say it was pitch black even during during transit. Kind of insane.
I mean, he was stuck. Think about it, though. He's stuck for 3 days in a tin can, like a tiny tin can with 2 other people. The only thing, he isn't like steering it. He isn't like dodging traffic and fucking between the moon and the Earth, right? He's got nothing to do.
Dodging asteroids.
Yeah, dodging asteroids, yeah. He wasn't like playing Space Invaders. They didn't have any video games. I doubt he took a book with him to read, right? Maybe they were reading the manuals. But he doesn't bother to look out the window.
Reading the manual? To the moon? Bruh.
The checklist, dude. Like, they have checklists and shit, right?
Reading the manual how to get back. Damn. Should have studied before.
So here's another funny thing. So they have transcripts of all the conversations, everything they did, right? Everything they said. NASA took and transcribed that into a transcripts.
Like,
you want to know what they didn't transcribe and what they didn't record?
Huh?
And it's just like happened instantaneously. Them putting on their spacesuits on the surface of the moon to go on the moonwalk. So they had to help each other put on the spacesuits, and it took on Earth 2 hours for them to put the shit on. But that doesn't appear in the transcripts, and there's no time gap of 2 hours in the transcripts.
Wait,
I never heard about that. That's interesting.
Is it like written or is it like audio? What is it?
Yeah, do you have a citation for that? I've never heard that before, India. I'm just curious.
It was like it's on Apollo Detectives. I have to find it. You know the Apollo Detectives YouTube channel?
I can look it up.
Dude, you really
I never heard that. I never heard of that theory. I mean, I've heard a lot of different theories. I just never heard about that certain one though.
Yeah, they've gone over everything, these guys. So it's a British guy, it's fucking a Canadian, and I think one of the dudes is American. They've gone over so much stuff, dude. It's like almost like they've accumulated so much stuff on the moon landing fakery. It beggars belief, dude. And that's one of the things that they noticed was that they have all the transcripts of all the conversations that they had with Houston and with each other, right? But the thing they don't have is them putting on the spacesuits, which is supposed to take 2 hours.
Dude, were you like a kid when it happened? Like, how old were you?
Oh, I wasn't born yet in '69.
Oh, you're not. Yeah, okay.
Well, what,
Yeah,
what
me
would
either.
you
I wasn't born
say
either.
when you're putting
Oh,
on a
wait.
spacesuit?
Oh, 69. That's pretty.
There was also
By the
a
way,
big-
Patrick Moore is by far my most favorite astronomer of all time. He was so cool. Like, you should watch some more of his stuff, read his books. He was fantastic. He delved into astronomy where other astronomers were scared to go. And I'll take my fucking hat off to him. He was knighted. He was Sir Patrick Moore.
Mr. Dub, I wanna say one thing. You flat earth people, you are all Muslims, motherfuckers. Fuck Muhammad, fuck you all.
Fuck, bruh.
That was a guy named Samurai Jack talking in an Indian accent. That's fucking pathetic.
And fuck off, numpty.
So wash that mic off now.
Right, that one will stay away for 2 more days.
India, what's you can't do an Indian accent if you have a Samurai Jack username.
Thank you very much. Please come again.
No, you're not allowed to. When you're culturally appropriating, you're culturally appropriating. You can't come in and insult anybody. Sorry.
There was also a big conspiracy around the proclaimed dimensions of the suits. And
He called you guys Muslims, man.
And the
dimensions
door.
of the door, the suits, the fact that the door opens in.
Yes.
Like, the door opens in, they had nowhere to go, right? Because the suits are so big with their packs on.
Holy shit,
They
really?
wouldn't be able to open the door wide enough to get out of the door.
And people would go to the museums where they proclaim that the actual the crafts were. And one guy, I forget his name, but he was like, "Oh, look, I got a tape measure. Can I please just measure the fucking door? Can I please just step over the tape and measure the door?" And no one would let him. Right. And it was purely to just confirm the simple fact as to whether or not this was true. And no one would let him freaking measure it. It was ridiculous.
Wait, he wanted
He wanted to measure the width of the opening.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, you're not
Wait, when
allowed
did
to
this
touch
happen?
stuff in museums.
And
Yeah,
they wouldn't tell him. And they wouldn't tell him what the goddamn width of the door was. No, I'm sorry.
Like, they're not gonna let him touch it though, bro. That's not gonna happen.
Oh, that's
You don't need to touch it with a tape measure, dude.
Bro,
I mean, you can tell by looking at it if you can get close enough to it, obviously.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, but someone really wants to just know exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Because the controversy was, it was listed that the door width was 24 inches, but the packs were something like 26 inches. And then the cope was something like, well, they fucking designed the door, and it's actually 27. It's not 24. So he wanted to measure it and see which one it was, and they wouldn't let him.
What if they just went through sideways?
How would that work? Like, the 26 was like the minimum width.
Yeah, minimum.
It's like they turn sideways.
Then that would be wider.
Yeah, that doesn't help you, dude. It doesn't.
That'd be wider.
These were like, haven't you seen the imagery? Dude, they're like fucking 27 inches at least fucking wide, dude, from chest to back.
I didn't see the interview where they went over the width of the backpacks.
Yeah, we're way ahead of you. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, I know.
Do you think people landed on the moon, dude?
Yeah.
Why?
Because
I don't know. They took videos and stuff.
Oh, Jesus.
Did they know?
The reflector's still there, and you can bounce lasers off of it that they left there.
Really now?
You know they did that shit long before
Did you see
they
that on Big Bang Theory? Is that where you saw that, or Mythbusters?
Yeah. But they bounced lasers before there were reflectors, man.
Yeah, that's
Don't you know
that's
that?
what I'm saying. You can bounce it without the anywhere anyway. So,
And what they actually get back is like a single photon.
A beep.
Oh, did you guys see the I think it was the Indian Space Administration. They flew a satellite close enough to map the surface in high enough resolution that they could see the landing site.
Yeah, that's a cool story, but that's not how it worked at all.
But they took
That's
pictures.
No, that's the story they tell about it, but that's not how it worked at all. So that story has evolved over time.
Oh, I mean, this just happened a couple of years ago.
Oh, God, you're not listening.
The same type of pictures of our blue marble.
No, this was from a satellite. It wasn't from a person.
Well, yeah, they already admit that blue marble, it has to be photoshopped. Well, your picture is probably the same way, so I'm just saying.
Oh.
So your evidence they went to the moon is India's claim that they took pictures of the landing site.
Well, they mapped the whole surface, I think, or at least a part of it. And part of it that they mapped had the landing site.
I don't think you've investigated it enough to form any opinion about it whatsoever, quite honestly.
Oh, well, what am I saying that's wrong?
Everything.
Oh.
So the LRO, the so-called Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, supposedly passed over the site. Now, what they show is something that they, for lack of a better term, digitally enhanced. This camera didn't have the resolution to pick up objects that small. So they digitally enhanced them. So what became a blur became, two little freaking lines in the fucking sand or dust or whatever. So this story has evolved over time. So like what they first released isn't like what they show now. So it's something like, yes, we did the LRO. Nobody gives a shit what you do, India. Oh, we fucking took a picture of the fucking landing site. Oh, that shit's blurry. That don't look like the landing site to me. Here's our freaking our enhanced picture of the landing site. Looks good enough to me. And now, a fucking decade later, we have people on fucking this 24/7 Flat Earth Discord voice chat saying they took a picture of the fucking landing site. It's crazy, dude. This is like a telephone game. It's fucking retarded, dude.
It's the same bullshit they did in the 90s with the face on Mars.
But you're talking about the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. That was NASA. That wasn't the Indian craft that I'm referring to.
I know. I said it's the same shit they did in the 90s with the face on Mars. It was blurry shit, and then they re-enhanced it. It made
the Indian Space Research Organization, that wasn't digitally enhanced.
Yeah, and then they're trying to push that narrative how we used to live on Mars and we moved to the Earth and et cetera, and all this crap.
That was but the officials totally they made okay. We don't know for sure, right? But they made out like that's a load of hogwash. It's just pareidolia, blah 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 blah, right? They've always taken that stance. I remember growing up in the fucking 70s and 80s and people saying, yeah, you're not going to find life on Mars, you're not going to find life on the moon or anything like that. It's a dead, desolate place out there. This is the only place, blah, 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 blah. Drake's equations, bullshit, blah, 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 blah.
Wait, does that mean there is life outside of Earth?
What? Oh my God.
I mean, you heard my theory earlier, so that will answer your question. But everybody else would be no, because we live in a container, so.
The idea of there being life even in other solar systems back, when I was a kid, was fringe and frowned upon. If you came out and said it, you were like risking your career as a fucking astronomer, or an astrophysicist or cosmologist.
That's interesting. I Oh yeah, because that makes sense though. But yeah, you'd have to have a lot of proof before you would even say something, right? Basically.
Now they can say all kinds of shit and doesn't require anything or any proof.
Yeah.
Anything.
Yeah, back in the day, though, it was
a narrative that you're insignificant, you're fucking dust.
Now, just about any theories like on the table. Like you can, they'll entertain just about anything.
Yeah, agent information, as long as it controls people, right?
Yeah, as long as you're insignificant.
It's that we have to. It's agent information. We have to try to see through all the bullshit. That it's all on us now to try to do what we can. Individually. I mean, so.
What do you think the real narrative is that they're trying to cover up?
Probably this topic of this channel. That's a big one right there. So.
Okay, but that's pretty broad, right?
Like, who was it that said he looked at Mars through a telescope and saw like all these grid lines, and he thought they were canals, and he speculated that there was civilization there or could be there now, right? Who was that?
I do remember.
He was laughed at. He was mocked, by his peers for saying that sort of shit.
Was he really laughed at? Because my memory said it was like it was a big news story, and it was like it was I don't know. It seemed like it wasn't really laughed at, but
inspiration for War of the Worlds.
The media jump on that sort of shit, but the peers aren't going to back him up. They're not going to risk their fucking career on backing him up over something that they can't prove like that.
Well, you're right about that though too. Yeah.
I remember seeing that in magazines, tubular canals or tubular channels on Mars. I remember all that crazy stuff on the internet.
Yeah, JP Skipper, man. JP Skipper. Mars Anomaly Research page. Yeah, he's dead now, but his site's still up and still running, so you can go and have a look at it. And he analysed, he released a couple of books, I think. I got one of them. He analysed so much photography of Mars, aerial and land, right? And came to the conclusion that they're definitely hiding like lakes and forests and stuff. Because he compared the aerial footage of Mars of Earth, right? From similar altitudes, right? And said, well, this is a lake from that altitude on Earth, and here's a picture that looks just like it with trees around the edges and everything. He's like, he thought he exposed NASA as lying about what's really on Mars. What he really did was just expose that they were just taking photographs of Earth and then just like blurring it and making it all like hard to tell what it was. And,
I didn't know they had Photoshop back then.
They ever had airbrush. Man, artists have been able to fucking replicate, like almost make things look like photography for decades.
For centuries, dude.
Centuries, yeah, there you go. Centuries.
Photo fakery started in 1841. I didn't misspeak. I said 1841, not 1941. 1841.
Is that like the first actual artist supposedly? No,
like
earlier than that.
Like as soon as people got photography, they were like, "Oh, I'm gonna make this dude look like they got a horse on their head." Like people are the same. It doesn't matter what year they're trolling each other even back then.
I'll just say quickly, have you noticed how many people have been talking about the apparent asteroid that's on the way, or meteor, or whatever?
Yes, we need to cut the budget quickly because we're all going to die unless Elon Musk gets it tomorrow, so we have to cut the budget very quickly. It's got all the social programs to build Musk's rockets.
It's like
I
when
wanna
they
know why
say what's really should be in the news right now, and why is this in the news? I think that's what's always going on when they come in.
Well, I want to know why.
Yeah,
But I want to know why the percentage of the risk of it hitting us keeps changing. Shouldn't it just be they figured that out? We know definitely it's going to miss by this much, or it's definitely going to hit us. Why is that? Why is it changing all the time?
They probably used a stochastic model, so that it's not discrete.
Be scared, be afraid. That's all you need to do is be scared and be afraid.
Well, to be fair, the models say that there's a 0% chance of the asteroid hitting, plus or minus a couple percent error. So I wouldn't be scared.
I think it's about voting for who makes you feel safest.
That's true.
Didn't they do this before? They've done this before. Come on, guys.
Yeah, the oh my god, what am I thinking?
Yeah, it was called
you
the
know the
Soviet
name.
Union.
Well, that, but I'm talking about when it comes to comics, the freaking whatever the name of that stupid comet is.
Halley's Comet?
No, it's not that. It's that supposed like planet that shows up every.
Nibiru?
Nibiru, yeah.
Nibiru, Planet X, fucking Tiamat. Like, I've heard it was a bunch of variations.
Supposedly it was 5 years ago it was going to pass us, and
Well,
now
that was
it's like
2012.
next
That
4
was
years or something.
2012.
I don't know. Yeah, so 10
Planet
years ago.
X
was like outside the solar system.
Yeah.
No, Planet X is a mirror planet that orbits exactly opposite Earth, and that's why we can't see it because it's on the other side of the sun.
Yeah.
So, but it's the 10th planet, and that's like the Roman numeral X at the same time, so we call it Planet X. It's just so cool, you can't resist.
And supposedly it's related to the whole Bible reference to like our creators are there or something like that.
Well, the Nephilim put it there because, like, you know, that Tiamat, that actually isn't like, even though it's like an anthropomorphized, like, 10-headed dragon, it's actually Tiamat, which is the 10th fucking planet it's on. Like I've heard so many variations of this bullshit, but even back when I was a kid, we were like, Stitching and fucking all that Anunnaki shit and Nephilim and dude, it's just silly.
Yeah.
The flat Earth is ridiculous. Just remember that. It's the flat Earth that's ridiculous.
I know, right? It's just like I actually sleep better at night knowing that we're flat and there's like has to be a container, because that kind of keeps the whole all that other stuff like alien invasion kind of a little bit. You don't have to worry about it as much. Same thing with meteors.
My dad built literally a multi-million-dollar bunker because he caught this video on YouTube. Planet X is going to come and fuck everything up. I shit you not. He spent
Your
millions.
dad is a millionaire?
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
No, I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. It was so ridiculous. He had
The more ridiculous thing is that your dad's a millionaire, dude.
hundreds of
what type of job did your dad do? Just curious.
hundreds of pallets of food, barrels, and I'm telling you, it
doesn't hurt to be prepared though, because I mean, you know, just because there's not that, there's still other things that could happen though. So I hear you though. That is a little overboard just for that one reason though. So
now it's a moldy, disgusting biological disaster.
Oh, that sucks. Yeah, the upkeep on stuff like that, if you go overboard, would be kind of after 10 years nothing happens.
There's a thing called
What do you
ventilation.
think how like seemingly quiet it is in what they'd say is our part of the galaxy, the solar system, if you like? It's suspiciously quiet, like we have all these UFO activity, but we can't just look up there with our naked eye or basic optical tools and be like, oh yeah, I see lots of meteors, I see lots of UFOs and other planets, and they're clearly planets and balls. It's like, no, it's fairly quiet, fairly still up there from what we can observe, unless they're paying for space research.
Oblivion, are you also a millionaire?
No.
And if yes, will you consider going to Antarctica?
I will say this: when I was out in Arkansas, we were looking at the stars in the sky, a lot of them, and then all of a sudden, a couple of lights just started moving, and we're like, "What the fuck?" And then it came right over the house, and me and my girl were like, "What the fuck? What is that?" I was even trying to record it, and then all of a sudden, it just shot up, and it just disappeared, and we're like, "What the fuck?" Like we thought that was a star, dude. Like that was crazy, dude.
Yeah,
I will say
was.
that.
Do you think it was UAPs?
I don't know. I swear to God, I don't even know what it was, bro. Like, how are you looking at like what we think is a star, and then it starts moving, and then all of a sudden it looks like it's like right above us because it moved into our position, like where you're looking straight up, and then all of a sudden it just shot straight up and it disappeared as it went
Why
like
didn't you
higher
get
up.
out your spectrometer?
It's definitely a UAP.
What state were you in at that time? Arkansas. I was in Arizona, over around Phoenix, and within 1 hour, I saw 5. They all came from the same direction, and they zigzagged and did this weirdest shit. And all of a sudden, boom, just shot off like lightning.
Bro, that was Sky Harbor, bro.
In the same direction.
That was Sky Harbor.
It's kind of like what I said earlier,
bro.
I think it's just visitors that are in other domes that have figured out how to wait to get to our dome. Really, that's what I mean. That's my theory, but I can't prove it, obviously. But
Were you guys high or stoned at some point? Just asking.
You know
That's
that the
a nice
government.
theory. If I followed through with that theory, I'd say that the deluge events are happening when there's civilization-sized craft coming in, and they crack a massive hole in the dome, so therefore lots of water comes in. So if aliens arrive and leave on the scale to build a civilization like Sumeria or Egypt, that's where you see the deluge in the record. Think about it.
You know that the government.
Is the dome surrounded by water?
according to the Bible, it is. Yes. I mean, if you take that for a grain of salt, but
Well, the government, through the Navy, like they have literally like disclosed the information that there are like these UAPs, as they call them, that are in the ocean. Like they dive into the ocean, and that's always been like a theory that there's something living in the ocean. Like that goes all the way back to, what was that movie back in like the 70s or 80s, Space Odyssey or whatever. No, space. It's like called Space Odyssey or something like that. But like where they go deep into the ocean, they find like an alien. The Abyss. The Abyss. That's what it was. Yeah,
That was a good movie.
Yeah, like they've been exposing like what is like what they found in the oceans, and then a lot of the witness accounts like are things that dive into the ocean and then they just like disappear into the ocean. So I don't know, dude. Like who fucking knows, bro?
I mean, yeah. I mean, the oceans are. I mean, I know we don't think space exists, but the oceans are. We haven't explored the oceans just as much as we haven't really explored space in quotations.
Well, the funny thing is that NASA, as a company, originally started out as ocean exploring. Like they literally used to explore the ocean, and then all of a sudden they just stopped, and then they made this whole, we're going to explore space. But if you look into it, like if you look into the history of it, like they changed from, they used to just explore the ocean, and then for some reason they just stopped.
Wait. So what did it stand for? Was it still NASA when they first started, or?
Well, no, they actually used to be called a different organization. By the way, they were under the like the ocean fucking whatever it was, and then they turned into NASA, and then they became this deep space bullshit that we know it today. But But
Damn.
originally they were
They're still under
exploring
that.
the ocean.
They're still under NOAA. You're talking about NOAA, National
Noah,
Ocean and
yeah,
Grass.
Noah, yeah.
They're still,
Ocean World's
technically-
Exploring, right?
They're
Oh yeah,
technically
NOAA is
still
still
under that.
NOAA.
And
No,
NASA's
NOAA is
still
part
under
of the
NOAA.
Department of Commerce. NASA is not part of
Yeah.
the Department of
No,
Commerce.
but NASA started as an affiliation of NOAA, or that's just the way they started. But then they changed it up. If you look into it, you'll find out that they changed.
I don't think NASA was ever under NOAA.
Yeah, the organization that was behind it. Yeah,
'Cause I think
look into it.
NOAA in the modern form got created after NASA did.
No. That's false. They were first exploring the oceans, and then they switched it up to explore space. Look it up.
NOAA was founded in 1970, and NASA was created before that. I don't know, man.
Bro, well, look into the original fucking like the whoever was exploring the oceans to begin with, and then NASA they changed it, which was in the late '60s, I believe. It wasn't the '70s; it was the late '60s. That's when they changed it. I'll look it up for you if you don't want to look it up. I'll look it up.
I found the one that apparently is 2015. Wrong one. Sorry. As part of the offshoot of NASA, basically, but inside NASA still, the ocean version, but whatever.
Yeah, it was the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, NACA. They're called NACA. My bad. They used to be called NACA before they were NASA. And NACA was in 1915, bro. They were way before. NACA became NASA. Look it up. And way back in the early 1900s, they were exploring the oceans and they fucking found shit, but they fucking kept it a secret. Look it up. It was called NACA. It was called the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics.
Okay, there it is. I think I found it.
Yeah, and that was in the 1915, and then in 1958 they became NASA. So there you go.
Yeah, bro's dropping facts.
Yeah, I'm dropping
He's right.
mad facts. All drunk as fuck.
Thank you.
They became NASA. It even says it.
Yeah, they became NASA. They used to be called NACA though.
Like morphed into it, like the xenomorph.
Yeah, but anyhow,
Fucking weirdo. Dude was a weirdo, man. Like with the king of weirdos.
That's true.
I'm so drunk right now, bro. I'm probably gonna remember this conversation tomorrow, but we're talking about some good shit right now. I'm just saying.
Yeah, this is like the heart of the conspiracy right here. The origins, if you will.
This is old.
I would.
We were talking about this shit in 2015.
Yeah, and it's funny. It's been 2015, and why can't we get this shit like declassified by now, right? Makes you wonder.
Because they're hiding shit, bro.
Yeah, I know.
They've been hiding shit.
Wouldn't it be crazy if Atlantis is down there and it's got its own dome?
Oh yeah, that'd be. Well, yeah, it would have to be right. Well, I guess it wouldn't have to, but depending on if the Atlanteans were, water breathing or whatever, if they were like us, then it would have to be yes, right?
But you have military personnel that have been like whistleblowers that have come out and said we see objects just popping out of the ocean, and they try to track them and they can't, and they move at speeds that are like not even like that's not even how we move, bro. Like nobody has that capability in today's world. Like how do they move so fast? And the way they jart, the way they go left to right, and the way they pivot, like they're like, dude, that's not even fucking like possible at this point. And they see them dive into the ocean.
Do they go? But they go up too, though, right? They come from the ocean and go straight up or disappear.
Yeah. They go.
So that means, that still kind of goes against our whole container thing, unless they're figuring out a way to go through our container, right?
I think it's possible they're just stretching themselves over a liminal barrier, and through that process of speeding up to the point where you shift out of physical reality, they seem like, they're going in all crazy directions and all crazy speeds. But I think that's why they're not able to stay on this plane for very long as well.
But it doesn't mean that
Dimension
they're
or something,
going.
yeah.
But it doesn't mean that they're going into space the way Globers believe it to be. It just means that they go out of your field of view. So like, you can take a plane and just shoot it straight up. Eventually, it's going to disappear only because it gets so high. Like you can't see a plane like 15 miles up in the sky. Like that you can't. Like it's just optically you just cannot resolve that.
Yeah, and I wasn't trying to argue that space is there because I'm pretty sure that it's a container. So I'm just kind of trying to figure out what you're saying, So
Yeah.
I'm definitely pretty. I know that. Like I said, I sleep better because I know space is up there. So
yeah.
So.
Wait, then what is up there?
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. There's like nothing like. Well, see, like I said, my theory is that we're in a dome, and then there's other domes. We're like on a flat table of, like, you could say the crater or whatever. Kind of like a fishbowl. Like we have a fishbowl, multiple fishbowls on a flat table. But that's just the way I kind of see it. I know it's kind of a bullshit claim, but
no, isn't like the space between the domes like space?
I guess in a sense, but I guess you can kind of go off the Bible. I think it is some form of type of water or plasma or something that's in between. It's still like a flat table in a sense, a huge flat table with multiple, fish bowls. That
if you think about the black hole notion, right? It might be that if you imagine yourself under a sheet of ice, and then there's a hole in the ice that's been made by, say, a killer whale or something, right? So you picture that as like the black hole is the hole up into the next reality, which might be, the divine realm or the realm of God or heaven or something like that. And to them, it'd be like they'd look down and see a tiny point in the field. It's down into this scale, maybe.
It's the bullshit rhetoric of when science and like science.com on the newsreels, like they're like, oh, we discovered a black hole, here's a photo of it taken by the Hubble telescope, and they show this like black circle deep in the furthest realm of space, and they're like, that position is like trillions of miles away, but that's the story. How about we just see something on that's within the firmament above us? It's not fucking trillion miles away. It's just fucking tens of thousands of fucking miles away from us. But we don't know though, bro, because at the end of the day, you no one fucking can actually go to that position to say that this is the difference.
Isn't it interesting that the idea of it being the, quote, way out of this system and into another place is there inside of the heliocentric black hole physics notion as well? Opening the wormhole with the white hole on the other side that emits all the matter.
Right.
Think anyone has gone outside the firmament?
No. Enoch.
Well, if you believe the Bible, yeah, I was going to say Enoch. There you go.
Yeah, Enoch did.
Damn, Enoch was a baller.
Because Enoch he explained what he saw from that position, from almost like he had a view that God would have. He had that perspective, so that's why he explained in his book how the sun and the moon are going through the quadrants and the way it travels. But the most beautiful thing about what I think personally, he said the sun and the moon are the same size. And for some reason the church tried to hide that. That's why they took him out. They said he's not even.
Well, they kind of have to be for an eclipse to work if there's literally nothing going on with them being not where they seem like they are.
Right.
Makes sense.
Right. It makes sense though why the church tried to make the Book of Enoch, even though it was quoted in the scriptures, they try to make it irrelevant, and they're like, "Nah, it's not." That's why they made it part of the Apocryphas. Like they kicked it out of the 66 books, the canonized books, if you will. But it makes sense because they're trying to hide the truth because they were pushing a heliocentric model within their own paradigm. Like the church, the Catholic Church, the Pope from the Vatican, they are the ones who push heliocentrism. Their own bishops pushed heliocentrism. And it's funny because the way I look at it, that's fucking demonic because they're trying to take away from the creator of God, God being the creator.
Yeah, I was actually raised Catholic, and my mom's like a really big Catholic, and it's just like, yeah. But I mean, but but the thing is, like, we're like, I don't know how to say it. Well, like, but you're right. We see, like, even my mom kind of sees like the leaders of the Catholic is definitely not a good thing. But like the intent, though, like on both sides, me and her, it's like it's different, obviously. But you're right, though. The whole organization itself.
Yeah, if you look into it, go ahead.
I was just going to ask if you've seen that etching of like that astronaut-looking figure on some temple in Asia. I can't remember where it is, but it's supposed to be
South
hundreds
America.
of years old. It's supposed to be hundreds of years old, and it looks like a fucking astronaut suit. If I ever seen one.
That's from Mexico. That's the Mexico god. They had it's like I forgot its name, like Ichkanawa or something like that. It's like a Aztec god, and they have like a sculpture of it and or a painting of it, and it literally looks like an astronaut in a space shuttle.
Are you talking about Karnataka?
Something like that.
No, not that one. I know the one you're talking about. Yeah, no, there's another one as well. Hang on, I'll see if I can.
Yeah, and it looks like it's a fucking. It looks like a person in a like a space capsule, if you will. And that's from way fucking back. It makes you think, like, holy fuck, like they had this technology way back then. Like, think about this, bro. Like, how do you know what was 300 years ago? You don't, because all you have is textbooks telling you what was 300 years ago.
Wait,
and you
but
don't.
if they never went to space, what were they using the technology for?
Well, it's assumed that
T-Dub, that's Karnataka. That's in Spain, 1992.
Oh wait, that's not ancient. Is that a modern carving? Or
1992. New Cathedral of Salamanca.
Right, that was built in modern times. Okay, I thought.
I was talking about the Aztec god. Here, let me find it for you.
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about. It looks like he's like maneuvering inside a device, and he's like got his foot on a pedal and shit. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure if that's it, but maybe not. But
Which one is the astronaut?
It's the Mayan king. Here you go. It was the Mayans. My bad.
Those guys knew what was up, honestly. The Mayans got it dirty.
This is what I'm talking about. That's the one I'm talking about. That shit. That's crazy right there. And he has like a thing to his nose, like for oxygen. And then at the bottom there's like flames. Like if he's taking off.
Damn.
I don't know. I'm just saying though, like technically, like we don't know what the fuck was 100 years ago. Sometimes people don't know what the fuck was 70 years ago, let alone that long ago. But I don't know.
There's actually a warning in the Quran about how there were many greater people before humans in this time, and they were greater in size and greater in like masteries. You know, you'd say all the things are of God kind of idea. It's worded differently to Christianity, but there's only that page of Genesis mention of before the times of Abraham. The whole sort of mythology in Islam.
Yeah, they call them Nephilims in the scriptures. They call them Nephilims, and they were giants. Like that. That's what the scripture says. They were giants. Matter of fact, they say that that's. Remember the story of David versus Goliath? Like Goliath was apparently like a breed or offseed of the giants that once existed. I don't know, bro. I wasn't there, but you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting for sure. Mom's really big on the Bible stuff, so yeah. Anytime I even.
So what happened to Elijah then?
Which one? There's two Elijahs. What are you talking about?
One that got taken up. Wasn't it Elijah got taken up in a fiery chariot?
I think that was Apollo.
No. Fiery chariot swooped down and grabbed this dude and took him up. It's in the Bible.
Yeah. He's talking about he's talking about
It's
Elijah.
later on, though. Enoch is at the start, it's before the flood, and Enoch is the one soul that God lets leave the world before the calamity. And later on, Elijah is the prophet that comes before one of the falls of Babylon.
Yeah, Elijah, the one that got taken up, is the same one that's reported in Revelations, where they say that he was one of the witnesses. Well, yeah, Elijah's. There's two Elijahs though. There was Elijah the prophet, the major prophet, and then there was Elijah, like the servant. So I think you're talking about the major prophet Elijah.
His servant, his servant, or he's like his student or whatever was standing there and watched it happen. Apparently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because there's that a lot of people get confused because there's two Elijahs in the scriptures, but the one you're talking about, though, yeah, I get what you're saying. He did get swooped up in the fire. That's why remember in the scripture they even talk about it. They're like, oh man, this guy is the spirit of Elijah. They're talking about Jesus or Yeshua, and they're like, oh, he's the spirit of Elijah.
Have you noted too how many fucking times barren women in the Bible were told they were going to have a kid? And have you read the story of Samson's parents? Right, so that she was barren, right? And then his father met some dude in the fields or whatever, and started talking to him, telling him all this weird shit, you know. And he said, "Oh, you got to come meet my wife." And they went and they spoke with, like, he told him everything. This is going to happen. You're going to have a kid, and blah blah. And when he was finished telling his story, he ran over and jumped into a fire, like that they had lit, and went swirling up into the sky in the smoke of the fire.
Yeah. You're right.
And apparently Samson, they called him Samson because they said, we have seen God. No, we have talked to God. That's apparently what Samson means. Like, that's why they called him Samson.
Yeah, you're right. And you're right. A lot of times in the Bible, it talks about the women, like you're saying, that they're barren, just like Sarah with Abraham. That's why, remember,
The
she
funny
laughed at
thing is,
God.
Samson, the story is kind of the original Lethal Weapon, Mel Gibson epic. You know what I mean?
Lethal
Big
Weapon.
revenge action movie. Then he goes through that it's almost like Batman Begins. He falls in the bottom of the pit and has a redemption for a few years. Comes back and ruins everything for
That's
everybody.
funny. Yeah, that's funny. That's hilarious. Art imitating life, right? That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, a lot of the shit in the Bible, like you could classify it as science fiction, I reckon.
Of course.
It was written by men in a sense, though. I mean, supposedly God told them the stories, but it was also written by men too.
Yeah. But the cool thing about scripture, though, like, not to make it all about scriptures, but I'll say this: like, the cool thing about scriptures is like a lot of that, like, there are historians and also like archaeologists that have they verified like this story, quote unquote, has validity because they've like come across like towns and villages and cities to where it does add up to the story. And that's why a lot of people hold account to them like, yeah, this is God's word, this is true, because they have discovered places and you know that, yeah, this had happened. Like that one place where they found it to be filled with like when it comes to Sodom and Gomorrah story, and then they found like all this, was it called sulfur? And they're like, dude, this city is all sulfur. Like, and they're like, dang, that actually lines up with the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. So like stuff like that, bro. Like it's pretty cool how any naysayer that's gonna say like, nah, that's just all a bunch of bullshit, like fairy tales, fucking bedtime stories. Like, no, like people have actually like physically like proved that to be an actual possibility.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's
I
definitely.
think we could look at that whole period, right, in history, the biblical period. The age of I don't want to say miracles, but the age of like prophecy, and it's like we're at the start of another one. That's why the world's changing rapidly, and there's so much unaccountable stuff going on, and kind of end times, world-shaking events. You know, it's the age of prophecy coming back, the fulfillment.
Tell me more about the age of prophecy.
Supposedly, what Revelations, right? Is well, my mom thinks it's right around the corner, like next 3 years, possibly. But
well, it's now if you look at it a certain way, and this is how religion works. The books don't change, but the interpretation changes. So if you take it as to be revelation, it's something you're supposed to go through. You're meant to have a revelation of what protecting your own faith means in a world that's completely given over to its antithesis. You know.
that's a good way to look at it. I never thought about that like that.
And I remember a long time ago, when I was kind of questioning like Revelations, because it talks about a time where a river will dry up and there is going to be like 1 million horseback riders, and the blood will fill to the bellies. And that was like a prophecy in the Revelations. And then I remember my uncle, like years ago, like in the 90s, like he pointed out a fact that it was reported that like China had like over 1 million horseback rider soldiers. And he was like, I remember him was telling me, he's like, so let's say people that say, oh, well, Revelations already happened like 1,000 years ago. Like, no, it doesn't even make sense because they didn't have 1,000 horseback riders back then, or 1,000,000 horseback riders back then. But now they do. So technically, they could have this scenario, and then you hear about rivers drying up, like the Euphrates dried up, and that was like prophesied. But for many, many years, Euphrates was flourishing. Like it was like no one would ever think that it would get dried up. But just recently, like within the past like 8 years, like Euphrates started drying up, and now it's a perfect path for soldiers to march down. So like all that stuff, like I'm just saying, dude, like prophecy is crazy because we see it coming to life. And then they talked about like Armageddon. Like, well, what is Armageddon? Like technically there is a place called Armageddon, and it says like how all the armies will like position themselves. And just recently with the Russia and Ukraine war, all of a sudden a bunch of armies started forming and like position themselves in Armageddon, a literal place like that, which is south of Iraq, I believe.
Oh, I
so we're literally like living revelations right now. It's really crazy when you think about it, dog. Like,
Yeah,
seriously.
same thing with the whole. I don't want to get too much into current event stuff, but that Jewish state, similar to that too, with what that talks about prophecy wise.
Yeah. It's weird, bro. Like a lot of stuff's lining up. It's kind of like, oh wow. Like anybody that's a non-believer, like I feel like, yeah, you gotta turn your ear, bro. You gotta start listening because things are happening.
Yeah, and just the fact that that obviously we live in a container that we know we had a creator. So I mean that's the big thing for me. So. And like you said, a lot of other things are starting to line up a little bit too. So
Yeah, a lot of things are starting to like they make sense in our time because back then it didn't make sense. And if you remember, it says in after Israel becomes a nation that generation shall not pass. And in 1948, Israel became a nation. And then you think like, okay, so since then, if that's and it says that generation shall not pass, if you look back into the scriptures, he said, how much must I like deal with like man? And he said, I will make a generation in 120 years. So like within 120 years from 1948, and it says that generation shall not pass, then technically 1948 to 120 years after, somewhere between that period, that's when the end of the world shall come. I'm just saying, bro. I know I'm really drunk right now. Like really, like
no, I hear you, man. Like just along without getting too much into. I mean, I'll steer clear from the the current politics and stuff. But what you're talking about, the revelation thing, is and I don't know if this is okay either, but I know we're a little off topic. But but the whole Sumerian thing.
Yeah.
Like,
wait, what's the Sumerian thing?
Well, supposedly Sumerians were before before like like even like the first Indians or whatever. The civilization before like our history, basically.
Yeah, Sumerians were like even way before. Like, so when you hear someone like they talk Hebrew, like there was a language before Hebrew, and that was like the Sumerians. Like that's what they say, that Jesus Christ, as we know him, but his real name was Yeshua. Like they're saying like there was Sumerians before that time. So that's why they say like what language they're speaking, Aramaic or like Hebrew, or like, but he came from a point of Sumerians. Like that's like the original foundation of all this. But go ahead, my bad.
So yeah, and one of the theories is that the library at Alexandria that got burned down by Rome.
Yeah.
So that library actually had records of that previous civilization before, like way before us, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's why Rome destroyed it, because they didn't want everyone to know what happened to that other civilization. That's one theory, but supposedly that other civilization went through the whole Bible thing, Revelation.
Yeah, I've heard
Supposedly.
that before. Like the Sumerians had the floods, and I don't know the whole thing, so forgive me. But
it's like we're in a cycle, if that makes sense. Like the Bible, if you think about like the Bible at the beginning and then the end.
Right,
A
I've
quick
heard
version
that.
if you want, because it's not that complicated really. But for you to understand where we're at in history, if you look at the point where this thing about the flood and the end of days kind of idea comes in, it comes in when there's this guy who's kind of, I guess, the Jesus Christ in that time period. Like he's a son of God, Anu, who becomes king. So King Gilgamesh, he ruled twice as long ago as we are now forward from the year 0. So the year 4000 BC, that's like mid-Sumerian Empire. And that's when one of the other parts of the Trinity, you had Anu and Lil, who didn't really care about humans, and Enki, who did care about humans. So Enki charged one of his Enki charged one of his lesser gods with warning Gilgamesh to tell the people to build boats. And apparently there was one big boat that was built because, you see, the ancestors of Abraham, they left the city of Ur just before all of this kicked off in earnest.
So, do you think that we should build boats? Is it time for that? Or is that like a misinterpretation? Like that?
Next time by fire, mate. Next time by fire.
Well, yeah.
According to Revelation, it don't matter if you build a boat, bro. You get
very
burned
well.
out, bro.
I think it takes like divine intervention to get you to build a boat that's going to last. That's why you see him coming with the knowledge of how to build a survivable ship.
Yeah, but as it's written, like it's not going to be a flood, bro. He says that he'll burn the earth. So technically, like think about Revelations. He says that when wormwood hits the oceans and kills a third of the animals or of the creation, like you have stars falling to the earth. Like that can be a literal like interpretation of like just missiles falling down to the fucking ground,
or the firmament being shattered,
or like maybe the asteroid, right?
Be rolled back like a scroll.
Yeah, or like that. Yeah, that worked too.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know, bro. Like it says that for it to say that the stars will fall from heaven, and you will literally see like lights coming down to the earth. Like I look at that as that just might be a future situation for all of us, that there's just like missiles or rockets, with just falling down upon us to blow everything up. I don't know, bro. Like obviously I'm not.
No, like Armageddon.
The question is, will it be with our lifetime, since we keep seeing signs,
Well, that
seems that way, doesn't it? Like it seems like something's about to happen.
Well, that goes back to the other prophecy that generation, once Israel becomes a nation again, that generation shall not pass. In 1948, Israel became a nation again. They literally they put their flag up, and like it was like a proclamation, if you will.
Right.
Like boom, like we are a nation. So like if you look at the scriptures, like technically God made a generation to be 120 years, because he said, how long must I like deal with man? I'm going to reduce your years to 120. So like technically 1948 to 120 years later. So like
damn. So it's here. It's upon us.
And the fact that
I got a phone call. I'm sorry, I got a phone call. Let me finish real quick.
Yeah.
So technically, Like we are living within that prediction or that prophecy, and 120 years from 1948, although it says no man knows the hour nor the day, but technically, like, that is a generation. So somewhere between there, we don't know the time or day, but somewhere between there will be a thief in the night. You know what I mean? And things will happen. We'll see what happens, though. I guess.
2060, right? Is that it?
Well, and the thing is, like, if you read scripture, it says that all nations converge on the Jewish state, which is already happening. So, like, the Jewish state has no friends.
Yeah, there's a big coalition forming right now between Jordan and Egypt, and
my mom's been watching this stuff really good. She like knows the Bible by heart, so she just keeps telling me, she's like, man, this shit in Revelations, it's like more and more. He just keeps doing all these little details, you know.
And you know what's crazy too is that, like, I know a lot of people, especially nowadays, they're like all about like anti-Israel because they're like, the Jews are running the world, like we're down with the Jews because they're controlling everything. They're the demons, they're the devil. But technically, if you read the scriptures, like, it literally says, like, any nation that forms against Israel will be doomed. And I feel like that's why our government in America is so proponent to like protecting Israel.
They're just Zionists. That's all.
Yeah,
they
exactly.
got bought out by the people who run the banking system in the whole world.
Exactly. It goes back to that's my point exactly. Like we can like start saying Zionists and they control the world, they control the banking, exactly, like yada yada yada. But at the end of the day, like, I feel like there's a reason why Israel is protected by the greatest nation. Whether it's
just you're reading into somebody who wrote like God protects me, but pays a bunch of people to kill all his enemies for him. It's like not proof of divine action.
Well, again,
I think part of it is good and light, though, too. So, like you say,
and if you read the book of Revelation even more carefully, you'll see that the Antichrist comes up and declares himself king over the Dome of the Rock, which is rebuilt for a third time after they destroy the one that's right there now, which they're talking about doing. So it's about deception coming in through Israel and starting the 1,000-year reign of the Antichrist. So it's very bad news for Israel.
I agree with you because they are literally rebuilding the temple and they already have the calf. I don't know if, for the past like 4 years, I don't know if you read the headlines, but they were talking about how they have the red calf. The red calf is very significant.
Mom thinks Revelation's like in 3 years. She thinks in 3 years we'll start seeing even more closer things, the actual, the type stuff, that kind of stuff.
So like technically, like right now, or not right now, but actually before right now. So in the past, like a couple years ago, they started writing into their laws to get that foundation going legally, to where they were actually trying to create where they are going to allow sacrifices again. And the sacrifices, they go along the line with the temple that they're rebuilding. Now, if you remember in Revelations, they said that the temple will be rebuilt, and once the sacrifice start, that's when like literally the scripture telling us these are the signs and that you have to look out for. So if you listen to the news of like back in Israel, like they're literally fucking setting up Revelations, because they're trying to make it like legally to where they're going to start doing sacrifices again at the temple as they are rebuilding it as we speak. So like when that completion comes, I don't know, but apparently once it gets done and accomplished and they start sacrificing again, that's going to introduce the Antichrist.
Yep.
That's the whole point of it.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to. I know this sounds like a lot of fear for everybody, and I'm not trying to get everybody worked up. Again, I'm sorry. We're just, talking, I guess. But sorry I brought all this up. But
nah, it's all good, bro. Don't worry.
Yeah, don't worry, man.
People can't be rational about the end of days. What can they be rational about?
Exactly.
True.
No other point to being rational about anything. It's the only one you'll be left with.
Yeah, it's just like if the aliens came down and said they're the Antichrist, you remember you don't go with them. So that's the same thing.
I mean, I had this idea the other day about how writing a religious text that predicts the events and then making sure the events come to pass is a very easy way to con people.
But wait, how do you make things come to pass? Oh, unless you have some form of control, right? Is that what you're saying, or?
Well, social engineering, manipulating the course of geopolitics and warfare. And I mean, the stuff that we're talking about here in regards to prophecy, it's not very mystical shit that comes and happens. It's just we're interpreting the movement of geopolitics. You know,
that is true. That
so
is
I don't
true.
really accept that angle so much as like there's a broader lensing to faith and prophecy, but you have to go outside of the narrow lensing of Christianity and Judaism, I guess. Let's look at the rest of the region. I mean, Islam doesn't talk so much about a like end of times event on earth, but it's about the last day in Islam, which is the last day in creation, where all debts will be paid and it will be decided on that who stands with Allah and who does not. So that's where we're going towards, and like all the rest of the world, is the chaos of man playing out because they don't have Islam. So there's different degrees to understanding what things are going on, and I'm not saying I conclusively know all this shit. It's just interesting how you can expand the perspective a little bit.
Oh yeah, because I never read the other the Islam Bibles. So yeah, that is an interesting take. What their take is on it.
I mean, it is very similar in Islam. They say the chief angel, his name was Iblis, and he was arrogant and proud and was the only angel who did not bow to Allah to receive the new law. Before that, they were kind of more free agent, and he's like, here's the plan. And Iblis is like, no, I didn't like that plan. So he got cast down, and a bunch of rebellious angels followed him. So it's the same story in many regards.
Yeah, except that you said that the ending is a little bit different, but or I guess a lot different.
Yeah, because you can see the way it plays to like cultural sort of biases, right? Like in Islam, you see a lot of, because it's a later prophecy, you see a lot of criticism of Israel saying, "Here is where you didn't listen to your God," and it says that in your book. You know, why don't you listen to your God more? Why did you kill your prophet? All of these questions are asked in different ways.
Oh, and there's plenty of this is in the Bible where they never listened either, too. So the Bible even admits it. So the whole golden calf situation, and then the King David basically going against God too.
This whole conversation took a completely different route to where I thought it was going.
Theology is kind of infectious, I suppose.
Yeah. My mom actually.
Well, it's all there. I mean, like, he cycled back to David, who throws a sling rock at Goliath and kills him dead. And this is a giant who shows us that the reality is there behind what we're looking at. But I saw this thing a while ago now, but it was a real world demonstration of how powerful slinged rocks actually are, and that they will go straight through pretty much all of the body armors that we've got, up to modern ones, and even some of them. Like, you can fling a rock enough to go through a head easy.
Nice.
Which society do you think was living in the moment?
What was that?
In which society do you think was living in the moment?
The Muslims or the Bible version or the Jews, or what do you mean?
People. Just people living in the moment, not in somebody's book.
Oh, you mean like the Sumerians, you mean? Or I'm confused.
No, you got the Edo period in Japan and Renaissance Europe. I'd say those are the only two times where people were really focused on right now, because there was a lot of development, a lot of spiritual renewal, not from the lens of like faith, but exploration of something new.
Well, it sounds like you guys are living in a book, waiting for the book to finish its story, and you're just waiting.
Oh, I'm not waiting. It's just noticing certain things. That's all it is.
That's a bit rough. I'm living all day and working hard all day. I worked from I woke up to I got home. It's now 7, and I'm talking about stuff that interests
World's
me. Isn't
going to
that
end
fair?
in 120 years or something from 1948. It's only a few years left now.
So what? I should go to McDonald's more, sleep with more women. What point are you trying to make?
Oh no, I just wondering about people living in the moment without any
Yeah,
of that.
I worry about people who say that, because I wonder what it means. Like, you've got the answer for anybody.
Oh no, I just I don't live within that book. That's all.
Oh, I don't either. I mean, I'm doing what I want to right now, if that
my
makes
life
sense.
has already been written. I'm writing my life right now.
So you don't plan for the future, or you just live in the moment?
You say?
Do you plan for the future, or do you live in the moment?
Oh, I live in both of those things. If I have enough to put something by for the future, then I do that in the moment. When the moment arrives, maybe I'll spend it, and maybe I won't. Depends if I got it.
Well, don't have children.
Do you keep on trucking no matter the load or road? Sorry, I was a logistics operator for years.
You don't think that the people who control the governments and that, they don't read that book too?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, say like this dome thing this guy was talking about. When the dome is built or something.
You have to be more specific about books.
Oh, he's talking about the container thing.
I was listening to somebody talking about this dome, maybe in Jerusalem or something.
Oh, that.
And some prophecy about God or Jesus coming. When this dome is built, they're going to destroy it or something.
No, the Dome of the Rock is up. Hold on, dude. Okay, you're talking like way outside your wheelhouse. The Dome of the Rock is a mosque that is in Israel, in Jerusalem, which is supposed to be Solomon's temple. So the Messiah is supposed to return when the Dome of the Rock is destroyed and Solomon's temple is rebuilt. It's not an actual dome. That's just the name of the mosque.
Yeah, but that's like going, oh, we didn't win the Crusades, but we get to say we won the Crusades anyway, and we'll build the temple now 300 years later when it doesn't count. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. Leave it a mosque. It's nice as a mosque. Build a temple next door and do your goat sacrificing there or whatever it is.
I'm not saying I believe any of that crap. I'm just saying that is the evangelical end times bullshit that is propagated among some Jewish and Christian sects.
That's what everybody seems to be talking about today. This morning here. I was thinking, if you was a leader and you destroyed that dome of that mosque, what would the people think?
There's going to be a lot of pissed off Muslims.
Oh, They think that the time had come that they said so in the book, huh?
Which book are you talking about?
Well, the book everybody's talking about, this Bible and things like that.
Well, everybody doesn't believe in the same book, right? So you're just making like a generalization. The book.
I think
Right.
I think a lot of people do, even if they don't read it. It was given to them.
By who?
It's a story right from childhood.
Hello, Indio.
It's
It began back there someplace.
I
and
mean,
we
you're
are-
not really
we're not
making a
important
logical
anymore.
counter. You just started saying people aren't living in the moment because they're living in a book, and you're still saying it without making a rational case.
Yeah, I think the books you're talking about, you've actually never read any of these books. So it's like you're reviewing a movie that you've never watched.
Well, that's what it is, a movie. A movie's been given to people.
Yeah, so like, why should I listen to your movie review when you never watched the movie?
Oh, I'm not. I'm just wondering about it.
Yeah, you don't have to wonder. So if you want to have an intelligent conversation about it, go read the book you're talking about, and then we can have a conversation about the book.
Oh, I think many people here haven't read the book either.
Well, I mean, when it comes to Muslims, they're referring to the Quran, and then the Jewish people, they're referring to the, depending on what sect of Judaism, could be the Talmud, could be the Septuagint, could be whatever. But then there's the Christian Bible. There's also versions of that. So they also talk about the Book of Enoch, which is non-canonical. It's like an apocryphal book. So even the Bible isn't even like a ubiquitous thing.
Can someone get this guy a guide to the Dewey Decimal System and a library pass?
Yeah, no shit, bro. Like, you're saying just the book. Like, it doesn't work like that. So you have a bias about what you think these religions believe and what they're about because you don't know anything about them.
I never said that.
It's my observation. I didn't say you said it. It's my observation.
No, I wasn't. Hello. I was listening to the people talking. Not about reading the book, but what they were saying about it. Revelation and this and that. And, you know, things that are coming 120 years. Revelation says this. Stuff like that. I wasn't talking about reading the book or, you know.
Yeah, well, I mean...
What I heard people talking about, that's all.
Yeah. I mean, but listen, people talk about things and they're just talking out their ass. Now, I didn't hear what anybody said, so I don't know any particular person that was talking out their ass. I'm not pointing the finger at anybody. But people's, at least as far as, still it's complicated. So
yeah,
you have to actually know the history of like the history of this stuff. People that sit here and try to interpret what Revelations means, that's actually a heresy.
Well, why?
It's a heresy in the Christian religion, right? So, like, we're not supposed to be interpreting the shit like our subjective interpretation of what Scripture is. It's not supposed to work like that, right? So, if you hear somebody talk about Revelation and whatever, it never worked that way.
How long have people been saying we're living in end times? A long time.
Yeah, no shit. Like, but it also says no man knows the time of the day. So, like,
yeah, my mom's basically a theologist degree, and she said exactly what you just said too about how you can't take it literally too. Sometimes so.
It's supposed to be read holistically, so it has to be consistent across all the like books. So, like, parts of Isaiah refer to parts of Timothy, which refer to parts of other books, right? And you have to take like the concept, right? The concept has to be applied uniformly through the entire Scripture. It isn't like you can't just like pick and choose and make a fucking buffet of shit you like and then throw out the stuff you don't and feed it to the dog under the table. Doesn't work that way.
But there's debate even over who the author is of Revelation.
So was it heresy to you?
Is that heresy to me? I mean...
Is it heresy to you to talk about it?
No. It's not talking about it isn't the heresy. It's interpreting it on your own. So it's a doctrine called sola scriptura, which means that you just... yeah, it is heresy to me.
Okay, so you believe in that?
Yeah, no, it's like what's a heresy and what isn't a heresy is objective because it's like a law, right?
So, Indigo, the reason
there's a definition like what is a heresy. So like we know what a heresy is if you're going against the doctrine of the church. What the church is clearly defined, and who sets what the doctrine of the church is clearly defined from the time when Christianity first started. So there's people that didn't like that, and they decided we're going to go off on our own and come up with our ideas like sola scriptura, where we're just going to interpret the Bible as it is, right, through prayer, whatever, and just go by those words. But that's not how the early church interpreted the Bible, right? So the interpretations of the Bible and what the scriptures mean was supposed to be dictated by what's called apostolic succession. So the successors of Christ and the apostles, they appointed patriarchs that were supposed to carry on the traditions. This is known as the Orthodox Church. And that's how Christianity started. So,
You really read this book, you know?
No, this has nothing to do with the book. This has to do with the practice of Christianity. So you can't even distinguish shit. Are you like not right in the head?
Hang on.
Okay, so there's the contents of the book. No,
Just wanted to explain how we got to the conversation.
Listen very closely. Listen very closely. There's the contents of the book versus the practice of the religion are two different things.
Who gave you the orders of the practice?
Jesus Christ.
For that.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. And where did you hear
Passed it on to the apostles.
And he passed it on to the apostles, and they passed it on to their successors.
Got it from the book.
No. The book came 300 years. No, dude. Christianity predates the practice of Christianity predates the Bible.
Yeah, but somebody wrote it down and you read it.
It isn't like Jesus was. No, but dude, you don't know what you're talking about.
I do.
So you have an idea what it is, but you don't know anything about it. So it isn't like Jesus Christ was crucified and then boom, there was a Bible and people were practicing from the Bible. They didn't have a Bible.
Yeah, but the earth was a globe too, huh?
Oh my God, dude.
There are probably thousands of letters that we don't know about. They were letters that were sent on foot or by horseback or camel or whatever to other communities, right, to receive. And those letters were specifically for those people, right? And we extract goodness and morals and ethics and stuff and values out of it, right? But it was for those people at that time.
And there was also, they practiced an oral tradition because you got to remember, Christianity was persecuted and they weren't very fond of writing shit down because that was bad for your health. So,
can I clarify something real fast?
For centuries, Christianity was practiced without a Bible. And then the church decided that they were going to make a formalized canon and decided and had the Council of Nicaea and decided what the fucking canon was and blah, 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 right? But Christianity was practiced before the book.
Are you a preacher?
No.
Oh, you sound like a preacher.
Why? Because I know history?
You know?
You're a fucking retard. You're a little fucking retard. No, you're a retard, dude. I can't take your stupidity no more. There's a distinction between the practice of religion and the contents of the religion. So you're a fucking retard. So the Bible. So a preacher preaches the Bible. I don't preach the Bible. I'm not telling you that the Bible is true or false. I'm giving you the history of the practice of the religion. I don't have to believe in it. I could be a Buddhist. I could be a fucking Muslim. I could be a fucking atheist. And I can still tell you what the practice historically of the religion was. You fucking abject retard.
Can I just clarify something real quick? I'm sorry for leading this conversation where it did, but I was just trying to. The only reason I did lead it, was because I was talking about the cycles with the Sumerians and all that, and it kind of led to the book. So sorry about that, guys.
No, it's fine. This dude's a fucking retard, dude. Like, dude, if you can't distinguish simple shit like that, I'm sitting here just giving a historical account of the religion. I'm not like, and it's not in. I'm not using the Bible to give you the historical account of the religion. The historical account of the religion is independent of the fucking Bible because the Bible doesn't have what happened between. I mean, some of the books are, but it's not. Doesn't go into what the history of the practice of the religion was. The Bible isn't about the actual practice, right? Nor in the Bible does it say, hey, sing fucking hallelujah at the beginning of fucking Mass, right? Like, that's it. Like, see, he has an idea of the practice of the religion, but he thinks the practice of the religion is written down in the Bible. No.
Yeah, it's not.
The practice, how to practice the Christian religion is not written in the Bible itself.
That's why there's so many different ways of doing it. So.
Yeah, and they didn't even use a Bible when they first started practicing religion. It didn't even exist. So if you needed a Bible to practice a religion, how did you do it before the Bible existed?
There's probably one thing where they say that, he got on his knees and prayed. I mean, there's that, but other than that, nothing else. So,
Jesus gives you the Lord's Prayer. It's like among his first words actually in the Bible.
There is that.
Like, give us this day our daily bread, etc. Kingdom come at the end.
Yeah, but that doesn't tell you like how to practice, right? Like how to give a fucking.
And it also to the Jews.
What he said to the Jews, like he said, don't do all the 3 hours of praying that you do. Just do this one simple prayer. It will connect you straight to my Father. And this was the start of the problem that they had with him speaking publicly. Was he was saying, okay, so we don't say the 99 names of Moses' sons before we sleep, like that kind of thing.
What I'm saying is, like, they did liturgies and things like that, right? And they preach from these things called lectionaries, and before the Bible, they didn't go to the Bible to figure out like how to do these things. Like,
sure, I mean, the Bible grew out of Judaism, but you'd say Christianity began after Christ not just died, but came back to life and then left the earth, because as he left the earth, the Holy Spirit comes down and gives man the gift of speaking in tongues, which is one of the things that made the apostles and their task of going out and spreading the word of Jesus effective, essentially. So, yeah, this guy just doesn't see how religion isn't a story, it's history. And this is the profound stuff that happens in history if you're not ignorant of nature.
Yeah, well, I mean, this dude was basically what he thinks is that the history of the Christian religion is written in the Bible itself, and it's like a circular thing, right? Is that, yeah, this is the history, and I know this is the history of Christian church because that's what the Bible says. No, we know the history of the Christian church independent of the Bible. You get that right, Hiyuka. It's independent of the Bible. It's from the secular books that we know, right? From the Romans, from the Greeks, from the Arabs, right? So independently, we know what the practice was. I don't know why that's so hard to comprehend, dude. I really don't.
Sure as hell put them in their place, India, there, bud.
And I apologize for it getting into religion, guys. I'm sorry.
That wasn't even about religion, though. That's the thing. That was about the history of a religion. That wasn't even about religion.
I just, I'm a conspiracy theorist. I go down different holes and stuff. So sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, I mean, look, dude, the religion itself is, whether religion is true or false, it has a history. So, like the Mormons, they have a history. The Moonies, they have a history. Fucking, what is that called? The fucking.
Holy shit, I haven't heard that word in a while. The Moonies.
The Moonies? Yeah, it's because you don't. When's the last time you've been to an airport? They're not at the airports anymore for some reason.
I don't know that religion, I guess, or that version.
It was like a cult back in the late 70s, early 80s.
The Goonies had a pretty big following. I don't know if you'd say they're a religion.
Is it in the movie, or are you talking about something else?
Well, yeah, my next thing was going to be the Marx Brothers, but let's move on.
Right. But I think it's going back to
the Three Stooges. Sorry.
I guess Heyoka had issues with me talking about containers, though. So I guess maybe we can throw some facts for him for that, or
we'll go back to like flat Earth. We're going back to
we can talk to him about that.
Yeah,
about that.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, so Hayuka, pull yourself together, man. Stop drinking or whatever fucking drugs you're on. And Wolfie wants to talk to you about containers.
So,
well, hang on.
Or Wooly. Did I call you Wolfie, dude? Fuck.
Wooly's perfect. Yeah, Wooly boy. Yep.
I'm not interested in that. Why do you tell people what I think? Who are you?
You told us what you think.
No.
Well, everything I said,
you twisted it. And you changed your version like a preacher.
Dude, you're a one-trick pony, aren't you?
No. I first asked, what society do you think first lived in the moment? It wasn't living in a prescribed story that came before them. That's just my question.
Okay, that's well and dandy. But when I was telling you about the history of
living in the story.
No.
You are living in a prescribed story.
Did I get that story from the Bible?
And I told you I wasn't living in the story either, dude. I don't know what you're talking about.
Did the story of the history of the Christian church come from the Bible, yes or no? Or did it come from the Romans?
No, you told me
it comes from the Romans. No, it comes from the Romans.
You told me you read it. I didn't say it came from the Bible.
You kept saying the book, right? Isn't that what you're referring to? The book, the Bible?
Well, you weren't there, so you got it from someplace.
Oh, that's correct. That's right.
Which book did you get it from?
Well, that would probably be the histories of frickin' Herodotus or something.
Okay, there you go. I was right.
No, Josephus.
You know, where are our miracles today? Why are we the little people now?
Well, do you want me to tell you why?
Well, you know. So you
don't even want the answer. You just want to ask a question and play pretend. You're so disingenuous.
No, you think you know everything, so you're going to tell everybody what you think.
Oh, we don't know everything. I could get.
Why are you asking a question if you don't think I'm capable of answering it then? You are disingenuous.
Where are the miracles today, then?
You don't deserve a miracle. How about that? How about you're a piece of garbage and God don't care about you? How about that? Ever think of that?
God
you ever looked at a snowflake? He troglodyte. They're all miracles.
Okay, you don't worry about me.
I say all life is a miracle, but that's just me.
I'm worried about anybody that's to come in contact with your disingenuous nonsense. That's what I'm worried about.
Oh, like you mean? I'm talking to you?
No, you. Oh, I'm 10 years old. You're a fucking child, dude. Stop.
Well, I'm just wondering, we are the people that they will look back.
Are you really wondering?
Those old people there, what were they doing?
I'm just wondering, are you Glover?
I'm wondering which kind of Indian you are, because sometimes you sound continental and sometimes you sound Native American, and I think this whole thing is a bit.
Oh, this dude's supposed to be Native. This dude's supposed to be Indian, like from India, Indian. Oh, I'm not buying that.
I was just wondering, that's all.
I don't think you're honestly wondering.
Okay.
I think you've already made up your mind about everything. You have all the answers.
No. I just don't live in somebody else's story.
Yeah. What
Yeah, but we're not living in somebody's story. I think you're kind of
making an
misunderstanding.
argument for raw solipsism here. You're saying that you should go with whatever seems rational to your own mind, and nothing else outside of your mind should be considered. I mean, what's not a
there's
story
some
to
wise
you?
people around.
What do you see that's not a story?
But I was just responding to what you were talking about earlier.
Well, you say that we're lost in
This
stories.
is so lame, dude. This is fucking. You get called out. You do some fucking. I wasn't really doing that, dude. Over and over again, dude. This is pathetic, man. It's not clever. It's pathetic.
Who says you?
Yeah, says me. It's pathetic. That's my story, and you're in that story too, dude. I met a pathetic dude named fucking Hayoka playing a fake fucking Indian on Discord.
You said the Christian practices came from someplace. That's all I asked. Is that in the Bible? You said
no.
I said you got it.
You already said earlier it wasn't in the.
And you got it from a book.
And where do we start? And I said, what do you mean by book? We tried to talk about it. What book are you talking about? And you intentionally used the word book so you could be fucking vague and not be held down to anything. You're a snake, dude. This shit isn't going to work. You're not clever. You're not clever, dude. You're not fooling anybody. That's cool. And that's why we asked you to. That's why we asked you to be specific about which book.
I don't know what you've seen. How would I know that? How can I be? You have
talking about. I asked you. You were saying you got it from a book, and I'm asking you which book.
I don't know. I just told you.
How do you know I got it from a book?
Well, because you got it from someplace.
Yeah, that doesn't necessarily necessitate a book. Maybe I watched a movie. Maybe it's word of mouth. Maybe it's sign language. Maybe it's like Helen Keller and they made fucking signs in my hand. Maybe it was fucking Morse code. Maybe it was smoke signals. There's lots of ways to communicate beyond books, right?
Just say everything. Like I hunt down small game and then I spread the entrails out in a specific order and wait for the spirits to tell me the future.
Yeah, no shit, bro.
Did Jesus make a movie? I never saw that.
No, Jesus didn't make a movie. Jesus also didn't write a book.
Oh, I know. That's what the.
Do you even know what the conversation was about? You're acting like you didn't even listen at all.
I was just asking about, these.
Yeah, I didn't. Here comes a mea culpa. I'm just doing this. I'm just doing that. You're full of shit. You're not fooling anybody.
Well, that's okay.
You're a fucking worm.
You can think that. I think you're a preacher. I think that's who you are.
Because I recounted the history of the Christian faith, I'm a preacher.
Well, it's your belief. It's not mine.
No, I never said I believed that. I was recounting the history of the Christian faith. That doesn't mean I believe it.
Well, you told me that I should read the book, yeah?
If you want to have an intelligent conversation about a fucking book, you should have read it.
You told me I would be committing heresy if I said anything about it.
No.
He's saying the idea of us comparing events could be heresy.
No. What I said is, you said somebody was talking about Revelation and the end of the world. I said, well, that's just that person's interpretation, and it's based upon a doctrine called Sola Scriptura, which is considered a heresy in the tradition of the Christian church. This is a factual statement. This is not about whether what he's saying is true or not. I'm not making a judgment about that. I'm saying by the standards of the traditions of the Christian church, historically, Sola Scriptura is a fucking heresy.
I then said to you,
it's almost like you're not allowed to have knowledge of something. You're not allowed to have knowledge of something, Indio, without you must adhere to everything that says. You're saying that now, right?
Okay, if I know, let me ask you a question. If I know the history of Nazism, does that make me a Nazi?
I asked you if it was heresy.
That's not my fucking question. That makes me not to be. If I know this or not,
you said yes.
According to the Christian Church, a heresy is not. A heresy is not a subjective judgment.
Why do I need to read the book then?
Oh my fucking! You are a retard. No one said you need to read the book to have a discussion about it.
So you know what the fuck you are talking about. How's that?
I might need to know what the definition of heresy is then.
The definition of heresy is not in the Bible. Okay.
You might need to go and read the book so you don't look like a fucking idiot.
Okay,
wasting my time.
So there's the Bible. So let me explain this really simply again for the 95th time. There's the Bible, but then there's the practice of Christianity, the administrative rules. Let's call them that. But then there's the Bible. They're not the same fucking thing. So what a heresy is not defined in the Bible. It's defined by the practice of the church, by the oral traditions of the church as passed down through Jesus, through the apostles, and their successors. It has nothing to do with the Bible itself. Those people, the apostles, successors, the apostles, they're the ones that constructed the Bible and put that together. They didn't put in the Bible what a heresy was. What the heresy is like a law, right? Hey, if you do X, Y, Z, you've committed a heresy. It's not in the Bible what defines a heresy. And according to the church, if you try to go against what the church fathers have said revelation means, and you do it yourself, they define that as a heresy. Now, I don't have to believe anything. It's what they believe, okay? We're not going by my beliefs. We're going by their beliefs. It's hard for me to believe you're so low IQ you can't make this distinction.
I asked you if it was a heresy to you, and you said yes.
Yes, because as it's a heresy to me personally. It's not subjective.
But do you believe it is a heresy if you translate Revelation?
By definition, it is a heresy.
But to you, not the fucking book.
Oh, you. I'm gonna say.
Is it a heresy to you? Okay.
In the book.
Why are you telling me that I should
get it? Tell you again, Richard, for the last time. What a heresy is not defined in the book. It's defined by the historical practice of the church. It's a heresy to me because it's a heresy to me because what a heresy is defined by the church, and I accept that they get to define their own fucking words of what heresy means.
I don't accept
it. So when somebody creates something and they make up a definition, you just get to make your own definition for this shit?
No, I don't accept it, the heresy. You do. I don't.
It's a heresy by definition.
Not for me.
Okay, you guys definitely disagree.
So you get to redefine terms.
I don't bother to look at it.
So you get to redefine terms. So the Christian church makes up a word called heresy, and they define it. And they say a heresy is X. But Haruka gets to come along and say, no, heresy doesn't mean that. I'm going to define the terms what a heresy means for the Christian church and for everybody else. You're a fucking retard, dude.
Well, it's only true if you believe it and you live your life by that law. I don't.
Oh my God! It's true, independent, because heresies don't even exist outside the Christian church.
Okay, where do they exist?
Christian practice, dude. Okay, like communion, right?
For me.
So communion only exists. Okay, idiot. Let me give you an analogy. So communion only exists in the Roman Catholic Church, right? They define what communion is. So in their practice, shut the fuck up. 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 They define what communion is. Now here comes Hayuka, whatever your name is. And here come along and says, I don't accept that that's communion. That's in a book.
It's not my communion.
Then what's your business about? Then how can you say that they are not doing communion?
It's what people do. I don't do that.
You're too stupid to fucking
Maybe
be
you
here.
do that, but I don't do that. Really?
That's not the issue. You're trying to deflect.
Yeah, I asked you if you believe in those laws, and you said yes.
No.
Not
Okay,
me.
it's not whether I believe in them.
You told me
You
that I
asked me
should
whether it
read the
was.
book.
You asked
told
me
me
whether it was a
anything unless
heresy.
I read the book.
You
And if I
asked
read
me.
the book and I comment on it, I'm committing a bad thing.
No. No.
I don't want to commit the bad thing, so I don't
Why
need
has
to
he
read the
twisted
book.
everything you fucking said, India? Hey, Ogre,
Because that's all I
mute
can
up
do.
and fuck off.
Yeah. So
What
for
do
the
you
last
think to me?
time,
I'm just replying to what he said.
No, you're not. You can't comprehend what I said because you're too fucking retarded. So for the last time.
Yeah, you telling me that you believe in some
It's a
law that
heresy.
somebody said something,
Okay.
and you're
no.
telling me it's a fact.
It is a fact. It's a fact that the Christian church defines heresy as a particular thing. And it's a fact that I accept that definition because it only applies to their practice. It doesn't apply outside their practice. And so they get to define, just like Catholics get to define what communion is, they get to define for themselves whatever particular unique feature they have. They can say, hey, that's what this means. And I agree that's what that means because it has no meaning outside of that. It's not whether I fucking agree, disagree, Christian, not Christian. I can be a fucking Muslim. These are historical facts. They don't fucking have anything to do with what I believe to be true. I don't even know what I'm talking to you by. Holy fuck, dude. That was the fucking most retarded fucking. I feel dirty just touching that, dude.
Yeah. And I get what you were saying too, but yeah, I'm sorry that it ended up getting into all that.
You know, there are like Muslims in academia and atheists and Jewish people that are scholars on the history of the Christian religion. That doesn't make them Christians.
I feel like that guy was just trying to like train his get people committed to psych wards sort of method of talking. I mean, I'd be surprised if someone around him didn't just commit themselves being forced to live with him, hearing that every day. Kind of raw solipsism is rare.
Yeah, my mother and I had a young uni student correct us on a train once we were just talking, and he was overheard, and he's like, "Oh, excuse me," but blah blah blah, and corrected us both because we were arguing about something from the Bible. We went, "Oh, right, are you Christian?" He's like, "No." What's the go then? And he's like, "I study this shit at university." Oh shit! I study history. Oh, okay.
How long? It must be a long train ride, huh?
That person, it's really simple. He probably goes around in these channels and he debates people that believe in whatever religion, and his shtick is, you just believe in a book. And that's it. That's his whole shtick. You just believe in a book. I don't believe in a book. You're a slave. I'm not. I'm free. Like it's just a shtick, dude. And he couldn't go beyond that. So I'm like, doesn't matter whether I believe it or not, because that's not what I'm saying. The practice of the Christian religion is independent of the fucking Bible.
He's living a book too, and the mockers will come.
Ironic, dude. Yeah, like his entire worldview came from his empirical experience. Right? His entire worldview. All of it.
I actually wanted to get to know him a little better to see what his background was, but oh well.
Yeah, background in trolling.
Right.
I have a question.
I say shoot. Go ahead.
How's everybody doing tonight?
I was going to say,
Yeah.
can I have
the
it?
most important question.
What'd you say?
Is that the only question, or is there more?
Oh, bro, I'm in bed right now.
Comfy.
So I don't think I have more questions.
Hey. Are you being suspicious, or you do have a question?
He just wanted to know how we're doing, because he's in bed. Which sounds like something that you'd ask like a paid service, but I don't know.
Or maybe that new AI crap, you know.
Would
How
you
you
like to
do?
buy a new bed?
Yeah,
No, I don't want to buy a new bed. Here are 5 new beds in your price range. How do you know how much money I make?
They know everything, bro. That's why.
Everything except how to make Mark Zuckerberg personable. There was a guy here last night, and I swear he was doing a Mark Zuckerberg accent. He was like, "Come on, guys, tell me exactly how the world can be flat. I mean, there's a sun. There's a sun, guys."
So what? There's a set. Okay.
I can't remember what his argument was, but all I could hear was Mark Zuckerberg, and I couldn't focus on what he was saying.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I like that Donald Trump guy, because he just comes in and he just does the whole Trump thing, and you know, it isn't really stupid about it. He just does the Trump stuff. I think it's kind of cool. So
Well, I'm doing Beethoven. I just don't put on a voice because I've already got the face.
right. So what is that? Can you what does Beethoven's voice sound like though?
It wasn't recorded, but an angry old German guy, I guess.
Right.
But he probably sounded in the same sort of tone range as me, because, again, I look exactly like him.
He was considered deaf, right? Or am I thinking of somebody else?
He did go deaf, yes.
Or he went deaf. That's right. Yeah. But did that change his voice though? Going deaf? You know how when deaf
It
people
was the
sometimes.
result of a pneumonia, I believe.
Oh right. Like so later
yeah,
on.
he continued to compose after going deaf. That's one of the things that made him famous.
Yeah, I remember that. But I was wondering about the like years later, doesn't that change your voice too, being deaf or something like that? Like your mannerisms of talking or something like that?
If you've not ever talked to a deaf person, if they were born deaf, they might talk a little bit like this because they don't get the finer enunciations in the tongue. But then you'll have a deaf person who got a hearing aid very young, maybe, and you won't tell the difference very easily there. So there's this range of things going on. Well, I'm sure it didn't really affect his ability to communicate so much as he would have had to write a lot and learn how to read lips somewhat and have a personal aid or something. Would have been very frustrating, and you can kind of see that in his final recorded images and things.
Right. Where are you from? Oh, what's the name? Sorry. Lund? Ludwig? Ludwig. Beethoven. Okay, yeah.
Ludwig.
Beethoven.
Ludwig, yeah. I'm Australian.
Oh, nice. I'm here in Oklahoma, USA, so.
So I was born on almost the same day as Beethoven, by the way, and people aren't exactly sure what day he was born. So I'm just going to say they're off by 3 days, and it was on my birthday.
Nice. That works.
And also got given a life expectancy when I was a teenager And we know Beethoven died at 56, and that's pretty much my life expectancy. So it's a little bit more than creepy when you consider I'm also a composer, and I also throw music conventions in the bin, and I'm also a geopolitical radical, and all this shit happened before I worked out I look like Beethoven. But that's what his life was.
Cool. I guess
so maybe we
have...
come back. I don't know. You know, spooky.
Right? Maybe. There's that theory. I guess somebody in the chat, we might have a Glober in the chat, just letting you guys know. We can get back on topic since I'm so bad at getting off topic. Sorry. Dogs are gods. Is your mic working?
Oh God, no.
Oh.
Yeah, it is. But you know, the flat earthers have stopped talking to me. They're upsetting spaghetti by my razor sharp arguments.
Oh yeah.
Oh fuck! If they were any sharper, they'd be as sharp as a rock. For fuck's sake! Listen to this shit. Fuck me dead, dogs. You got any proof of curvature yet?
Yeah. I keep throwing this video in the chat of a sunset over the ocean from a mountain. The sun passes your eye line and illuminates
So one
the bottom
video.
of the cloud.
So secondhand information.
That's all I need.
So
I only need one.
So
I only need one thing that can. I only need one thing that can falsify the flat
So
Earth.
you're still just a believer. It doesn't even falsify anything.
Well,
I'll do it the easy way. I'll pull a fucking glober. Refraction.
Why do you terminate your thought process like that? Just a believer, as if there's nothing else that we can.
You say one thing, you have to
terminate it.
Light comes from the vanishing point, right? Whatever you say about it, it's coming out of vanishing point. Because of that, it's going to do what you said, which does not prove any kind of shape.
I have no idea what you're talking about. How does something going past you?
What I'm talking about is throwing your argument.
Wait. I wasn't finished talking. I wasn't finished talking, Ludwig.
Here we go. So that's how it's going to be. All right.
I wasn't finished talking. Okay. I'm trying to start this out in a good way. Okay. So how does something going past you?
All right.
How does something going past your vanishing point mean that it is coming out of your vanishing point?
I said light comes from vanishing point. Yes, with the sunrise?
No, that's not true at all.
Oh my god. Somebody else, son.
I was gonna say, it seems like every glober we talk to, they're like, there's multiple things that prove the globe, and here you're claiming, oh, there's one thing that proves the globe. Let's see it, buddy.
Yeah, so what's happening?
Vanishing point, because I'm looking to the right, so it's over there on the left. Whatever,
what's happening is I have one thing that definitely proves the Earth is a globe and not flat, and you guys want to talk about a lot of other things and hope you can find one that doesn't prove.
Yeah, like measurable fucking curvature. That'd be a premium one. And all of you globetards up in the sky, look, the sun. It proves the shape of the ground.
So are you just not going to engage with my proof? Is that it, mate?
Well, you haven't posted your proof yet. You've been talking up how you've posted it, and you haven't even posted it yet. So this will get off the plot.
I haven't posted it yet, but I think this is it. Let's check. Yep, this is it. It's absolute perfect proof. So how do the clouds go from being illuminated above and then illuminated below if it's just vanishing into your eye line? There's all these have you guys ever heard of thought terminating phrases? Okay, so it's things like it looks flat to me, things like disprove the dream, things like you're in a cult, things like you're just believing it. All of these things are thought terminating. It means you're not actually looking at the evidence to see if it would be a justified thing to believe. All you're doing is coming up with a phrase, so you no longer have to engage with the argument.
That video doesn't show me anything.
What
dude.
argument? You're saying there is no argument. Like you're saying there's nothing to be explored. They've already mapped it all out because they're up there floating around it constantly. So there's no preponderance that you just stated for our motivation to exist that way. Sorry.
Sorry, what did I say that you're responding to? What was the thing I said?
If you can't follow, I'm not going to keep catching you up.
Okay, so what you said is you said that we already know the shape because we're floating up there, but I never said that, did I?
Calculating phase is like refraction, you mean? Gravity, things like that.
Someone's trying to talk and I can't hear them properly. Is that you, Big Daddy Flurf? So, how does the angle to the sun go past your eye line and the bottom of those clouds get lit up? Anyone tell me that? Okay, I guess we're done here.
Well, somebody was hot marking, and I couldn't tell what you were saying. So,
it seems like
now.
It seems like Ludwig was saying that I'd said that we already know the shape of the Earth because we're up there floating around. When I never said that, and that's got nothing to do with my evidence. And then how does the top of the clouds start out illuminated, the bottom of the clouds end up illuminated, and that sun pass your eye line? So because you're up high, your eye line's higher than the horizon. So how does it go past your eye line before setting? All of that is proof that the Earth's flat.
it's reflecting off the clouds, dude. I don't.
Well, there's a lot of assumptions in your nonsense, dude. At 30 seconds into the video, you can already see it's way too much inclement weather to be proof of anything. The sunrise point that's coming out of true vanishing point is way further back.
But hang on. Why does your proof involve asking someone a question? Why don't you just present it as a proof?
So I did present it as a proof, and now I'm asking questions for how you explain this because it's just
present it as a proof and show how it logically follows that because of that the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah. So proof of what?
So
what's
you cannot have.
What's it proof
You cannot have the shape of the Earth, champion.
The Earth is a sphere. India.
How does this observation prove the shape of the Earth?
Well, I've explained this a few times, but the best way is
have to do it
geometrically, you cannot have the angle to some. Are you just going to interrupt me, Indio? Is that what you're here for?
No. Well, geometrically. You said geometrically.
So are you just going to interrupt me? Is that
well, you said geometrically, but this isn't any type of geometry, dude.
So what I'm trying to get across to you, Indio, is that I said geometrically, and then you interrupted me to say geometrically. You understand?
Okay, that's how conversations work? Once you said geometrically, you're full of shit.
Why don't you go back on mute and let me finish my sentence before you interrupt me?
How about you go back on
ban you for being an arrogant fuckwit?
You go back on ban.
Why do you think I'm being arrogant right now? It's because I'm trying to get a sentence out, and Indio, who seems drunk right now, is trying to stop me.
I'm far from drunk. I don't even drink.
Oops.
So,
I guess he's just a random troll too, huh?
No, he's actually a serial pest, and he comes in with dumb shit like this randomly, speaks at 1,000,000 miles an hour, talks through every other bastard, and claims that he's something fucking special. But he still hasn't learnt yet. So, anyways, I watched this little video, and it didn't prove fuck all. Anyways.
Yeah, and he's like, yeah, the sun is below the eye level of the person on the mountain. I don't see that. Like, what is he talking about?
Oh, I saw some reflections, but that doesn't prove anything what he was saying, so.
The video that he poached off a flat earther who was trying to say, look at the local sun, look at the heat zone there.
I can't even see the sun, dude. It's it's a mess.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. You see the sun come down to the clouds. You get to about 30 seconds, 28, 29 seconds, somewhere there. And I don't know if that's actually reflection off the water or what that is. It looks more like it's reflection.
Yeah, I can't. It's not it's not defined enough really to even draw a conclusion about any of it. So if you go to 25 seconds, 25, right when the sun's about to set, when it becomes right before it becomes visible, it's like a divot, and you can see a little bit, and then you can see Like, I'll just take a screenshot, dude.
See, I like it 23 seconds. You get this beautiful long streak reflection, and it's like, yeah, that's happening on the globe. Oh, this is great. Let's pull it apart.
Like, what is this shit? Like, what am I supposed to... what conclusion am I supposed to... This is like the last frame before you can't see the sun. You're like, what conclusion am I supposed to draw about this? How does this tell me the Earth is a globe?
See,
I don't think it
that
does.
looks like a reflection.
Yeah, reflection of clouds, right?
No, that's a reflection from where the sun is beyond, back off of water and up.
Oh, from the container, you mean, right? Maybe.
Did I say container?
Okay, never mind. I misunderstood, I guess.
Oh, look, I've got a DM. I wonder who that's from. Let's have a look.
I'm going to make a bold prediction about what it says, Matrix. You guys mute and ban me because you're scared of me.
Actually, why did you ban me? Do you not see the obvious cult behaviour? Learn to fucking spell, dogs. I think it's supposed to be obvious cult behaviour. Yeah, dogs, I do see the obvious cult behaviour. There's a cult of stupidity. And you're not the leader, unfortunately. You're just a sheeple. Anyways, ignore. If he sends me another one, I'll direct him to crit.
I always had that theory about radio. One Big Pond, he's got that rainbow thing going on in the chat. Yeah, I always thought about that with the rainbow thing. So didn't know about the whole getting shorter thing that he just posted, but.
I remember when Flat Earth started out on like YouTube around like 2007 to 9, I guess. It started to get more popular. I used to try to use rainbows to prove Flat Earth to people all the time, and eventually I just got frustrated and stopped doing it. I just don't think they'd form inside of like a sphere atmosphere. You know, you'd see like a ring in the sky.
Wait, so the sphere atmosphere, it would be a. Wait a minute, it already is a ring.
Yeah,
what?
Sort of, but you see a rainbow where it converges with the ground because you're looking at it from the ground, right? And that's because of the dome projecting from any point that you'd see it until you're high enough for it to make a ring. But if it was a sphere atmosphere, I think you'd see rainbow rings coming down through the sky.
Well,
that's just
Here's something. As if you're elevated and you get to see a rainbow, you get to see the full ring.
Yeah, that was my point. It's like if you're high enough off the ground, the convergence becomes fully circular. But I mean the way that they wouldn't actually start from the ground where you're looking at them. If it was a spherical atmosphere, you'd see like a ring in the sky.
Hey, Matrix, do you have a picture of the one from a plane? Because I've never seen it in real life from a plane. Do you have that available at all, or?
Oh, I've seen it somewhere. I'd have to go digging. Here we go. All right, let's go and have a look.
But like the full ring though from the sky though, that still makes sense within the even from the ground thing though, right? Or no?
Yeah, definitely.
It just becomes a matter of from what point would it never touch the ground would be if it was a spherical atmosphere. That's my position. You wouldn't never see it go from one side of your site to the other side. It'd be a ring maybe that forms all the way around you from the ground like a sunset, but differently.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah.
I mean, I remember trying to prove this with like lights and like crystals and things, but I guess it gets a little bit subjective. But
You do also see rings in the sky, though, on the ground.
Yeah, I know you do. They're called ice formations generally, like sundogs, things like that. And even clouds are prone to making weird circular structures. But if you think about how light splits through a quartz prism and then make different shaped quartz prisms, you'll get different natures of the light projection on the other side of it, the refraction, sorry. So,
Yeah, I
think,
used to actually have one of those.
Something in that of rainbows. They're cool, aren't they?
Yeah, I had one and I put it in my main window. Oh wow, that's cool, Matrix. Thank you for that. Man, I would love to see that sometime on a plane or something. Anyways, but yeah, the little crystal thing. I had this like little. It was actually a good size. It was like the size of almost the size of your hand, and I stuck it on my main window that the sun blinds through, and you can see all sorts of stuff. It's pretty cool.
So that rainbow ring in the side chat, that's held up to be a photograph, right?
Allegedly by Pilot. Let me go back one page.
Yeah, I remember seeing it and thinking, not exactly sure. I think it's been like done a few times, and there's more legible photographs that look less AI.
30,000
I think that one looks like AI.
30,000 feet by Pilot Lloyd J. Ferraro.
Like, here's a good question to ask, yeah? Photography's been around for a long time, slightly longer than flying, but they've only just done it once they've made AI that can, like, photo replicate it. Seems suspicious.
Yeah, I agree. I do. I definitely.
Well, that's been out for the last 2 years, so.
The age of information, our BS meter has to be on point. So.
It wouldn't surprise me if they do things like that on purpose. Because if I was on the other side, quote unquote, I'd be making AI generated things on purpose, hoping people like us latch onto them. So that then you're out there saying, "Oh, look at this thing; it supports our argument." When actually, what you're out there peddling is effectively a cartoon, CGI.
Do you think it's possible that our movement has effectively throttled? Sorry, I'm not trying to overtalk you. I'm just trying to.
I was done. Jump in, brother.
Say that I think we may have throttled their original plan to like just pump out AI everything and say that they've discovered all this wonderful stuff that we can't actually go to, but we wouldn't know the difference. But I don't know. Maybe we're too critical now, so they've got to continue the leak job with the most like hazily subjective claims. Like, is that a door on Mars? Like, oh my god, it's getting ridiculous.
Distractions, right?
It feeds back into why they've not, quote unquote, gone back to the moon, in my mind, or why they haven't, been to Mars. Because I think we're too on it these days. I think even the average person not the average person is just more critical these days, because the burden of proof back in the day, and we've all seen the footage, but people were so desperate to believe it back then. In the Cold War backdrop, there was no critical thinking. There was no hold up. How real does this look? It was just, oh my God, God bless America. This is incredible. Whereas if that happened again today, be it AI, be it, bad footage, whatever else it might be, I think people would look at it and be a lot more skeptical. And I think that's why we've yet to be shown an AI, an AI generated or AI supported video of them being on the moon again, because we'd rip it to shreds. It'd be absolutely ripped to shreds.
I mean, it's just like the final experiment thing. I mean, just recently, you know.
Yeah, that I haven't really come down on one side or the other with that. It just comes down to, for me, don't know, wasn't there, because you could very easily actually take these people to Antarctica, and then when people are saying, "Oh, it's fake, it's green screen," you look like idiots. When they then later come out and prove beyond a shadow of a doubt they did go to Antarctica, but then could they have faked it? Well, yeah, 100%. Of course they could. And I think it feeds back into this the other day. The original aims of Operation Mockingbird. There was the more common one that everybody knows, when everything the public believe is false. But then there was a secondary aim, which is to create a schizophrenic, direct quote, public that are just doubting everything. They don't know what's real, what's not, what's fake, what isn't, what's AI in more modern times, what isn't. And it's just exhausting to be going through that with literally everything you ever see, ever.
Maybe we're not in the Matrix, but they're trying to build the Matrix with the power of consciousness.
I don't think we're in the Matrix. I think the Matrix is more of a metaphor. I've never really subscribed to the idea of, you know, brain in a jar or any other.
Just the way you explained all that seemed like it was, you know, getting more and more like the Matrix. Not knowing what's real, essentially having a constructed reality. Like, I'm not saying we're all, you know, synthetically dreaming, but just that the world can be a place that has zero truth in it, and it's just held together by people's 100th monkey syndrome.
Yeah, I do love the 100th monkey thing. And I remember saying it to one of my managers at work one time, and there's the metaphor about, you know, the monkeys with the banana, and towards the end of the thought experiment, none of the monkeys have ever actually reached for the banana and been showered with cold water. Yet none of them, you know, go for the banana all the same. And there was like a big long pause. It's like, wait a minute, so you're saying we're monkeys? It's a nice little metaphor, though. I think it's impossible these days to know either side of the debate, really. If somebody shows something which supports the globe, you can look at it and think, well, is this even real? Don't know. But equally, if somebody was to say, let's just say for argument's sake, I've done it, I've photographed the firmament, I wouldn't then be like, oh my God, it's, you know what I mean, leaping out of bed. It's true, it's shouted from the streets. You'd be looking at that with the same level of skepticism. To be honest, probably more.
Yep. I mean, you would have to get so much. You'd have to get like pieces of it or something. I don't know. It's like, but we would just like, everybody would just trash it though too. So it's like, no matter what you had.
If you did have something like that, the first thing you'd do is go back and try to replicate it. So say it was just a freak of nature, you got a mad photo. You'd go back with another camera and go, right, I'm going to go for this bastard again. If you snagged a second one with a different camera, but still got the image you're after, then you'd probably tell someone to go, right, I did it the first time, this is what I got. Did it the second time, changed my camera and settings and shit, and copped the second one. I need someone else to go and do it. I want this verified.
Yeah,
you wouldn't just hand it out and go, ta-da, holy grail, see you later. You'd get a few people to suss it out. Like, seriously, if I come up with some fucking ultimate end-of-game proof, I'd go fucking, here, QE, check this shit out. Pick it to pieces. Look, if he can't pick it to pieces, or if he says, yeah, it's fucking good, then it's highly probable, or I'd hand it to Indio. Here, shred this.
Yeah, you'd have to do a peer review for sure, but then you'd have to worry about who you can trust too with something that big too, though. So.
Nah, fuck it. Just drop it in this room and let everyone at it. That's probably a good way of doing it.
Yeah.
Free for all.
I'm just talking about like even if you did keep it to a small group, you still have to worry when it comes to something this big. You still have to worry about who you can trust too. So in a sense, but with it in the respect of it being bastardized or whatever, you know. If that makes sense, you know.
What do you think it would take? You know, you're talking about like end of game proof. I'm talking like average person off the street, yeah. So the night before, they were watching X Factor. God love it. favorite show ever. You know, they spent like £30 voting for the favorite X Factor contestant, and then went to bed. And then the day after, you bump into this person in the supermarket. Like, what could you show that person? And I don't mean in terms of like a series of steps and conversations. I'm talking like what would you show that person? It's by way of a single photograph, a video, whatever else it might be, where it's just undeniable now. Like, what would that look like? Because we don't have it yet, do we? We don't have that. Right, here we go. There's nothing left to discuss anymore. You know, one and done.
Well, it comes down to how strong your preponderance of evidence needs to be. I mean, it's a very simple thing to understand the equation for a sphere. And if you apply that to the known landmass of the world, there shouldn't need to be a conversation, but the average person, as you describe them, probably isn't going to put those three figures together in about 2.5 seconds as they look at the picture, which is the level that everyone's brain should function on. And that's what you should realize, that I'm not saying we're the only people who know how to think critically anymore, but with regards to how a lot of the false information works, they're susceptible to brainwashing in a whole range of ways that people like us would kind of become immune to and start seeing through into the deeper nature of everything outside of just a preponderance, right? Like, that's really just the start of knowledge, is realizing that their preponderance is false, and the one that you have in your hand shouldn't need to be shown to you in a photo.
Yeah, we have that. Yeah, we've had that for a long time, like since 2020. Go to the beach for free with a pair of binoculars. Have like an app that tells you how far shit is or something like that. If you're lucky like me, you live in Brooklyn, you go to Coney Island and see Jersey. Use Jersey as a reference point, so that you can see how far away the horizon is. Boom. Super simple, super easy. Anyone can do it.
I mean, it is actually that simple, but you know, if you go back to the average Joe just finished watching X Factor on the way to Asda to get.
Yeah, but they're told it's not that simple, and they believe it, right? This is the cognitive disc built into the freaking whole concept. Is that you're dumb if you don't believe it, but you're too dumb to actually prove it yourself. So you're simultaneously two things: intelligent for believing it, but too stupid to actually prove it to anybody. It's fucking crazy, dude. The whole idea, the whole globe concept is just some backwards ass shit.
I mean, here's a more like kind of modernized for my own way that I see things. Very simple thing that I like to say to people that's meant to get them to question the nature of everything. But you're right, I might have to walk them through a few other cognitive steps to get them to realize why they don't have an answer to the question, why does helium escape the Earth and no other thing does?
And I was going to say it takes some time too, because for me it took time. So
essentially, like, even just answering why helium ignores gravity, nobody's got that answer, or even the beginnings of that answer, because it starts a trigger of cascading thought processes, which should lead to realizations.
Well, think about what Elijah just said. How simple it is to go test. But people don't believe it is that simple to go test. They believe that it's complicated. Like it's built into their psyche. It's not complicated. It's fucking super simple. It's goddamn elementary fucking algebra to even do the calculation. Like, it's simple.
Was it Pythagoras? It's literally primary school. You do Pythagoras in primary school. So we're talking under the age of 11, 12.
Well, the horizon distance is even easier, right? 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, dude. That's one simple fucking equation that anybody can do.
yeah, but it's also just like it's some of it is like time, and then just other things for you to really like it. For me, it was time and seeing other things too to really wake up. It takes a lot, actually.
What the?
Yeah, but the only reason that you thought you had to go do all those things was your own cognitive dissonance. Because, like, if you said, hey, there's only one necessary thing for there to be a globe, and that's this curving surface, you thought that, like, you probably thought that there was all sorts of other stuff that you had that, like, it was way more complicated. People don't realize that it's simple. There is a necessary condition of the geometric shape of the sphere. The surface on it has to curve, and that if it's not doing that, it can't be a ball. And it's like that simple, and they can't believe it's that simple. So you keep looking. Oh, that ain't enough. The surface of the Earth's not curving? Well, I need more evidence than that. I need to fucking explain outer space and satellites and fucking the sun and clouds and seasons and fucking time zones and eclipses and all that. No, dude. None of that shit even matters. Because if the first thing is not true, it can't be the second thing.
Yeah, and it takes a little while to
No matter what the
realize
sun does, no matter what the weather does, no matter what the fucking moon does, no matter what the planets do, like, it can't be. There's no way that those other observations can fix that. They can't falsify it, right? I can't be like, well, I took a tape measure and I measured no curve, but the sun did X, Y, Z, so my tape measure's wrong, right? That don't look like that, right? Your tape measure's still right. It doesn't matter what those things did. Those things can't.
Exactly global logic. You got it exactly right there.
Yeah, like, because they can't believe it's that simple. They just can't believe it.
And then once you realize that first part isn't true, that's when everything else falls apart too. It like steamrolls. You just got to break through that part,
It's like, you flat earthers, you just don't understand the science. It's complicated. They ask them about it. Well, I'm not a scientist. Well, no, it's not complicated. And any scientist that told you it's complicated is lying, because it's not. It's simple. And you just can't believe it's that simple.
The devil's in the details too when you actually do look into it too.
Oh, yeah, and all those side claims, like, once you dig into those, like, those so-called side pieces of evidence, sun, moon, like, or eclipses, for instance. How can we predict eclipses if it's not a globe? Because we don't use a globe to predict eclipses. Like, that whole idea is just wrong in the first place. And nobody told them that, right? Nobody, like, you never, like, they show you a diagram in school about how an eclipse works. But they never showed you in school, like, yeah, there's going to be an eclipse on Tuesday. This is how we know that, right? They didn't show you a bunch of equations with a globe in it. They say, there's going to be an eclipse on Tuesday. Here's the diagram. This is how it's going to happen. But that doesn't, like, but that diagram, that's a cool story, but it doesn't even support, like, if you actually use that diagram, can you use that diagram to predict that the eclipse is going to happen on Tuesday? Of course not, right? You have to, like, have equations, right? And time equations to figure out when an eclipse is going to happen. And then when you use those equations and you look at them, you're like, where's the globe? There's no globe in these. But they think there is because they got showed the diagram. So it's like, I hate using this word, but it's like misinformation. People are being like, dude, it's like, but it's not misinformation. Because it's like, they're showing you the diagram and people fill in the blanks with their imagination. Right? Like, okay, here's how an eclipse works. There's an eclipse on Tuesday. They never said, hey, we used the globe to predict the eclipse on Tuesday. People just fill that in their own head because they saw the diagram, right? They're never explicitly told, oh yeah, dude, we predict eclipses with the heliocentric model, and that's how it's done. They're never told that. They just fill that part in with their own, like, imagination, right? They just jump to that conclusion.
Yeah. Well, you guys have a good night. Thanks for a good conversation and everything. And I'm sorry if I got off topic and caused issues, but it was fun though. So thank you.
Don't worry about that. Like think of it as bait, man. You baited the fucking atheists out of their little hiding holes.
Right. Everybody stay warm. Have a good night.
All right. Peace.
Gotcha, man.
Why you guys think the earth is flat? I went outside. It can't be that simple. Yeah, like it really is. It's just really that simple. I turned off my TV and I went outside.
But I've got this complex equation that says otherwise.
Yeah, my computer keeps flashing me balls, right? It's balls flashing on my computer, so it's got to be that. Like it's funny too, Matrix, because like the complex equation, they don't even understand it.
Oh, I love it, eh? Isn't it amazing how often you find most of the I won't say high end, but more pain in the ass, like Ree and Newt and all of that ilk. It's all just mathematics. Everything's mathematics. Maths proves this, maths proves that, and it's like, what, dude? Just put your calculator down for 5 seconds and go outside. Seriously, that's all you got to do.
I think Newt's a LARPer, quite honestly, but whatever.
Yeah, I flipped me shit at that thing today. I just had I'd been in here for about. I was having me lunch. I sat down. I thought, you know what? I'll have a listen while I'm chewing on food because I can't talk or blow up. And I got about halfway through it, and it's like every time he's been asked a question, it's just been this endless dribble of not doing his best not to answer it. And it's just this is so roundabout. And I thought, you know what? Fuck this. I've had enough. I'm going to help the boys out. And AJ was about to wind up too, and it was good because I thought, here we go, AJ's got him covered. And someone else intervened and fucked it all up for us. But whilst he was gibbering away, it was straight away, oh, I've got multiple degrees. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself...
That's what I think he's harping about. I don't think he does.
Doesn't mean shit to me. And you probably know there's people like this too. I know quite a few people.
Yeah, it don't even matter if he does anyway. But even if he did, he could have 1,000 degrees. It doesn't make him intelligent or know what he's talking about.
Exactly. And you know these kind of people. We've all met them. I know people that have got multiple degrees, and seriously, they don't even know how to turn the fucking kettle on. And they claim themselves as intelligent. It's like, you've got no common sense. You're book smart only. And I also know people that are illiterate, that are more intelligent than some of these so-called fucking I've got multiple degrees people. It's absolutely mind-blowing. It really is. It's pretty cool to see when you get out in the real world. You listening, Newt?
They act like there's some standard or something. Like there's some degree standard. Like dude, when you say you have multiple degrees, all you're telling me is you went to a bunch of buildings for a bunch of years, and there's people that said, hey, I'm going to ask you these questions in like 6 weeks, and these are the answers. And these are the answers I want you to write down. And you wrote down the answers they wanted you to write down. Like, that's what it is. And then you did that enough times over a period of 4 or 5 years that at the end of it, they said, you have a degree because you wrote the answers I told you to write down enough times. Fucking, that's literally what it is, dude.
Yep, copy paste.
Yeah, they act like they're in there like fucking Socrates, right? And they're like debating the fucking the metaphysics of the universe or something. Like, bro, you're staring at some fucking dude at the class who's just fucking dictating, or you're fucking around on your goddamn phone. Maybe you're taking notes, maybe you're half listening. You're fucking you're fucking hungover from the fucking the kegger you had the night before, and you're passing. And you do that enough times, and at the end of it, and paying a bunch of money, they give you a little fucking piece of paper with the seal on it. And you're acting like, because I did that, I'm intelligent? That's dumb. That proves you're dumb.
So you know what's interesting, right? when you think about the origin of gravity, i.e., Newton, and I guess in a sense Galileo, or did he do something else? Well, one was gravity, one was like the shape of the cosmos kind of idea, yeah. But if you look at the innovation of magnets in like Western culture, it happened in like the 19th century. So for them to, unlike other cultures, did a little bit more exploring of magnets in other parts of the world in like more proto forms than what led to developing all different kinds of magnets. But you might see my point is like they're trying to account for a lot of things without even understanding what magnets were when they'd written this whole like scientific principia on the nature of gravity. You know, it's like they didn't even know what they were looking at.
Yeah, that is a good point, though. That somehow they discovered the globe, but they couldn't figure out anything else. It's like the first thing they discovered. But we can sit here and talk to infinite amount of people, and we ask them how they discovered it, and nobody knows.
Well, it's I think easy to see if you think about it as a notion of just needing something to quote tie all the peoples together into a framework that was slightly bigger than the church and arguably more inclusive for a Europe that was growing more diverse with more cultures becoming involved. So the understanding of that is actually found in the etymology of the words. Like gravity requires mass, and mass requires gravity, but the origin of the word means gravitas. It means to speak with authority. And the origin of the word mass is to knit together tightly, which is why it's also used in religion, in Catholicism. And it's why all this stuff is tied together with the church. It can't be separated, even though it seems at loggerheads at different points.
Well, I find it weird that like the first like so-called scientific discovery there ever was, right? That the Earth's a globe. That's the only one that wasn't wrong. But all the other ones that they've had have been wrong, revised, changed. You know what I mean? Where they're like, oh, we were fucking wrong about the whole thing. All of them changed over time, right? Where they had to revamp or revise them. But not the globe. That's just always like the first idea they were right, but everything else after that they were right and wrong and right and wrong and right and wrong. And still to this day, right? I don't know, in my lifetime, salt isn't bad for you and good for you probably like 7 times. Eggs too, beef, you name it, you name the food fucking product. It's like horrible for you and it's good for you like 2 years later. So like they're constantly changing the narrative of, you know, like whatever particular scientific claim they make. In any period of time, it gets said that that's wrong. But somehow the globe, even though it was the first idea, so-called, other than Archimedes' principle, that's the only one that survived the test of time. And they weren't wrong about that, which I find incredibly hard to believe, especially in light of the fact that nobody can measure curvature. Right? The one thing that would prove it, nobody can do.
You know what else is funny? And I never thought about this until right now, I think. The name Newton, yeah, it's like new ton. It's like so taking a ton, which is 1,000 kilos, and making it something else. Creating a new scale, which is what he did. Spooky. You guys heard of this mountain at the center of the world idea? Tallest mountain in the world? Mons Negra or something?
Yeah, I've heard of it, reading through all conspiracy crap. Yep. don't know about the
I don't think
tallest.
I'd ever heard that. I don't think I'd ever heard that before until just recently, but there is something quite evocative about the notion.
Yeah, it's interesting how it's in a right in the middle of a patch of water that doesn't often get used. But on maps, like the real old school maps, show it in the middle with 4 rivers branching off it. Yeah, so whether it's true or false, fucked if I know. I'd have to go there and have a look.
I remember when I was young that you'd look at any kind of map that they'd show you, or anywhere that you'd find a map, and the North Pole was covered in ice. And then it's like around the time the internet came in, you stopped seeing ice at the point where above Russia and above Canada, there's now just water. And it's like, what did you guys do at the North Pole? We thought there was land under the ice or something, or that the ice was a permanent feature, but now it seems to not be there. And if you look into where polar bears are living, it's like northern Canada, I suppose. But yeah, I don't know.
How does it go? Iceland's green, Greenland's covered in ice, and they wonder why we have trust issues.
I mean, I don't know if anyone wants to back me up on there used to be like a lot more ice shown in the center of the world, or the top of the world. If there's any globers here. I mean, you can see in the middle of this screenshot, there's 2 photos that are next to each other in these Google search results. The 2 that are from the bottom up. The one on the left, there's no ice at all. And the one on the right, there's plenty of ice.
That's why it's a good idea to keep non-digital records, encyclopedias, shit like that, if you can get your grubby little paws on them. So when they do come around and change shit, you can sit back and go, aha, caught you, you bastards.
Here's the best description that I found. The North Pole sits squarely in the center of the Arctic Ocean, Earth's smallest ocean, at 90 degrees latitude. Contrary to what you might think, there's actually no permanent land mass at this spot. In fact, the nearest land is approximately 450 miles away in northern Greenland, and there's a military base in Alert in Canada's Nunavut, which is 500 miles. About 55 people live there, which is the northernmost continuously inhabited place in the world. Seems like Alert would be a nice place to go. In lieu of any firmly entrenched land, the North Pole is almost always covered with a 6 to 10 foot thick layer of ice. The ice separates the surface from the ocean floor, which is located a staggering 13,000 feet below sea level. The seabed is home to the only permanent fixture located at the North Pole, a titanium Russian flag planted by a submersible during the 2007 Arctica expedition. So, occasionally, apparently, they just float over the exact spot on floating research stations and stuff. But, like I'm saying, I'm pretty sure all the way up onto there being an internet, people were led to believe it was like a permanent part of the world structure, and like the idea of the pole there not being any ice at like the Arctic Ocean would be like the end of the freaking world. And it's like, I mean, I'm just dealing with how people thought in the late 90s here. You know what's interesting is that when ocean water freezes, it only freezes the water, as in it doesn't freeze the salt. The salt's actually squeezed out of the ice formation. So all of that ice that's theoretically ringing the entire world, but down there at the South Pole, and mysteriously only occasionally all the way up there at the North Pole, that's all fresh water. So there's no real shortage of fresh water if you imagine that one of these bogus claims of science is that a third of the fresh water is in the Great Lakes of Michigan or something. There's infinite fresh water. Every time Earth makes another iceberg, there's fresh water there, millions of square kilometers worth. I didn't say there was more fresh water in the North Pole. I said there's no shortage of fresh water on Earth, and there logically never can be, because the Earth is always making more icebergs, and as an iceberg forms, it pushes all the salt out, leaving you with fresh water.
Oh, I understand what you just said. Yeah, the Earth is always producing more fresh water.
Yeah, when an iceberg forms, that's the ocean, it's the ocean's desalination plant, whoop-de-doo. And they've sold the entire, climate change, global warming swindle, I believe, on just obscuring that fact.
Oh, so what you hear on the mainstream narrative is just trying to scare people, and there's plenty of fresh water available for everybody to use to drink.
Yeah, I mean, in times of shortage, that might be where they're going to get it. Who knows? Maybe that's why they prevent anybody going to Antarctica or whatever. There's lots of reasons you can find for people to be lied to. But the scale is just monumental and staggering, so what do we do about it?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea not to pay attention. Give them, don't listen to them. What you hear on the news or on the mainstream media. I think it's just scaremongering. I think people just get on with their lives and just not worry about what they see or hear. Because when people hear these things, I think it stops them from doing what they need to do. Just fear is no good for people's minds.
You know what's always been interesting to me is the broken nature of the land that's very close to the North Pole. And whilst it's expressed somewhat around the ring of land, it's very pronounced in northern Canada, where it looks like a giant fist has come down on that part of the world. I've got a theory on it, but you guys probably don't want to hear all of it. It's a little bit mystic.
Are you talking about the area outside of the Arctic Circle, like the area north of Canada? Those areas where those lands where not many people know
Yeah.
about.
Well, there's not many people living, sure, but between Greenland and I guess Alaska, there's this giant broken section of land, and it just looks like I said, looks like it's Greenland's been cleaved off the shoulder of some giant being that's rotted over a few billion years.
Yeah, yeah. I looked at that area you just mentioned. I looked it on the map, and there's a lot of how to explain it, the geographical layout. It's not a complete. There's lots of islands and what do you call it? Gorges, inlets. There's many other
Fjords
things.
and things.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, fjords. A lot of what's the word? The landscape geography that hasn't been explored, or not many people know about it, because it's very remote area on Earth.
Well, there's polar bears that'll eat you. That's one reason no one wants to go there.
Yeah, yeah, they're very dangerous, polar bears.
Like, you'd rather mess with bears in Russia because you see videos all the time of guys like, tickling Russian bears and they fall over like little children. But polar bears are known to just like hunt you down and eat you, and you'll be lucky if you know it's going to happen.
Yeah, polar bears, they hunt, they prey like we're talking about big animals. Like I don't think
We're
human can.
talking the biggest land predator that exists is the polar bear. And here's
Yeah.
a fun fact. Polar bears have started breeding with grizzly bears as they've had to move further south because of human, ruining their environment. So now there's hybrid bears that are walking around that are hybrided between a polar bear and a grizzly bear, and now they're the biggest bears on Earth, and super aggressive too. So essentially, they look like a really, really big polar bear, but they've got some grizzly features to them too. I've had this notion, it might be just a notion, but what if there's something that generates cold, like generates ice, and it's the reason that Greenland is covered in it, but no other place except for Antarctica seems to be a permanent ice-covered landmass. So what's doing it, It's all a really, like you said, it's a mysterious part of the world for some reason in 2025. Greenland and the space next to Greenland or west of Greenland, if you like. It's just very, very little common knowledge about the area.
Yeah, there's many land masses, islands, continents here on Earth that not known to the public, and like you said, it still remains a mystery.
Well,
But I guess,
I'm trying to drive at something a little bit more interesting about. Have you heard of how like moonlight is supposedly cold, whereas sunlight is warm, and it's
yeah, I've
kind
heard
of
that.
opposite, right?
Yeah, I've
I
heard
mean,
that.
like there's areas on Earth that are natural deserts, and it seems that the sun intensifies itself over those areas which become deserts. So maybe the moon intensifies itself over areas like the North Pole and Greenland, and there's some manner by which ice is being generated. Otherwise, it's like you got to account for this weird process by which you get an intermittent North Pole. I'm still thinking about that.
Yeah, I think more people need to do go on adventure, exploration, discovery, try to find more land or what's over there. Make some documentaries.
Like, I'm not sure I could say this is an observation that I've ever made or that anybody could make. But wouldn't it be interesting if nights where it was much colder, those nights where you just had to put another blanket on, keep the windows closed, and turn the heater on, and nights when the moon was more active and therefore pumping more cold, generating more cold in your environment?
Yeah, you said earlier that the moonlight is colder in the shade. That's what you said earlier.
Well, I didn't say exactly that. I didn't put the shade bit in it. I just said it was colder than yeah. So I guess it is what I'm saying. You just put that extra bit on it. But yeah, there's lots of people who've tried to prove that moonlight cools things down. I'm not sure exactly about it, but I like to, like I said, have a very, very weird, very esoteric method of breaking down the nature of the world and then extrapolating the nature of reality from that. And part of that would be accounting for why Greenland is the way that it is, and the North Pole seems to intermittently grow off its head, which is just strange.
Yeah, at the moment, Greenland seems to be getting a lot of interest. I don't know why that is, but I've been hearing Greenland has a lot of significance.
Yeah, that'll
Maybe
be a resource push, and it'll also be about when you see the way that Russia has the most coastline that encompasses the North Pole. If they had freedom of trade access down past Japan and the Americas, then they'd be like geographically just the naturally dominant culture of the world. And I think the US wants very much to prevent them doing that. So owning Greenland is just a piece of that puzzle, possibly. But there's also like other resource reasons for them to have the place. I mean, Trump is just this guy who comes in and he says, well, we're looking at everything that we're doing here in terms of like, can we be more efficient? So that's Elon Musk's job. But my job is to go out in the world and look at like, how can we expand American interest and bring that efficiency somewhere else to thereby improve it. And you can see how this might be an acceptable policy for somewhere like Greenland, and less so when you're presenting it as like a real estate option for the people of Gaza. However, that's all a little bit political. And yeah. I don't know, like, if the oceans were all frozen, would it be easier to prove the world is flat? Would people buy it more if you could shoot a laser along the freaking ice?
Yeah, there's many laser experiments that proves the Earth is flat, and water is always level. It's always flat everywhere. So 70 over 70% of water here on Earth is flat. So the Earth must be flat because water can the nature, the behavior of water cannot bend or drop over distance. So it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, telling people to look for curvature is kind of like when you go to the auto parts store, right? And you go in to get some oil or some lug nuts, whatever it is, and you come back out and you feel like ribbing your girlfriend up. So you say, "Oh, honey, I forgot my my blinker fluid. Can you go in and ask for some?" And she comes back out looking all embarrassed. She's like, "There's no such thing as blinker fluid, you asshole." I'm like, yeah, we just like sending people on frivolous tasks. That's what human beings are, you know. Look over there. Where? Made you look.
Hello.
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 Hello, could you help me choose the right blinker fluid for my car? Maybe you had a question regarding the shape of the planet that we're on. Both good options. I mean, if I went back to like 1930s or 20s maybe, and I was Macy's, and I decided to buy Santa Claus, which was this obscure Scandinavian legend, and turn him into a worldwide Christmas ritual, I'd look at the nature of the North Pole, and I'd say that Santa's workshop only appears once a year, because once a year the geological phenomena equalize to such an extent that the ice can form over the North Pole. But they don't even want you being that intelligent. Instead, Santa's just some jolly pedophile for you to get presents and chocolate.
Hello.
Hello.
Do you think we're experiencing things in real time?
Like you talking?
Like
what?
There's
When
no
like
such thing as the present time.
yeah, but like sometimes when when you're realizing stuff, it feels like it's not happening in like a point, you know?
It's not.
Like how would you describe it?
Like
Said I would not try to describe.
But I
just
can't
think of
really
it as chapters already written in a book, and it's the point
Simulation theory.
in the chapter. It's a point in the chapter where the character starts thinking about himself. Soon you will move past it, and the book will go on. Uh, it's not. I mean, I guess you can call it simulation theory, but like a more accurate description is like the B theory of time, where like there's no such thing as present. It's just a book. Yeah, predefined. Yep. Simulation theory can mean a bunch of other things, like it doesn't have to be predetermined.
What is time?
Concept of things happening.
Change.
Yeah.
I don't think time exists. I think it's an illusion.
You think change is an illusion?
No, I think time is an illusion, not its own
does time
dimension.
do?
You can't. Means you can't go backwards.
Or forwards, really.
Well, yeah, or forwards.
But I'm traveling forward in time.
No, you're not. That's the entire point.
There's chemical reactions that are going on in cycles, and you're putting a metric on those cycles and inferring a dimension out of them, which is what heliocentric philosophers do when they write an equation on paper and tell you they know the shape of the universe.
Probably round.
So 26. All instances of time are like frozen. You're not moving through time. You're frozen in time. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
How do you freeze a concept? I guess I could try putting my clock in the freezer. That might work.
How do I explain this?
You just get in the freezer.
Kind of hard to explain. Just look up B theory of time. If you understand that, you'll sort of know what I'm saying. It took me a long time to like actually understand what it's trying to say.
It's so stupid, man. It's like getting prepped for a Marvel movie.
Honestly, it took me like a long time to understand what it means. B theory of time.
You're like Brian of Family Guy. Wrote the book Faster Than the Speed of Love.
What's you guys' favorite beers?
Favorite what?
Beer.
Ginger beer.
Jesse? What do you think about stout?
I don't even know what it is.
Damn. It's like a dark, roasted, almost coffee-like flavor.
It's kind of like if you mixed Vegemite with hot water. Drink it.
No, it's like a dark coffee almost. You've never
How
had
big would you say the North Pole is?
Say again?
How big would you say the North Pole is? Like, what kind of country would you compare it to when the ice is at its maximal?
No idea.
I'll just look at Google Earth and trust them.
No.
But I mean, Google Earth isn't exactly to scale. You know that.
It better be pretty good, or I'm gonna have some.
Like Greenland is a lot smaller than it looks on any globe.
Look up on Wikipedia, man.
Here's the thing, right? The North Pole, as we call it, it gets as big as the continental US. Which, if you look at a globe and try to put the continental US between northern Canada and Russia, pretty sure it's not going to fit. So you got to think about what can be going on when you can have a place form, a temporary place that's as big as the United States, just north of it, and nobody ever goes there. Nobody seems to know much about it other than it's where Santa Claus fucking lives.
The North Pole?
Apparently there's a flag there with 90 degrees written on it.
There's a flag at the bottom of the ocean at the point they think is the dead center point. It's Russia's flag, but there's other flags that are like at the most northern points of whatever landmass you're on, Greenland or Canada or whatever, but there's no actual permanent land there. It's the Arctic Ocean.
I'm just referring to pictures of like the flag in the ice. 90. I guess that was temporary because it melts.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like occasionally, when there's 10 feet of ice or more, they'll go and build a research station and they'll plant a flag and have a whole bunch of nations' flags all there together. I've seen all the pictures and that, but they don't really like people being educated. So thinking about the process whereby the Earth is cycling fresh water, literally, in a volumetric quantity that's as big as the United States of America. You got to put all that together for yourself, because I told you guys.
Wait. Fresh water.
Yeah, hold on a second. Looking into this phenomena of the North Pole 10 minutes ago, I found out that when an iceberg forms, it squeezes all the salt out of the iceberg structure, and you're only left with the fresh water. So the ocean's constantly cycling fresh water.
Huh.
All the salt literally ends up underneath the iceberg. Otherwise, it couldn't form into an iceberg. It'd stay slush. It wouldn't form a solid. The salt prevents solid.
Yeah.
But not only is that a mind-blowing thing, that's also so basic that everyone should just fucking know it, and I just learned it myself. But the other point that, like, the North Pole can be as big as the continental US, like, that's a huge statement to me.
I know I saw some video where like somebody like zoomed in on it and there's like this strip. I don't know if it was true, faked, or if like it was true and they've removed it since. I haven't checked it out myself. But there's this really thin strip that they found, and it looks like in the strip there's like land and like stuff in there. Like I don't know. It could be just an error on part of like people putting it all together and stuff. But it was interesting.
Think about the problem with mapping the North Sea, though. If it's as big as the continental states, and just navigating it when it's not ice, it'd be very problematic in the sky. And then navigating it when it is ice, doing it from the ground presents a whole bunch of logistical problems. So they generally use icebreaker boats to get to a point and then do something. But do you see the picture I'm trying to draw for you here? It's like one of the biggest countries on Earth temporarily forming and disappearing according to some mystical mechanism that might actually hold the key to everything.
but it's just one of these. Let's turn it into Santa Claus ideas for people.
But it's not really like a country or a continent or anything, right? It's just sea, apparently.
Yeah, but it'll become a country-sized landmass. So I'm saying that, like, exploring that zone, whether it's water or not, I don't think they've ever done that.
If you consider, like, ice to be a landmass, I guess. I guess you can walk on it. Yeah.
Well, they might be missing points of land, you know, like small islands that are sticking up out of the water that they might miss when they're covered in ice and then miss again when they're not, you know? There'd be lots of things going on there.
Well, well, I do ask the question, okay, so you got these maps, right, from centuries ago depicting landmass there, and I'm like, what, some of the, like Makeda, you know, like, okay, like, was he legit or what? Like, we use his concepts and stuff for mapping and, like,
Yeah, and I brought up that Black Mountain thing that's a Makeda notion, I think, or an even older notion that he used. But maybe it's there, you know? It's like if you look at some of the mountains that are in China, they're like pillars, and maybe there's like a giant pillar-like mountain in the middle of the North Sea. I mean, it's just hard to find, maybe, I don't know.
right, yeah, what was the water level like back then and all that, like, you know, the sea level and all that. I don't know. Yeah, it's a mystery. I know Trudeau talked about going there as a guest with his father, and he was bragging about how important he felt because, you know, he was going into this area where not many people get to go, and how, you know, like, yeah, I don't know. He didn't say much about what was there, but so people apparently do go there, and like
But
you
it
said,
seems
there's
like
the photography people.
there's a problem with going south, right? Because of the whole Antarctica Treaty. But then it's like people have been somehow de-incentivized from truly exploring the North and coming to understand it as like an offered experience that the world has. And it's just kind of draws a big blank spot in my mind. Like, why are those parts of the world like that? Like, why is Greenland like that? Why is west of Greenland like that? And what's going on with the North Sea? You know, there's all kinds of weird stuff in the region if you look into the archaeological stuff. You know what I mean? Like in parts of Russia, like the Urals, and I mean even other weirder ideas like Hyperborea. Like, there's something definitely weird about the region, and they've worked out a way to take people's exploring spirit out of them by providing them fully filled in maps that aren't really true to life, true to scale, true to reality.
Yeah, you can't trust those maps they give you because nobody knows how accurate they are. They really are. So how can anybody say these maps are honest
I
and
mean,
accurate?
yeah, so if we take the idea that place is the size of the continental states, right? Let's take the smallest state and make it a permanent above the ground island with its own ecosystem. Mate, there could be dinosaurs running around there. They're just not interested in leaving. I'm just saying it could be happening. There could be a lot of things going on when you've got a space the size of the United States to hide in.
I remember something in the 80s on the news. It was, you know, it was like one of them, you know, novelty.
Maybe it's
segments, right?
Dinotopia.
At the end of the news, you know, they have the novelty story, and there was this, and I remember that it said they quickly showed like this footage taken from like a camcorder or something on a boat, and these Russian fishermen or something, they were pointing at this island, at the camera at the island, and as they panned around, there was just like, you just saw this huge ass fucking tail going into the forest, like, and disappear. And it was like, was this a dinosaur? Like,
That's crazy that you brought up a dinosaur and like Dinotopia just jumped into my mind. Like maybe there's a hidden island, kind of like Kong Island in the King Kong movies. But yeah, it's in the Arctic Ocean if it's anywhere.
Yeah, I can't remember where it was exactly, but like I'm pretty sure it was Russian fishermen. You know.
I mean, the ice is always presented as the key to understanding a lot of things, right? Understanding how we can have a containable system with stability, understanding how we can be essentially locked into where we are by, guarding the gate. And also something in the nature of how things can be intermittently obscured and rendered functionally impossible for you to know about. It might be something about understanding where we fit in a bigger picture of nature than we have.
Right, man. Yeah. We're pretty ignorant. I mean, there's places where we're not allowed to go. There's places in Australia you're not allowed to go. Like, you try getting in there. You like just regardless of like anybody stopping you, or not. It's fucking the terrain is just not navigable. you fucking die. But do they know about these places, and they can get access to them with fucking whatever aircraft, whatever
Well,
and
here's
what do they have there? What is there? What do they know about these places?
Here's a scary thought, right? That's scary because of how much sense it would actually make, in the sense that all of the conspiracy theories that are out there, they all sound crazy because reality is crazy, but because of this one thing that all makes sense. So let's say that we become a group of people who get this super cool boat that can handle the southern oceans, and we sail down near Antarctica, and then we go, fuck you guys, because you're going to attack us if we come closer. So we sail west or east, and we try to follow like the edge, and we actually manage to, and we're following the edge, and we're seeing this wall, and we start to notice very slowly that this wall seems to be as much organic as it's been like terraformed into like buttresses, like a Great Wall of China. And then we see the first lizard person, and he's wearing like scale mail armor from like a Final Fantasy video game, and he starts like pointing his spear at us. Like shit, we're literally like trapped inside this giant like pen by these shape-shifting reptilians.
Yeah, it's not Sunday, but yeah. I'd definitely say that there's more to know about this place than the average person knows.
I mean, what if going to Mars is just going to the lands beyond the ice ring, and it's like governed by a civilization that they present as the Martians, but yeah, they're giant reptiles.
If there is an ice ring and it's configured, the land's configured like that, but whether or not, like, it's still the potential for there to be places that we don't know about, like land masses that we don't know about.
Well, if you were like the Greys, for example, if we take those two kinds of aliens, like the Greys and the reptilians, and we put them all in little like city-states around the ice ring, wouldn't that be the perfect vantage point from which to govern and shape the humans and go in and take them, harvest them as you would, and then back to your city you go. They don't know where you go. They think you go off into space. You're just going beyond the extent of their range of known lands of everything.
Yeah, well, who knows if there's even like a human type of people that. Yeah, because like.
Well, that might be them too.
Well, yeah, because like, why did it stop at Caucasian, Asian, African, whatever? Like, what if there's others? And maybe they're the big the big wigs. I don't know. Who knows? I don't know.
Well, if you think about what I'm saying, right? We take this idea on the one hand, where people look at people who talk about, for example, reptilians from not just the context of oh, look at how weird these celebrities are, for example, but looking at ancient history and the accounts of the same descriptions of beings and what their intentions are, and then putting that into this idea where they don't want humans to know what their goal is, which is basically to feed on humans to a level where they're not really going to pick up on it, like a few lions picking out of a herd of thousands of wildebeest. You know what I mean? When the herds get big enough, they become like super herds, and the predators can't really control them. They're going to have to be taken out by famine or something like that. But do you get what I'm saying? It's why the history would be tailored in such a way to prevent people discovering them for that reason.
Yeah, right. So yeah, they're they allow lords over the people that they're like.
Yeah, I mean, there's a tiny bit more to it.
And we'll let you live. We won't eat you and your family.
Yeah, I mean, you got that exactly right. That'd give you the elite human bloodlines and their hybrid programs and all the rest of that jargon. But if you look at, again, going back to comparing this to the natural system as we're coming to understand it, and looking where the entrance point to Antarctica is actually the bottom tip of South America. And then once we go up through South America and we're in the Amazon, well, that's where these fuckers could still be developed, in a city-state that's maybe just under the ground in the middle of the Amazon rainforest, or maybe very carefully hidden within the Amazon rainforest. I can show you some stuff on Google Earth that makes me very suspicious. But again, you see the way that this culture, this species with their much longer history than human beings, can creep in and creep out whenever they want, and basically exert their control systems through the human pawns, like you entailed. I mean, South America, right? The serpent gods, Quetzalcoatl, well, where'd they come from? Well, let's just say walked off the ice and up into the forest.
Wouldn't that be like
the easiest way to
humans
do it.
hiding from monkeys, though? Isn't that the same logic? Like a superior race hiding from the inferior race? How does that make sense?
What do you mean by humans hiding from monkeys? I don't get that.
The lizard people hiding from humans.
Well, that's so they don't get
Why would they
discovered
hide?
and we don't go out. Well, look, anytime that you've got a farm operation, right? Do you sit there and explain to the sheep by any method that they'll understand that the goal is to eat them? No, it's about them not working out they're being farmed.
Yeah, but you don't hide from them.
What do you mean? I mean, people are a little bit more aware than sheep. So if you see a giant lizard city with giant billboards of human burgers, you're gonna put two and two together. I mean, maybe all our shitty ideas of civilization were given to us
bring your sheep
by
to
them
McDonald's.
because you go just beyond the ice and it's like everywhere's New York. The worst parts of it.
Man, they'd make a great movie.
Yeah, and make people realize they're living inside of Escape from LA. Like literally, it's not the future; it's now and it's history.
Well, maybe it was like that once, because there's a story that it kind of was like that once, and then someone stepped in and said, "No, it's enough of that shit," and sorted stuff out for us so that we could, like, just be left to our own devices again. Because it says that, like, they were, they these overlords or whatever, they became so insatiable that they turned on humans because they exhausted animals and plants, and basically then they turned on humans, and then eventually themselves, and the
Say that the
boss said
Anunnaki
no
came
more.
here for gold. Like they created the first empire, and the goal of the empire was to mine gold so they could leave, and then they left, and we got a deluge as a result. So it's like, advance the silly little proto-humans very quickly, utilize them, and then, just drown them out a bit so they go back to something more like their natural development rate. And then at different times, different factions have come in and advanced this quicker again, but they've always got their own plan, and we always get the short end of the stick by them toying with nature as they arrive and depart. Something like that is woven into the history anyway.
Well, I don't know about all that, but I agree with one thing that Graham Hancock said, and that's that we are a species with amnesia. Something's gone down in the past that we have no fucking clue about. Like, I mean, involving us and possibly other forms of intelligent beings. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's a complex, long, and winding history that begins at, I think, the point where you had this rebellion led by this guy named Sargon of Akkad, and he broke the lineage of Samaria into the modern world and reformed everything. So that might be why we have like a recorded history, and that goes back to year sort of 0, and you go back from there, and it's like deciphering extinct languages and languages that are known pretty well. We get a rough idea of the events that went back to, say, the formation of Egypt, but then you have the end of Samaria, and that's even before that. And that
I don't
goes
even
back
believe it
more
all.
than.
I think half of it's fucking.
Well, what do you mean? What, the Empire of Sumer?
Yeah, all of it, just about. Fucking, I don't trust any of it as being legitimate accounts of historical events.
Okay, well, I mean, you don't have to take the mythology and all of that literally, but it's more like civilization just sort of is there at a point in the human archaeological record, and there's no prerequisites for it. Like everywhere else we look in the world, we see like advanced tools and then dig a little bit deeper, more primitive tools, but it's like there's nothing that predates this really quite advanced civilization who had a language that was more advanced than the language which replaced it, which, like I said, is that point that the amnesia kicked in, for real.
Yeah.
And it's because the history of Sumer is so much longer than the history that we have, like, post-Christ. Like, we go back 4,000 years, we're in their mid-empire. That's 4,000 BC. So it's 6,000 years ago.
Yeah, I don't know, but like, where's our buildings that we can say are going to stand the test of time for thousands of years? Where are they?
Look, maybe humans never built any of the shit, and it's all because of what I'm saying. There's more advanced races that are living out on the ring that are predating on us. Why they don't like us knowing about them. And occasionally they have expressions of empire, but because of divine interventions and the warring states of humanity, as we grow in number, we get harder and harder to control, so their methods get a little bit more refined and become the slow, steady retardation of the modern thinking methods.
What are we contributing to them? Why would they keep
Because
us
we
around?
know we're dumb sheep. We know subconsciously we're
what
dumb
do we-
sheep. That's why
what do we
there's a dude
contribute
in
to
the chat with like a sheep costume on and a wolf real face. You know, we're food. We're food. I told you that. We're food. Literally. Yum, yum, yum.
So there's not very many of them.
Well, if you had, like I said, sustainable city states that were done with some kind of technology, you could have the ring itself, the Antarctic ring, populated by enough people to have like a sustainable system run according to the amount of missing people that disappear. But I'm saying if you go outside of this, maybe there's more of the civilization expressing itself nearby, and we're just kept in the dark about all this.
You see, as long as you're happy, who cares? It's okay. Is it really that bad to be eaten by lizard people? I don't know.
Oh, look, I'm just trying to find motivation that accounts for everything and like doesn't like exclude certain things based on, well, I don't like this idea or that idea.
Back when I was a heliocentrist, I had an idea for a science fiction book or film where it involved the wow signal, but that came from a planet that was doing pretty much what you're talking about, like just harvesting us. But it was all, we didn't, know. But
Well, there you go. It's there in your subconscious.
Yeah, but somebody like one of these beings, it didn't click with them. They had a moment of moral whatever, and they decided that they'd try and warn us, and that's what the wow signal was. Like, it was just an idea for a real short story. Yeah.
Well, I think the wow signal, right? Is that the one? No, have you heard of the bloop signal?
No, maybe. I don't know. Probably remind me.
Because the wow signal's from the sky, I remember that. But the bloop signal's like something they picked up in the ocean, which was super loud and coming from God knows where. So they have no idea what it was. But if we looked at all the USO phenomena and things like that, and said that, well, maybe there's a city of these deep dwelling beings at the bottom of the ocean, and they've just got, like we could build something that could sustain itself for a while, in certain parts of the ocean. So maybe they're just further out, much deeper than we can go. And there's another group that you can just fit into this picture that I'm drawing out. I mean, you could even have tunnel systems, right? That connected, say, this small group under, like, hiding in the Amazon rainforest, and then out to the nearest one of their ring cities, and then across to the ocean one that's in the Atlantic, and off to, the other couple of points on the ring, 3 or 4 points.
Because, I mean, what you're talking about isn't much different to, like, They Live, right?
Well, not that much different, no, but I'm just saying it's like we've projected the ideas that I'm saying as a viable method for technology to express, like China connected to England by a single tunnel that goes under Mount Everest. They actually want to do this.
Right, yeah. Mm. Well, there's the story of Babel, right? And the Tower of Babel. And the Elohim said, what are we going to do about this? They're going to, if we let them keep going, they're going to become like us. Like, they're going to have this, the same sort of, whatever, like. But so why let us get this far again? Like, why let us get this advanced?
Because we're delicious.
No, but I mean, like, why allow your food to advance to a point where you could potentially, overthrow them, or
You're gonna overthrow
Potentially,
them.
figure it out.
dude, what potentially you're talking about? We're in a group full of people who are trying to educate people on like what basic shapes are. You know, what potential do the children have
Yeah.
to get angry?
So what do they got that could counter our our military technologies? They're more advanced than that.
Dude, like what? You serious? How about like total inertial
Yeah.
dampening so that anything that you shoot at them is just not going to work at all? You know, or like something that can like vibrate your entire structure apart, but hits you like a explosive bolt of energy.
Do you have any evidence for that you speak of?
That's the problem, right? So on one hand, they're so much more advanced than us, and on the second hand, they fear us where they got to hide from us. Like, it just doesn't line up. Like, it's illogical.
I mean, maybe we could take them all together. That's my point. That's why they don't want us working out that they're there. I mean, like, any time. I mean, how many people at once are going to work out that they're there, you know? Or, like, say people survive an encounter or whatever. Well, they do, and they come back and they tell us, and everyone goes, well, then they need to be in a very special place that monitors them. And then you have this idea of like crop circles, right? Well, why are they so hard to decipher? Maybe because they're all gobbledygook. It's just like, yeah, we're coming from somewhere else. Look at our alien language. Now, pardon me while I shapeshift into your controller class while I eat you.
Also, pure rigor. Like they aren't hiding from us because they're scared. It's probably more like there's a chance that if civilization learns about them, it causes civil unrest and society collapses.
Yeah,
And
it's like this, dude. You got a tiger. A tiger isn't scared of like the Indian deer or whatever, but it knows if the Indian deer sees it, it does have a chance to run away when it wants to eat it.
Yep.
Can we return to the topic of the VC? Thank you. Enough of this crap.
Yeah, but
This is the topic. This is the topic. I'm not talking about some science fiction planet. I'm talking
Yeah,
about
you're talking
that's why
garbage
they
out of
lie
your
about
ass.
the shape of the Earth. That's
Yeah, you're
literally
talking
why they're
garbage.
lying.
You're talking garbage. You have no
All
evidence.
right, then you come up with what?
Shut the fuck up. Spewing fucking bullshit out of your ass. Like that exists. I know this weapon exists. What the hell are you talking about? You haven't presented anything. You're just talking out of your ass. What kind of fucking book are you are you fucking reading a fairy tale book to us? What's going on?
Pure speculation.
Speculation Sunday is a few days away. You gotta wait, Ludwig.
Yeah. We got to be carried away there.
Sounds like a nutcase conspiracy theorist here, throwing out these things with no evidence, not even a shred evidence of anything.
I don't think he was claiming all of this to be real. I think he was probably just speculating. But I don't know. I could be wrong.
Yeah, even as a Glober, I entertained such notions that there was, other forms of intelligence here on Earth. Yeah, but you can't prove any of it. I mean,
I feel like it's just like a very human thing to do. Like, just never be, always be on the lookout. How the brain is sort of wired.
well, Yeah. I always felt like there was something in my face, you know, that I wasn't realizing. Like, what am I missing? I didn't expect
Something
it
in
to be
your
so.
face.
Yeah, I something just like was like I just felt like I'm missing something about it, all of this. You know, I didn't ever suspect that it was so obvious as to what my senses, my natural experience was trying to scream out at me that this place is level and
Well, like, the
motionless.
mystery is never solved, right? Like, you probably still feel the same way in a lot of ways, where it's like, you know, you
Oh,
don't know what's
mysteries
happening.
abound. Mysteries abound. But I mean, like, I always felt like there's something I'm missing. It's like, what is it? There's something obvious that I'm missing. Like, what am I not seeing? And it's literally, and it turns out it was literally what I was fucking seeing in front of me. Like that, this place is a level, motionless plane. That when it clicked, I was like, "Fuck, that's the thing I was missing. That's it. That's what I was fucking." It was right there the whole time, right in front of me. So obvious, so in your face.
It only took me a couple of minutes watching a Mark Sargent video and I was a flat earther. I didn't. Some people like struggle with it for months or even years, but for me it was like instant. As soon as I watched that video, it was only going on even 30 seconds a minute. I was like, shit, I was flat.
Crazy, man. It's crazy.
I want to ask Ludwig if he'd actually seen one of these creatures. I mean, that would add weight to his story if he'd actually seen one.
I think
I've
he
seen
was
stuff
just
that can't explain.
arriving at conclusion. I don't think he ever saw anything. It's just speculating, trying to make sense.
If you've seen something weird, you're not speculating, you're just telling a story about what you saw. It's like when you watch a movie and there's a twist at the end and it makes sense even though it's completely a twist. It's completely unexpected, but you accept it because you've been getting clues, little clues all the way, subconscious clues all the way through the movie. So when there's a big reveal, it's like, oh. And then you can rewatch the movie and see all the little clues. Like Fight Club is a really good example.
Yep. Sixth Sense.
Which one?
The Sixth Sense. It actually takes.
Oh yeah.
At the end, it takes you back to the moments where that you should have fucking realized. You know. Like,
Yep.
yeah.
Yep. And except so Flat Earth was a bit like that for me. I think there's so many clues along the way subconsciously that when actually someone told me, it was like, oh, it really made sense. But the first time someone told me in '95, it made sense, but I'd sort of forgotten about it.
But '95.
Yeah, I worked with yeah, guys. He's a Freemason. He's high up in the Freemasons. and he was, lived in the street, his family friend and that, and I was doing some work with him as a builder, and I know his son. His son said asking lots of questions about shit, and he'll just tell you all his stories, and you get to slack off. So I'd do that. I'd ask him stories about, when he was a kid, and I'd ask him about Freemason. He was Freemason, and he'd sort of tell me a few things. But yeah, one day he just goes, Earth's a grid. It's not a globe, it's a grid.
Oh, yeah, I remember you saying, yeah, you're right.
And I just automatically saw all the grid lines on the street, sort of thing. I could sort of imagine all the grid, like the street directory. Like it was just literally the street directory, like it's flat. But I didn't think of it after that. It freaked me out a bit. I was like, oh, grid? But he said we can pinpoint people on the grid and make them do things.
Okay. Wow.
Which I thought, that was like, oh, okay. So, but it was interesting you told me, because I don't know, none of my friends and family are surprised that I'm a flat earther, so he's sort of like, oh, I might as well tell him this trippy thing. He'll appreciate it, I guess, or... But then I remembered when I watched that Mark Sargent video, I remembered back, like, what my uncle told me. I was like, oh... The Freemason symbol is the square and compass. So you got a compass to draw the circle of equal altitude and 90 degrees.
Yeah, I scour through memories trying to, think of when I might have heard it. The only time that I can recall is in school. And they told us about how people used to think that if you sailed far enough, you'd fall off the edge of the world because they thought it was flat. And don't recall really encountering it. Maybe in a documentary of history, of something like that, maybe vaguely, but nothing really from anybody like telling me, affirming it that the Earth is flat. I wish they had. I wish I'd been made to think about it a lot sooner than I did.
Yeah. I remember a news report from, I reckon it was the 80s or something, and they said the universe is flat. And they're talking to this scientist going, it doesn't mean Earth's flat, no. And you kind of this really nervous laugh and that, and I was like, what are you talking about, bro? What? I wasn't thinking flat Earth until you brought it up. So the scientist goes, it doesn't mean Earth's flat, no. It's like, I wasn't even thinking that, bro. But yeah, the universe is flat, scientists have discovered. I remember I was going on holidays, and when we used to drive from Melbourne in the bay right up to the border, so you're sort of going inland, and then you sort of get to the border, and the radio stations from Melbourne start fading out, and I guess I imagined a line of sight from the tower to the car or to the antenna on the car, and how it's just fading from the distance. But it never sort of like, oh, it must be flat for that to happen. When I was a kid, and lots of clues.
Yeah, I remember growing up on the coast and just swimming in off the jetty and that, and just looking across at these other, well, like lakes, but they were joined to the ocean, and just land on the other side, and you could just see cars and stuff driving around. You could see, it's like it was just no obstruction, no horizon, and it was far enough away that if you're swimming, you'll get your head just sticking out of the water, swimming in the water, and you're looking across, and you can see all that. The car parks are pretty much at the waterfront, like you can see cars pulling in at the car park. Lights are showing straight at you, You'd think that they're deliberately pointing them at you, They were 5Ks or more,
Wow, you can see them from just with your head of the water.
Yeah.
All right.
You probably, if you had a telescope, you'd probably watch a boat go from one side to the other, and not lose a view of it, I'd say. Yeah. I just there's things like that, just come back to me. And just in climbing mountains and stuff, and the views, seeing just all the just being able to see so far, see so far. Hundreds of miles. You see these mountains in the distance that are probably over 100 miles away. It just doesn't click. It just doesn't click you just think, you're just thinking, how beautiful is this planet that I'm on, Big ball. I never thought about, I kind of knew the dimensions of it, the claim dimensions of it, but I just never related it to what I might see in reality and compare it,
You used to go to this lookout and you could see the city from there, and it was, I don't know, it was like 40 miles from the city. And it was up a little bit, but you could see it as clear as anything. It was like, wow, you can see the city, but it didn't click, no.
One thing I remember seeing was The Principal on TV. Because when I watched it again, I went, hang on, I've seen this. This is I was remembering. Like, I saw this somewhere. I saw this on TV, I swear. And I thought to myself, why didn't this hit home back then? Yeah, because I remember, I particularly remember Janeway's narration of it, because I loved Voyager, Star Trek Voyager. Loved it. And I'm thinking, why, when I saw this, when it was released, it would have been close to its release when I saw it. Why didn't any of this click? At least about the Earth being motionless. Why didn't it compel me to look further into it? I don't know, because I was interested in that stuff. I guess it might have been just too much for me. I guess I just thought, nah. Strange. Cognitive dissonance. Deal with it. Denial. India was saying earlier, I was like, people can't conceive of it being that simple, right? because we're taught this, this view of complexity, and things are complicated. You've got to learn to understand them. All this advanced math involved and stuff. It's a fucking had. It's a con. Absolute fucking con. And you see it in people, like that fucking guy that comes in here. What's his name? Mr. Mr. Frame or whatever. They're smarter than me, bro. Yeah, they're smarter than us. You got to trust them. How did you decide that they're smarter than you? I mean, you're basically saying that you're too dumb to even know if they're smarter than you. If you're that dumb, I mean, that's why I asked him. Are they smart enough to trick you and fool you, make you believe things that aren't true? Oh no, they're not lying. They're not lying, bro. Okay, but you're not smart enough to know if they are or not. So how would you fucking know? And you got that attitude, That's I can't believe some people actually fucking think like that. That's incredible. Are you there, Daz?
Yeah, sorry, just got called away for a sec.
Oh, that's all right. T is asking what you mean by grid.
Oh yeah.
Earth is a grid.
Yeah, I don't know. All I could think of when he said it is that I imagined all the grid lines that you see in the street directory on, in front of me on the road and all that. I could see it was all flat. But it still didn't, he didn't say Earth's flat. He said Earth's a grid. So I don't know if he's talking about latitude or longitude or ley lines. Don't know. But it was very weird how he said we can make people do things by pinpointing them on the grid. Whatever that means.
Yeah, Daz, I think I know what you mean. Somebody posted a picture of the grid system. Let me just go and find it, because I think I know what you mean when you said ley lines, longitude lines, latitude lines, all laid out on the surface of the Earth. I think what's his name? What's his name? Clay Under the Seal. He posted a picture in the side chat a while back. He said that this is the grid system. Let me just go back. Yeah, let me just go back and find the picture. Just give me 1 second.
I know his ley lines.
His picture from the ISS, the map.
Oh, that thing. Oh, yeah.
I don't know if that's what he's. I've seen Clay post that before, but I don't know.
Yeah, I've seen that too. Imaginary lines that connect significant landmarks and prehistoric sites.
Yeah, I just posted in the side chat. Is that what you mean by a grid system?
Something different. That's different to what I thought, but yeah.
That's like, it's just like latitude and longitude, isn't it? I'm not sure. Where is it? Ley lines. Yes, it's obviously flat. The ley line grid, whatever. So it's different from latitude line. I don't know.
Good morning.
Morning.
How are you?
Oh, very well. How are you today?
Tired. No sleep.
Ah, you need sleep.
I do, but I can't stop thinking, so I gotta chill. And I don't know how to chill, so I'm in here.
Oh, cool. Oh, you're quite welcome to chill in here.
Oh, that's what's up. Thank you, mate.
Do you have any opinion about the shape of the Earth, whether it's a globe or if it's flat?
I'm going to be honest with you. Not really all that much, but I know that there is a good amount of people who need to justify their opinion on it, and I wouldn't say I'm one of them. That's all.
Yeah, well, that's right. Yeah, there is a group of people here. Exactly. On both sides.
Absolutely.
Hmm.
Not saying anyone's wrong. Just I don't really spend all that much time thinking about it.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, well, you find the globe is wrong. The flat Earth is right, usually.
Like, you mean the globe model? Or like literal globes?
I was sort of talking about just sort of individual globe earthers and individual flat earthers. The sort of
I don't know all that many individual globers or flat earths.
arguments. I mean, I was sort of talking about generally the arguments. Which arguments are better?
Oh, I can tell you which ones are more entertaining.
Yeah, the globe.
Not really. They're never really funny about it.
It's like we're flying through a vacuum, spinning around. I mean, that's pretty crazy.
I mean, when you put it like that, it sounds silly.
Yeah, it does.
Don't you think?
Is. Well, it is.
Yeah,
That's why
I
it
think it's
sounds
silly.
If we're going this way and that way, 4 or 5 different, orbits around all this, we're going 1 million miles an hour.
I don't know all the stats, but it doesn't matter to me because I find it silly.
But you look up at the night sky and you just see this circular pattern of stars overhead.
Do I?
Zigzagging all over the shop.
I mean, is it a circular pattern?
Yeah, you haven't seen Star Trail videos where they
I've seen Star Trail.
Stars.
Oh,
They
yes,
just go around.
yes.
Just go around. It's like the stars are just circling around us.
Yeah, that's what I think.
If we're traveling around millions of miles an hour through the galaxy, the stars would be changing all the time.
Yeah.
The star trails would be all over the place.
Yeah,
They're not. They're just
absolutely.
circular.
Well, I mean, hold on. Unless they too were being pulled by some other force. Similarly, and not necessarily by the same force, but equally fast. And therefore, we keep up with them equally fast. But I don't think that that's the case. And I think it's silly.
Mass tracking mass is definitely silly, crazy.
I mean, I'd say silly. I wouldn't say crazy. I would say silly, though.
It's pretty nutty.
Nutty?
So
That's a good one.
magnetized to everything. Like chickens are magnetized to the earth, are they?
Topsy-turvy. What?
Everything's magnetized to the earth. So
No.
people, rocks, trees,
that doesn't make
leaves,
sense.
everything's magnetized. Everything sticks to the ground.
No, that
Pulls
doesn't
to
make
the
sense
ground
at all.
magnetically. No,
No.
that's what we get for gravity. How they explain gravity?
Gravitational, yes, absolutely, but magnetic,
Everything
no.
is pulled. Well, that's what it is. It's magnetic. It's pulled.
Well, I'm sure that there are light magnetic forces that pull things closer to Earth rather than letting them fly away, but I wouldn't say that a leaf is magnetic.
No, it's not. Is a person
what I'm saying.
magnetic?
No, I'm not saying that.
Or anything?
Why do you think I'm saying that?
No, I'm just saying that's what the globe says. That's what
But
gravity.
I don't say
Explanations
that
of gravity
because I think
say.
it's silly.
There's no invisible force that's pulling
Yeah.
this to the Earth.
Yeah, no.
Just their own weight. It's just their own weight.
That is.
I'm stuck to the Earth because of my fat ass, not because of some invisible force. Beta.
Huh? What's up?
What, you left?
No. I was responding to somebody.
Oh, sorry.
I
called you a
was
beta.
just.
I thought you
Yeah,
left.
no. It's okay. No, I would say, hey, I gotta go. It's been fun, but no, I wouldn't just fuck off. No, somebody, I was in a channel called We Love Slurs, and yeah, no, it was a fun time. It was a hoot and a holler, and then this guy came in and he started like policing people's language. I got really creeped out.
Oh, yeah. That's kind of dull.
Yeah, it was very dull. And then he's like, by the way, you're not allowed to say that. And I'm recording. And I'm like, okay.
Well, we're live streamed right now on.
Oh, that's fine. No. Hey.
Okay, but I mean, we have to follow terms of service.
Okay. No, I 100% agree with you. And if we were being live streamed when I said something so heinous that he would say TOS, that I might not have said it, but we weren't.
Okay.
So.
All right, yeah, no problem. Just making sure that you
I appreciate you clarifying. No, I came in here knowing what this place is, but I didn't want to make a big deal about it because, I'm just me on this disc.
The disc. We don't think that, right? We're not the Flat Earth Society.
No?
No, we're not. In fact, Flat Earth Society is a parody of who we are.
Okay, so the Flat Earth Society is the one that said, like, we have members around every globe, right?
Yeah, they're self-admitted. They're a self-admitted parody organization. They are started by the Royal Society in Canada. I mean, it's just a joke.
No way. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry I conflated you two. I feel really bad and embarrassed now because I was like, hey,
people
I'm just
done
going to
worse
exist.
to us. Don't worry about it.
Well, look, no, I'm not going to treat you like an idiot, but I'm also going to say, like, I can exist in this space without, needing to bring up the topic.
No, we are.
That's
Flat Earthers,
crazy.
not Flat Earth Society.
Yes, I'm fine with that.
So it's crazy. So that's crazy, but second law of thermodynamics violation claims, such as spinning water ball going through the vacuum space. That's not crazy.
I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, but you know what I mean.
No, because I don't know what you're saying because your microphone is really like spacious, and your tone is garbled out through how dampened the sound is.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Check. No.
Is the Flat Earth Society like are they actual trolls or like do they actually believe it?
I mean, the institution is a troll farm, but there are probably lots of people who believe it.
Okay. I thought.
None of us have ever met any of them. So.
But you think the people who run it, they're actual trolls?
Yeah, it was the guy who founded it was the Royal Society member.
So that part I didn't know. I didn't know that it was run by trolls. I knew that there were trolls in it. I just didn't know that it was run by trolls.
Thomas, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, no, I can hear you. It just you were saying before, it was very dampened.
Still?
No, I mean yes, but like I can. You're clear.
Yeah, I'm going to turn you up. It's okay.
Yeah, we've never come into contact with anybody, but we can answer that question.
Which question?
I would. If they're trolls or not, don't know anybody from Flat Earth Society. So,
Oh, okay.
but I, as far as I know, they don't have any points that relate to the Flat Earth at all. So, kind of why they're relevant, especially in the server. But we kind of point out to people that the utilization of a plane is a prerequisite for an axiom, and then people go, "Oh, no way," and then we just citation them to death, which I would do if I could, but I'm ripping and running through the city. But keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Mic check.
Oh,
Okay.
You good?
Thank you.
Yep, loud and clear, barnyard stud.
But I genuinely wish what I would have answered to that question that you put on, DJ, like before I joined the flat earth conversation, because now, like, I honestly don't remember. My brain has been brainwashed in a way.
Do you know the answer to the question now?
No, that's what I'm saying. And now I know, like, there's a bunch of editing going on. I guess composites are still fine, but like, when it's
No, there is a correct answer. There is a correct answer to that question.
like it's
There's
literally
one.
from space.
Yeah, but okay, just it's claimed, right? So, which of the following are claimed to be a photograph of the Earth?
Dude, it's so hard. It's really hard. Okay, I don't think it's deep.
Only one of them are actually claimed to be a photo of the Earth from space.
Fuck, dude. Can I get a 50?
Point that you have to think about it, and you don't really know, and you would only know if you had actually like looked into it. I'm pretty sure just about every flat earther would get this correct. I think almost 100% of the globe earthers will get it wrong.
Fuck, dude, it's so hard. Okay, I don't think it's D.
Pure Rigger
I'm
just
leaning.
failed. Pure Rigger got it wrong. He said all of the
I'm not
above.
reading the
Okay.
answers. I'm not looking at the chat. I'm just looking at the photo. But like, A looks real. C is kind of saturated. It's probably between A or B, I think.
I have a question. How do you determine that A looks real? When is the last time you looked at A from distance?
That's the real question.
Snuck into the ISS. It just looks less saturated than the other ones. But
Gee, it looks like all
what is
pictures like they verified.
saturated? What does saturated Earth look like compared to the other ones?
it's just more colors. I don't think Earth will look so colorful.
Well, gee, the last time I went up into outer space, it didn't look like that.
Yeah, it was grayish. I don't know, man. Fuck. The answer is C, all of the above. Not E. Then I'll go. What E, bro?
All right. Yeah, Fry. I got another one.
But what is the answer though?
Oh, A is the answer.
Oh shit! I was right, bro. I leaned towards A the first.
Actually, none of those are real.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's. But just to answer the question, I mean, which one is claimed to be a photograph?
Sure.
Right? They do claim A is. Right, but
so wait. So
the
what are
fact
the
that
others?
you guys can't tell what are the others?
They're just fakes.
You don't know that? Yeah,
wait, so wait.
Okay, so you know how they claim that they make those, right?
Okay,
surely
so they just
at this stage of the debate, you've watched the Robert Simon interview.
So wait, so how does he do it? Does he literally just take the map
he
and wrap
describes
it
his whole
around?
process, dude.
Okay.
And NASA puts these captions underneath a lot of these images that say composite, mixed media, blah blah blah. Globers don't read that shit, and we're pointing that out.
Honestly, that sucks, bro. That's bullshit, bro. That's big time bullshit. I don't think anyone really knows that. It's so crazy.
A composite of what?
So wait, so they literally
That's a
just
great question.
make
Why
a
don't you go
circle?
ask them what they're compositing?
No, you said they say it's a composite. A composite of what?
Yeah, they don't tell you that. They put
All
in their own
kinds.
image captions underneath their images, a lot of them, image composite, artist rendition. It doesn't say anything else, but it doesn't say photograph.
No, the guy, the one that explains it, that is like a kind of like a fat Star Wars Jabba the Hutt looking guy, said, I used to work for Universal Studios and I made like a nickel for like an hour. And then I got hired at NASA and now I make $600,000 to do exactly the same thing I did for Universal Studios. They're like, well, what do you do? It's like all those star photos and black holes and everything. I render those using my imagination. And then I take, like data and try to apply what it might look like. So yeah, it's what it is. It's like they say, here's the information. Now draw a black hole. With what? Your imagination.
Damn, that guy had like a really strong accent. Was he from like Louisiana or something?
No, he
South?
was like from Nunya.
And he was making a nickel an hour?
Yeah, he complained about how bad slave wage labor if you work for Hollywood. But if you work for NASA doing exactly the same job, it's like a federal benefits package. It's like the whole thing. He's like, man,
Do you think it's
living large.
Do you think he's like a credible source if he was saying he was making a nickel an hour working in the United States? He doesn't sound too credible to me.
Yeah, I guess you don't know what a Met is for.
What a Met is for? I think I know what a Met is for. I also know what a metaphor is.
Yeah, the dude is obviously saying that his wages are low. He's not going to tell you like down to the cent what he's making, right?
So, like, if he's
lot of people
exaggerating
keep
the
that
low
private.
end, so if he's exaggerating the low end, saying he's making a nickel an hour, then he says like I'm making $600,000 an hour. He's probably exaggerating like the high end as well. Then, right?
Great job, Einstein. Yeah, you're a fucking genius.
So,
Yeah, there's
What
no
do we
single
take-
job within the federal government that has a $600,000 salary on the general schedule. I mean, duh.
So what?
Everybody knows
So
that.
what?
Everybody
so what do
knows
we
he
take-
was making a point.
So what do we
Except
take
for
from
autistic
this?
retards, perhaps,
Yeah.
like you.
His benefits
What-
package, a car to drive, like all the health care, retirement, all the things that go into the federal benefits package. It's crazy. I mean, they could almost make nothing and still be like way ahead of the public sector. Just work for benefits.
Just work for benefits? That sounds pretty lousy.
Yeah, because they got
I'd rather have some cash.
You got a car.
You
with
get a
credit
car
card.
for working for the government
Yeah, sometimes they get
and a credit card.
Yeah, that refills the car. and
Yeah,
pays for all
government
the
credit
maintenance.
card.
So, like, is it how much? Like, what's the limit on these government credit cards?
Probably depends on your issuing organization. Who knows?
Yeah, it's like it's nuts, dude. Yeah, I mean, you really don't know these things. It's just like this is.
I
civics.
don't.
Yeah,
This is civics.
yeah.
Yeah, it actually is.
Yeah.
You can tell. If someone pulls out their government credit card, it's stamped on there.
It's stamped.
Yeah,
It's not like it's not encoded. It's not like embedded. It's just like a little stamp.
Yeah,
That
they
doesn't sound.
pulled out.
That doesn't sound effective.
They pulled out, and it's got right here. It says right on it, like GSA or GCC or something like that. It's got
Yeah,
a few different types of
GSA.
them. GSA. There we go.
Those
yeah.
GSA cards. Yep. Yep. Some of them don't too. Like I mean, I had a GSA card for a while at one organization. I went to another, and it was a freaking Bank of America card. Like,
Oh, you used to work for the government? You used to work for the government?
Remember, we don't ask personal information. It's one of the rules here.
Well, I'm not asking personal information.
Yeah,
he
you
said
are.
that
You're trying
you,
to get
you said
information.
no. Watch.
Yeah,
you
cut it.
said that government
QEC, stop
employees
now, dude.
government employees get these cards, and he's saying he had this card.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I work for the Flat Earth Disclosure Office at the Pentagon.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, like, am I like really asking personal information if he's kind of like inferring facts that means he like it's
Holy
just like an
shit,
inference of
retarded.
statements?
Dude, there are like 1.5 million people that work in some way for the federal government. I don't know how many amongst those have ever been entrusted with credit cards. If I can tell you, shitloads of people are. Like they give freaking like staff sergeants credit cards.
You're one of them.
They also give generals and general counsels credit cards. They also give everybody in between credit cards.
And you're saying you're one of these peoples.
Many people in the government, military, even contractor, if you're a CETA contractor, or civilians can use government credit cards. They actually purchase stuff with them. Like sometimes you might need to buy new toilet seats.
Okay, I believe you. You're one of these people.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong or crazy about having a government credit card. You're acting like government credit cards are a conspiracy theory.
I'm not acting like that.
Yeah, you kind of are, man. You're like, credit card. Are you serious?
I believe you. I believe you.
And Kurt's point is you can live off of the benefits of a credit card. Like
I believe
some people get a government credit card to go on to have per diem when they go TDY. They get a government credit card.
I believe
there's
you.
nothing wrong with
that. I believe you. You are one of these peoples. I understand. I believe you.
Well, I mean, to Kurt's point, like you could live off of the benefits. Fuck the wages.
I understand that. You
get
are
your
one
per
of these
diem on the
people.
government credit card, fill up your gas every day. You can buy food. You can have lodging. You can live in hotels. And
I'm
eat
glad
like a
that you
king.
are one of these.
And-
I'm glad
and drive
that you are
all
one
over
of these
the
people
place
that does this. Yes, I'm
without
glad that
having a
you are one of
salary,
these
and
people
it
that-
is amazing
I'm
benefits.
happy for you. I'm happy
Free
for you that you are
healthcare.
one of these people.
Free dentists. It is like winning the lottery of life.
If you
I'm
go to the
happy for you.
Yeah, shut up, dude. Keep repeating yourself. Like if you go to the Pentagon, it's a whole city. You never have to even leave it.
That's a good point.
I mean, people and the whole time, everything is paid for. You just swipe your ID. You want to get into the gym? Swipe your ID. Dry cleaners, swipe your ID. The whole time. This is there's people who they say, oh, you're stationed in D.C., huh? Where are you at? They sometimes they'll just say at the Pentagon. They never left. If they ever left, it was like for just a short time. Like the whole process to get there and then get into the building and then get to your work area is
It takes half an hour.
long. Yeah.
Like from the parking lot, it takes a half hour.
And that's not including like people who were to live outside and have to drive there could take another hour and a half. So they're looking at
pain
like
in the ass.
a 4-hour commute. They're like, well, shit. I'll just
may as well work from home.
Yeah, just move right on.
Is that what you rather? Is that what you rather do, Barnyard? You rather work from home instead of going to the Pentagon?
Yeah, I don't know. Either way, you don't have to do any work, right? If you're a federal employee, nobody knows.
I don't
Nobody
know.
cares about your shit.
I mean, apparently you are one of these people.
That's what the Doge Committee's finding.
Oh, are you worried about that? Are you worried about Doge getting rid of your job, Barnyard?
No, you know what? And I don't work in the government. I don't work in the government, dude.
You said you have one of these government cards.
I had one.
You had one.
Yeah. It also doesn't mean that I actually worked for the government, or I could have been just connected to one in some way. No,
Did Doge cut your job?
Listen. I'm probably twice as old as you, kid.
I doubt it.
Yeah. All right.
You're 76 years old?
No, not that old.
Oh, okay. So you're not then.
Yeah. So you could
How
have
old
an
are you?
amazing life without getting a salary, man. You could
How
you
old are
could
you?
live on per diem. What? Do you want to date me? You want me to put on a dress for you?
Oh, you're the one that brought up
What,
the
are you trying
age
to
thing.
what's
So
your
how
age,
old are you?
sex, and location? Is that what this is
Stop.
about?
Okay,
I just
this
told
is like
you.
the
I just
third
told you.
time you have been told there's a rule.
I
Every
banned him.
channel.
Freaking creep.
It's like, holy shit, there's a individual rule because of how weird these guys are. They're trying to piece together a package. You know, they got like a file. And anytime you say even something slightly remotely identifying, they put in the file. They put in the file. And
Yeah.
at some point, they'll try to add all the information together. And it's like, okay, that narrows down. It could be these 10 people or whatever.
Oh, it's true. It's true. It's why I usually sprinkle some false shit into everything that I say about myself on the internet. There's no reason to dox yourself at all. You know, I do have knowledge of government GSA spending cards. I'll say
It's
that.
not even a secret. It's like, holy shit. You know? Like,
Yeah.
And this guy's acting like somehow, I've never heard a government credit card? What is that? That's the, huh?
Yeah, like I'm divulging some kind of privileged information. Like, fuck, dude, I filled up my government car with my GSA card. Like, so what? How many people work for the military in the United States alone? I mean, it's what, like 600,000? And, you know, and how many people are civilians and how many people are contractors? It's like every family in the United States has an immediate family member who seems to have worked for the federal government in some capacity. This is not a strange thing to run into people that have worked for the federal government in the United States. It's so mainstream, they put fucking military recruiting commercials on football games on TV and military flyovers for soccer matches. We got such a crazy military hero worship culture. Everybody wants to join. Everybody's been in it at some point. You know, and if you have a kind of job that gives you a car to drive around places, there are many jobs like that. You're going to get a GSA card to go with it so you can go fill up your gas. Like, dude, what, do you think the government vehicles just like fill themselves up or some shit? Holy crap. Yeah, go ahead and add that to the file. Oh, this guy, Barnyard Stud on the internet. He said he filled up his government vehicle with a government credit card once. All right. Oh, geez. I've said way more personal stuff about my life than that on the internet. On here. I mean, did I ever tell you guys? I know I did on the other server. I told you guys that I used to do these flat earth meetups in the area. And one of the times we went to a restaurant, a local chain, and met up, there were about 15, 20 of us. So I put out an invite to a group I run, and they put out an invite to their friends. And like an hour into it, a freaking TV crew shows up, local TV news, because they heard that the flat earthers were meeting at this restaurant. I'm like, oh, for crying out loud, what the heck? And so one of my buddies gets up and goes over and talks to them. And then the owner of the restaurant shoos them the hell out of the restaurant. And then they're waiting outside. And so we just stayed inside for the next few hours and did our thing. But they were waiting outside the whole time, and they were trying to talk to us on our way to the parking lot, or in our way through the parking lot to our cars. So, yeah. Flat Earth is one of these topics that ruins people. they wouldn't do that for like a Christian meetup, right? They wouldn't do this for a Bible study. They wouldn't do this for anything else that I can imagine because, hey, these guys are flat earthers. I mean, it's really funny because like flat earthers tend to attract slightly paranoid group. And there's a good reason for that, right? When you figure out that freaking NASA's lying and the place you live is 180 degrees from what you were taught in schools and stuff, you tend to be very skeptical of things. And not to mention, anti-flat earthers are fucking crazy. You know, they're always trying to dox you and God knows what, ruin your life over flat earth. So, you know, they're all sitting around and they're like, what the hell? Freaking TV crew? Like, who's the snitch? Like everybody was playing Spot the Fed like a DEF CON convention. So, good times. That's like 3 years ago. Am I still coming in?
Yep.
All right. Just found that so weird. Like, we're trying to tell him how like not special this is, and he's making a big freaking deal out of it. Freaking lunatics. Wait, what do you mean? Like, government vehicles don't fill up their own gas tanks? The people who drive them might be responsible for filling it up? Yeah, like a rental car. For fuck's sake. Yeah, and guess what? Sometimes we use credit cards to order pencils and pens and shit from the Staples warehouse down the street. Like, shocker, right? Holy shit. Dawes, that is a funny image. 12 minutes past the hour. That's exactly who we're dealing with. I got one. Let me see if I can dig this up.
Yeah, he's got the fedora and everything.
Yeah, the physique, man. It's the physique. The physique and the fedora. Perfect. Spot on. Let me see if I can find some here. Do. Here's one.
Dude, what am I looking at? What is that? Oh, fuck.
This photo's like people you see in Walmart.
Yeah.
Some of
Yeah.
it's insane.
That's true. Yep. The people of Walmart.com. That's a
Yeah.
classic website, man.
Whoa.
Here's one I made.
Bro, how do you get so fat? That's crazy.
It's the soda. That's what gets those people. The Coke.
Dude, in the chair. That chair is built for distance.
I mean,
You
I've
can
got
sit on that thing anywhere.
soft drink, but it's like lemon juice. It's not a bottle of Mountain Dew or whatever. What is it? Monster? Yeah. I think that shit.
Yeah,
Back when
if
I
you
was a
look in
young
there,
man, it was Surge, man. Surge was the drink. Freaking Surge, dude.
if you look in their minivans, they all have 2 liters of Cokes in there. Every time there's a bunch of 2 liters. They drink out of the 2 liters, like not a cup. They just have the 2 liter there to drink out of.
Jesus Christ. How can you drink that, man? It's like so sweet. Who are these people? Are they even anti-flat
They're
earthers?
they're various influencers. I don't even know who they are, but supposedly they're like famous internet people, just randomly. I don't know if they're anti-flat earthers, but it's again the attributes. They exhibit the attributes of the people that we argue with.
Crazy eyes? Is that the attribute?
Yeah, and the soy face, right? The soy face smile. The open mouth smile.
Oh yeah, from that meme, like they're pointing and they got the glasses and the little shitty beard.
Yeah, they used to call that the soy face smile.
Wait, so glasses and what? A beard? Like what's the soy face?
Yeah, the complete package is a full beard, potentially stubble works too. Some ivory tower looking glasses, and somewhat chubby physique and an open slack jawed smile. That there is like the Redditor.
Yeah, and the meme, they're usually pointing at something kind of like, see, I told you, but you know, it's implied that whatever they're pointing at is ridiculous.
Funny.
Yeah, somebody put the meme in the chat. That's the meme. The little guy pointing and making the O face.
That's hard.
This next one, this pretty much encapsulates our entire experience on the server. Since coming here, setting up shop.
Oh my god.
That's the politics server.
The NASA sweatshirts. It's amazing. Bro, I love Earth Channel. Have you guys come across Earth Channel?
Come across what?
Hang on, I'll show you. Earth Chan. It's like this girl who's like a representation of Earth. And everyone's calling her flat. Because she's got a tiny chest. So funny, dude.
Yo, Fry.
What's up?
Yo, Radwan.
What?
Yo, quiet noobs.
What's up there, Basic?
Yo, what's up, everybody?
Good morning.
Yo, this is like the longest time I've not been muted. It's like I have the stage for once, you
Are
know?
you trying to get muted? You're trying to get muted? Is that the score?
The mod who mutes you doesn't like how you do that yo and call people's names out. They just want you to add to the conversation. Don't try to be the center of a conversation. You're lucky that right now that mod isn't online. Otherwise, you probably would have got muted as soon as you said yo and then someone's name.
Yeah, I'm thankful.
You were told, hey, stop doing that.
Okay.
But it's okay because that's an individual take. It's not one of my boundaries, and I don't see a problem with it, especially if we're not talking. The main issue is that you were doing it in the middle of conversations.
Yeah. Kind of just trying to get a rise out of people. That's what I do, dude.
Well, it's not really what you do. That's who you are. That's fundamental at a fundamental level. It's just you. That's just you doing you.
Yeah, thanks.
Yo, where are you from, man? What's that accent from?
Yeah, I'm from Cuba. We've been over this, dude.
Oh, Cuba, nice.
Do I not sound Cuban?
I know. I have never met anyone from Cuba, so
Yeah, it's Cuba.
Cuba. Is it Cuba or Cuba?
It's Cuba, dude.
Okay.
Let me guess where you're from. You're from Canada. Canada.
No. Way off.
Mexico.
India.
Pakistan.
I just told you India.
Yeah, Pakistan.
Technically, we're all in the Indian subcontinent, so sure. The
Yeah, this is
Daisies,
India.
man.
I just started my timer.
Timer.
Yo, is it okay if I play some harmonica, or is that gonna get on people's nerves?
Yeah, you can play harmonica, but not in here.
Yeah, and use your regular voice when you talk in here. I'm going to start muting you every time you talk.
This is my regular voice, dude. Dude, this is my regular voice.
Is anyone on that Flat Earth Reality server? Like Battle Mods?
What?
Battle Mod server?
I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, obviously you don't, so shut up.
Yo, none of you guys are legitimately worried about the asteroid hitting Earth, right?
No, of course not.
God damn it.
Yeah, people are talking. I like it's crazy. You hear like YouTube videos and people talking about it. Like in in 2032, there's an asteroid that has like a 1 in 600 billion chance of hitting the Earth.
Bro, it's 2%.
Yeah.
That's like 1 in 50. 2.5 actually, so less than that.
Yeah, weren't they already good? Then they tell you they had some asteroid killing dart.
I guess. But I mean, is it ready? Like, will it? And what if it misses? You know, it can miss.
Yeah, fine. Yeah, don't worry about no asteroid. It's just scaremongering. They do that all the time. Just don't pay attention to the news and all that.
Kind of a big one. I've never seen an asteroid having such a Because, like, I mean, it's not gonna destroy the world or anything, but it will, like, annihilate a city for sure. I mean, at least, like 15 or 20 square kilometers of area.
Yeah, fine. I hear this scaremongering all the time for the last, I don't know, like more than decades ago. And we're still here.
I mean, I don't know, like, what are the odds? Like, 2% is kind of a lot. I've never seen it be this high. Like, when was the last time we had, like, a huge asteroid close to us?
Missed. Earth nearly avoids.
You know, I'm just not gonna purchase a home until 2030. Fuck that.
Till the what is ready?
Sorry, what?
What did you say? You're not going to purchase a home until what is not ready?
2032, like until the asteroid passes.
Yeah.
What asteroid are you talking about?
The ones that's gonna, I mean, that might hit in 2032. I don't know if it has a name. Like, my area is definitely in the risk corridor. It's like North and South America, Atlantic Ocean, Africa, and then South Asia.
Yeah, fine. I looked at that. Where is the path of the asteroid, and it's nowhere near the UK. So I think I'm okay.
Yeah, it might be fine. Wait, it's up to 3%? The fuck? It was like 2.4. Easy.
It just went up to 3 in the last day or so.
Oh, okay. I see. Nuts.
There's this funny meme. I have to look for it. I don't remember I saved it as. Probably like asteroid or whatever, where it shows like globe earther when they tell you an asteroid is coming, and they're like underneath their bed, like the shows like the Will Ferrell hiding under his bed, like acting like he's scared, and it's like flat earthers, and it's like Tom Cruise, just laughing his ass off. All this is marketing. They know that Elon's going through the federal government, so now they have to. Oh, asteroid! Everybody, asteroid! And they'll be like, "Oh, well, asteroid. That's NASA. And he's like, yeah. So no fraud at NASA? No fraud at NASA. Just they're doing a good job. They found the asteroid before it hit. Okay. No fraud, NASA. Next. Meanwhile, you're like, what's the evidence? Let's see the math. How did they determine 2%, 3%, 1%, 0%? But let's see it. Let's see the data.
You want to see that? They actually have it on their site. They have it on their site.
No, they don't.
Yes,
Are you
they
fucking
do.
nuts? None of that is there at all. They don't even tell you how they arbitrarily get to like what percent. Or where it comes from.
Yeah, you're right. They just it's marketing purposes. Anybody can come up with any story, and it has value, and people will buy the story for whatever amount money it is, and that's the whole main purpose, is to create a story that has value, and people will buy it, and then it costs money, and in turn they profit from the story they made up.
That's what you do. You follow the money. You want to find the bullshit, follow the money.
So I've pasted a link to the site with the actual observations and explaining where they got their calculations from if you want to do your own research instead of believing this.
You didn't do shit, dude. What are you talking about? You did some website.
Pasted a link.
Oh, you just Googled.
Pasted a link to this Earth entry monitor. Yes, I did 10 seconds of looking it up.
You Googled a link, copied and pasted. You didn't do anything.
Yes, this is where you wanted to know what it was based on. This is the math.
I didn't want to know anything. Where the fuck are you getting that from? Dude, if you ever think I asked you a question, try again. I got better luck with like a magic 8-ball. I'll just pick up a random magic 8-ball, ask it a question, and then shake it. That's got more insight than you got. At best, it would be like, I pick up the 8-ball. Should I Google this link? Ask again later. Yes, no. That's all you are. If you cut off your Google, you're just a blank slate, a dribbling other idiot who can't even understand if you do something, you did that. On, dude. You're just like why the fuck do you even come around here anymore?
Oh, just to see what's up. And, we want to discuss things. We can go down the paths, but that's fine. We can I just chill in.
Yeah, no, I mean, I get it. They tossed you all the other servers, so now you gotta come around here. I get it, dude. You're just addicted.
What are you talking about?
The PNR.
I've been on PNR all morning.
Yeah, and they threw all the Flat Earth chat there.
I wasn't in the Flat Earth chat there. I didn't care about that. I just came here after the other chats I was in.
Well, they got stickier over there, so now you gotta follow us over here.
No, there's no one doing anything at the Flat Earth thing in the PNR server currently. It's dead.
Maybe it looks that way to you because you're locked out of it.
No, you can see that there's no one in it. Yeah, it's currently 0 of 99 people in it.
I have to make a new hiding spot. Get away from him.